Would you believe it? This is Sunday, Championship Sunday, and the final day of CSGO when it comes to Tier 1. I cannot believe it. We've been through a long way, but now here at the Blast Premier Fall Showdown, it is time to find our two winners. I say two winners, of course. We've been running simultaneous bracket here in Copenhagen and around the world. The production, of course, being based here. European Counter-Strike, America's Counter-Strike. You've had all of the tastes and all of the flavors out there. Here is a little bit of a recap. We've had a whole lot of Counter-Strike being played. And as you can see, we have now found our two grand finals. Big versus Cloud9 is going to be the last matchup for the European side of things. And Liquid versus Complexity, which is a very storied matchup, is going to be our match for the Americas. The key today, the goal, the objective, the Graal are the two last spots at the Fall Final 2023 in Copenhagen and Royal Arena, if you qualify, of course. Vitality, Astralis, FaZe, NIP, Na'Vi, Heroic, and two of the teams that we find today. This has been a long journey, this has been a long season, and we're finally seeing the end of the tunnel. I'm very happy to have gentlemen next to me as well. I have Jacob, I have Marcus Kirby with me as well. How is everybody doing today?
Well, apart from the rather lackluster FACEIT games we had earlier, I'm doing pretty good. Unfortunately, this guy over here is more washed up than I thought he would be, so he couldn't quite carry us on the Mirage game, but
37 on Mirage. What more do you want?
Well, a win is what I want, and you didn't give us a win.
Why? I don't know why he just attacks you immediately, but that's okay.
I'm used to it. It's okay.
It's okay. We'll keep carrying on the ball. Maybe we'll get some more Ws on FACEIT later. Speaking of better level Counter-Strike, have a look at the EU teams that we had here at the Showdown. And Marcus, we wanted to target a couple of teams. I would like to know what you made of ENCE at this event and a couple of observations that you had for this team.
Yeah, as you can see here on this the screen, ENCE was the favorites going into this European Showdown. It was a lackluster performance from them. We have expected more, but I think they have all the right pieces to stay up there and also become the best team in the world. We hear a lot of rumors about Vitality changing players, G2 Heroic, and sometimes it's just good to stick to your lineup when there's chaos around in the other lineups, like shuffling, new roster changes. They might very well come, because it takes time for new teams to find their groove and find their game with the new players, right?
And this is what I wanted to ask you very quickly, Jacob. For the future, a whole lot of teams are going to move around. We're going to put this performance aside, but ENCE very solidly installed when CS2 comes around the corner.
Yeah, I wouldn't touch that roster at all. It's online Counter-Strike. Snap even said it himself. Nerds playing with 80 ping. Sunpayers playing with 65. This tournament was never one where they really felt they got it going for them, so I wouldn't be worried at all when it comes to ENCE.
But where worry might actually stem, it would be in the G2 camp. We're hearing a whole lot of rumors and noise and word on the street. There's some crazy thing might happen. We have to be very careful. All of it is conditional and theoretical. But still, G2, a team that peaked very highly in 2023. We're talking Katowice winner, Cologne winner, and yet the future is so uncertain.
Yeah, it's very uncertain, and it's been like this for a long, long time, right? It's almost like they bought themselves some more time. When they played so well during Cologne, when they won that final, it was like, all right, we're going to try another 3 months, see what happens, and then they'll be bad for a couple of months, and then they'll win a tournament, then they'll buy another period, you know, where they think this is going to be fine, it's going to be okay. So personally, I'm a little bit tired of that. I would like them to go out, you know, and either believe in this project, you know, build their identity, build the roster, or make the goddamn changes and then come into the new year looking fresh.
And as a player as well, it's just not nice knowing that you have the back against the wall every tournament. This is a team that has won plenty of tournaments, and it's just weird.
Speaking about backs against the wall, where do you see Furia? They were very, very close to make their way to the grand final, so we're not going to qualify it as a massive failure. But I would like to get your opinion on Furia and their near future with CS2 around the corner.
We talked a lot about art. We didn't want to make this an art hate club, but I'm also seeing that Cello doesn't have the impact we're expecting him to.
Okay.
We don't know if this comes down to also having art on the team being the more aggressive player. We just don't see him in any highlights, any rounds, and I'm just confused because he is such a talented player, and we need to see more of him. They need to make sure he gets more impact. I don't know.
I've said it before, and I'll happily say it again. You have Caserado, you have Yuri, you now have Fallen as well coming into Furia. This is a team, Furia. This is an organization that hasn't won a Tier 1 trophy in history of their existence. You have two of the best riflers in the world in Yuri and Kesarado, at least when you look over the past 5 to 6 years. Something's gotta change. I agree with you. Cello seemed to be hindered a little bit by not having his normal role, so I've said it before, I honestly believe it's time for Art to find somewhere else to play Counter-Strike.
Well, we're going to have to figure that out later down the road. Another Brazilian team that left us maybe a little bit wanting is Imperial. We know, of course, there was a Lucas 1 situation standing. They're looking for another player, but I still believe there is talent in that lineup. There is firepower. There is something to be done, and somehow it doesn't really click.
No, it doesn't click for Imperial, especially not in this tournament. We have to remember they only had one shot going here, and it just didn't work at all. They went out to Party Astronauts, and I'm not sure where this lineup is going right now, but we just have to see what they decide to do, and they really need to bring in a good fifth player to compete.
That is going to be needed. We indeed had some beautiful Counter-Strike yesterday. We had a couple of crazy highlights, and some of them have found their way to the CS Money Play of the day. And Jacob, I'll give you the honor to kick us off.
Yeah, a great play from the new in-game leader of Cloud9. We'll speak more about that later. Trigger discipline at its finest. Hobbit getting a 4-kill right here at a very important moment in the game. Cloud9 ended up winning, of course.
We see Elite here. We are used to seeing highlights, but look at the scout play. Wallbang headshot. Why not just kill another one? And he just keeps going right. A sick performance from Alicia with the scout.
Not known to be a scouter, but he did beautifully well. Exile is known to be a rifler, and this 1v4 is absolutely beautiful. The spray control, left, right, center. It is insanely well controlled by Exile, and fully deserved that he's the one winning CS Money Play of the Day for yesterday.
Very explosive clutch from Exile in that game. Also an explosive prediction bracket. Things are getting very heated. And Connor, Scrawny McScrawn, up there at the top with Bubsky as well, but he's being attacked from lineups here and there. It's going to be a little bit complicated for Connor. People are going to come for him. And these are our predictions today. Gentlemen, very quickly, anything that stands to point? Moses is going a different way?
Yeah, well, that's a classic Moses, isn't it? So, no really anything to add right now.
No, nothing to add to Jason. No. Wow, I really hope you were coming with a little bit of a slice of knife here in his skull, but that's not going to be the case. We can have a look at our schedule today, and guess what? It is a little bit lighter than the other days because it's Grand Finals with an S day here in Copenhagen. Complexity versus Liquid is going to be for the American bracket that comes earliest 8 p.m. CET. But first, we have to get ourselves situated and ready for Big versus Cloud9. One spot for the full final between these two teams is on the line, and we'll catch you right on the other side of that break. A little bit of a rematch here, the grand final of the Showdown Spring Edition, Cloud9 versus Big. Granted, different lineups, different cores, but the name going at each other once again for a spot at the fall final. We're gonna set our eyes on Cloud9 first, because obviously it is the topic of the talk. It is the moment, the news. Hobbit is taking the reins of this lineup. Initial thoughts off the bat.
Bit of a curveball, coming into this tournament. We weren't expecting it, even though that rumors were starting to circulate that maybe Hobbit was on his way out of the lineup. Boomich was rumored into Cloud9, so from that perspective, it makes sense that something dramatically had to change within the team. So far in this tournament, I think we've seen positive signs coming out of Cloud9. Some of the players are performing better, and Hobbit have been playing a good tournament himself as well. So still very, very early days in his tenure as an in-game leader, but I'm seeing the team trending in the right direction finally.
I see also this more as a role class thing. They have Electronic and Hobbit, and both are just excellent players. They just need simply to find a way where there's room for both of them to perform. All of a sudden, if Hobbit are going to continue to be the in-game leader, it's not going to be a problem with the stats. He doesn't have to perform as he used to. And if Electronic can get into his star positions and have more impact and be one of the best riflers in the world, as we have seen him in previous years, this can be really exciting.
Well, the promises are definitely exciting, but we'll have to see if the actions follow through. We caught up with Groove because we also have a bunch of questions about how this decision came about, and Banks is trying to find out for us.
So Groove, Perfecto shocked us yesterday with the news to change Hobbit to IGL and free up Electronic. So I wanted to just ask you, how did you guys decide this? Talk me through the process, please.
So I can't describe everything because it's the part of our training process. It's confidential information. But anyway, everyone just see that we didn't show great results since we united together with Electronic and Perfect, and of course in such situation you have to do some changes to find the correct way to make your results better. That is why we're testing different things. We're not staying and waiting for a miracle. We just find new solutions and test it day by day, week by week. Looks like that. So this decision is the one of these steps.
Okay, so this is just the first step in seeing how it goes. But was this something that Hobbit wanted to do? And I wanted to know personally, why did you not do this from the start? Because when you added Electronic and Perfecto, one of the things I said was, okay, it'd be great if Electronic doesn't have to IGL, you know? So to explain that part to me if you can.
So at that time, obviously Electronic had more experience, and that is why we chose him, because he already been a team leader, and we just discussed it and decided together, let's try this structure, and we moved on that way. Was it correct or not? So it was other thing, but anyway, at that time, for us, it was the correct decision, in our opinion, as a team.
And does Hobbit want to IGL? Was he someone who said, okay, look, I'll try it? Or was this you saying, okay, Hobbit, I want you to try?
So right after EPL, from different sides in our team, it was like, you know, just solution. Everyone just start to think about it. Maybe it's time to switch Electronic and make him the player again, something like that. So as I told you before, I don't want just to share everything, how we decided, reasons why we decided. But yeah, it was common decision. When I told him about it, he was really okay with that, and Hobbit was one of the options when we made this team. So you're right, it was one of the motion, Hobbit or Electronic for the shot caller.
Obviously investigating as many possibilities as possible in the Cloud9 camp. Jacob, It is going to be a huge challenge for Hobbit. There is no way around it. But I do wonder what's your take on Electronic and how that changes his position and the expectations on his shoulder now in the Cloud9 camp.
It adds a bit of pressure on the fracking department of what we know Electronic can do. It's been a while, though. We can't forget that. Electronic has been an in-game leader in Na'Vi for more than a year. He's been an in-game leader now in Cloud9 for ever since he got into the lineup as well. So we're looking at a 2-year period where we haven't seen the best from Electronic. So to go from one day to another and expect him to come back to that level we saw 3, 4, 5 years ago is not realistic anymore. But all I'm looking for is improvement. I want to see a player trending in the right direction. If he's becoming slightly better, tournament by tournament, game by game, then that's enough for me. Because as you said, Electronic, when he's in peak form, is a beautiful sight for the eye.
Yeah, they definitely have their eyes set on the future. At least midterm, we have CS2 around the corner. But what they have in front of them as well is an opponent. Big, surprised all of us, I think it's fair to say, by having such a strong, powerful way to the grand final. Tell me a little bit about what you thought of this lineup so far.
They are impressing me for every game here at the Showdown. They have been playing lights out lately. Mantu said in the interview they could do whatever they wanted in the previous matches. They can run down the clock. They know that the executes are working and they're not stressing. I like it very much, and I think the Vito are playing in the favor of Big here. But I just don't see a world where Mantu he can compete with Shiro, and I think this is gonna be a really, really difficult matchup.
But I'm with you on that one. It is very possible Shiro's gonna have his number figured out, but 2 rookies of Big have surpassed expectations, it's fair to say. Sin, Process, I mean, I'm just going to throw it out there. Of course, it's online, they're in boot camp, it's a comfortable position to be in. But we were not expecting that kind of output from these 2.
Not at all. They've been playing fantastically well, especially considering the level that they normally show up with. Sin had a monstrous game in that semifinal, and Process have been consistent from game 1 to game 2 as well. So there's definitely something to be said about that. Obviously, Crimbo being the star of this team as of right now,
definitely.
The support cast around him is strong. Big have played a great tournament so far. Seems like all the players are motivated, all the players are hyped up, and I do want to point out they're sitting at their bootcamp facilities and they're putting in a great effort into this tournament. We've seen other teams not bootcamping, not putting in the same amount of work, the same amount of effort, and it's paying off for Big, and I love that.
Yes, and we need to remember these young players are in the same position. This is a team game, but they're also competing against each other to prove who is the best young player on this team. In a 1 year's time, we never know if they have to choose between one of them.
True.
And they just need to show who's the better player on this team.
Definitely a key moment in the trajectory of either of these teams. There is a spot on the line for the fall finals, and that season is going to be so meaningful for both teams. The stage has been set. Rather, we're going to take a quick breather, 3 minutes, and when we come back, our casters, Dinko and Moses, will accompany you to the first map of this grand final.
It is the final day of the EU Fall Showdown, and we've got our final two teams. It's Cloud9 versus Big, and Unicorn have Cloud9 winning this one on the odds. But very, very close, Jason. We've seen those odds shift map by map.
Yeah, I'm almost actually surprised to see that Cloud9 is the favorite to take this one against Big with how they've been looking. But obviously, some big names over there on the Cloud9 side of things that'll inspire a lot of confidence. The grand final winner moves on to the fall finals. Only one team can move on from each region. You can see here we have the EU Showdown MVP. If you want to get your voice heard, if you want to vote, if you want to have influence on who the MVP is, head over to blast.tv.
One of these players is not like the other. Shiro obviously standing out right in front of you. The rest is Big. So
yeah, actually, I didn't even notice that. It's all Big players.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see how Shiro performs in a sea of Big. Do that. Go vote now on blast.tv. But, you know, coming into this event, I think many were hoping that Cloud9 would perform better. I think we've definitely seen that elevation of performances, especially by Axel. We've seen yesterday some crazy rounds out of him, but also Hobbit's been playing better, and Calling, as we've now discovered.
Yeah, that was kind of the big discovery yesterday from Perfecto, who's also been playing really well in this showdown as an individual. Is Hobbit taking over the in-game leading duties, so freeing up Electronic to start having a little bit more impact as well. Seems to have gotten them in a good place. And yeah, I mean, I think it's funny because everyone's like, oh, they should be playing better, they should be getting better results. But I mean, here they're in the final. You know, like this is already like a step up. And granted, they had a relatively you know, not the most difficult path in the world. They did take down G2 yesterday, as we saw Movistar Riders the day before that. It's a pretty short bracket, so it's not like you can get some gauntlet run going on outside of the fact that all the games are elimination games.
Yeah, impressive enough, obviously, to take down G2 yesterday, and in the fashion that they did it towards the end, it didn't feel like G2 were in some of those halves that we seen yesterday in that best of 3. But for Big, it's been very smooth sailing. They had 9 in the opening matchup. They beat them on Vertigo, didn't go to 3 maps as many teams often do against 9, and then a very impressive 2-0 victory over ENCE.
And then the 9 coach even came out on Twitter and saying that Vertigo should be removed from the map rule.
So they just don't want to win anything.
I was just like, yeah, why not? Let's all get together and take down Vertigo. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting conversation because I think both of these teams, Big and Cloud9, had like their difficult opponents, right? One of some of the best teams in the world when Big taking down ENCE, Cloud9 taking down G2. And I mean, it's not to take anything away from these two squads who accomplished that, but I think it'd be hard pressed to honestly say that you thought it looked like ENCE and G2 were playing at the peak of their form.
Yeah, they really weren't. It was very loose, very disjointed, and I think the weird transition period of going into CS2, being online, has definitely played a factor. But these two teams, titans of online Counter-Strike, a lot of online cups under their belt.
Yeah, you called them onliners yesterday.
I did, and we'll have to wait to see who is the king of the online Counter-Strike sphere. Cloud9 versus Big kicks off here on Ancient. And we'll see mid-control already taken for Big. This is going to be quick through Donut. Look how many players see already.
Yeah, faster pace than I think what we'll see coming out of Big throughout most of this game. They've been slow and calculated on this one. Ooh, Exile starts things off real nicely. That reminds me, I forgot to do boosters again for my fantasy team. Oh, God.
Well, we're here now, Jason. Too late. It is Tapson, though, doubling up. Axel and Hobbit both gone. And now the recovery's there for Big. So it started off with Axel getting 2, locking in a big advantage for Cloud9. But that's been taken out of their hands. And there's so much time still left in this round because they were so quick to get to Donut. And I think Big have had enough. They're going to run away, finally.
Yeah, well, I mean, Big knows where the last 2 players are. Probably know they're both gushed as well. Perfecto and Electronic combined 24 HP. Crimbo should be able to handle this all on his own, barring any kind of spectacular magic from Perfecto. Electronic will trade him off, but a 1v2 with 2 HP and no kit.
Yeah, not looking too likely here for Electronic. But it looked really good for Cloud9 at the start of the pistol. Big able to turn it around. Tapson and Crimbo doing that. So Electronic realizes there's not enough in this one to go for it, so he's going to back away, and it's Big who do win the first round.
I think this is going to be kind of what we should expect to see out of Big for the rest of this series, or the rest of this map, I should say. Because they played this in both their series to get to this point against 9 and played it against ENCE as well. And they're so good at just moving around the map and having, you know, always having a plan B, tactically taking map control of different areas, forcing the defense to into a more passive stance, and then utilizing the map control to change where they attack. And that's going to be really interesting to see how Cloud9 is going to be able to handle it, because on one hand, you're like, if this happens, it's probably going to be a little bit easy if Exile is able to get these multi-kills But then on the other hand, with how well Big has been playing individually, they're able to come back in all these rounds. So beautiful job in the pistol from them, and I expect to see more of it.
Yeah, me too. I'm seeing a lot more dot crosshairs these days. We just got to see a couple of dots there.
Yeah, the dot's having its time in the sun.
It is. And Tabson rocking his dot. It makes you feel like a god when you get some headshots with the dot in.
Still very, it still feels very weird for me, the dot. I've tried it once. Yeah, I don't want to go through with it. I don't want to stick to the change.
The commitment.
Just give me my old classic crosshair from the 1.6 days.
Yeah,
we've tried and true.
Because players sit a lot closer to the monitor these days, it feels like you can get away with smaller crosshairs. We'll keep it standard here. It is a respectful round from Big, and it's given a lot of control to Cloud9 of the B lane. They're just wondering, is Big even on the server here? We haven't seen anybody.
They're not being very quiet about it either, Cloud9. They made a bunch of footsteps in B lane. Now they've kind of backed off towards the bomb site. Electronics got to be careful with the timing of this mid smoke that is just now fading across the map.
I like how disciplined Big are in these rounds, but will it work against them? Giving Cloud9 this much control of middle.
It all depends on how much they get dedicated. Oh, he's pushing. Electronic's going to push just as the utility's thrown. There's the swing. Oh, 96 damage done, but he can't get the kill onto Tabson.
Yeah, but it does set up the UMP for a little bit of action here for Axel, but they've decided to leave him alone. They don't want to go back into mid in case there's another player waiting there. So they're going to go back elsewhere, outside of the B bomb side. Big making their final movement forward. Axel yet to be spotted. Can he make it work on the UMP up here? 19 seconds, Big. Gotta get to the side. There's still 2 players over towards that B bomb site for Cloud9. This is not clean from Big towards the end. There's not going to be easy for them. 10 seconds. They've got to get these kills. They've got to get that bomb down, and they will. So essential frags found at the end, and now it won't get out of hand.
It did look a little dicey, but with the pace that Big was taking that, entering the bomb in, they were just making sure they couldn't get taken down. No kind of weird situation where the bomb gets dropped, making sure they're covering the flank as well. So yeah, close on the time, but Big do manage it. And now it's about getting away with these guns. Last 2 members of Cloud9 playing behind the cube. Looking for something, anything, a parting gift. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, so the runaway from Cloud9. But that's a very big round, yeah, in terms of how they approach it. Oh, good shot for Perfecto out mid. Just pumping the brakes. I think we're going to see a lot of that on the T side for Big. We've seen Ancient a few times to them already, and every time it's felt like they've had a really methodical T side. And I feel like against Cloud9, it's probably going to help them a lot, because Cloud9 kind of needed that chaos yesterday to thrive on Ancient. They were getting a lot of fights. G2 were running at them at moments, making mistakes in the mid round.
Oh yeah, I didn't think Cloud9 looked all that clean yesterday.
No, they didn't.
Even in that victory. So that's why it's kind of why I leaned more towards Big. I think Big's felt throughout this event, through their 2 series, like they're the much more polished and prepared team, and much better at moving around the map. So I actually have a lot more confidence in Big than I do with Cloud9. But I mean, let's make no mistake. You get some of the heavy hitters from Cloud9 popping off, even if it's just for like a half here and there. That can be enough between Shiro, Axile, and especially Electronic as well, now that he's not on the in-game leading duties. Those guys can single-handedly power you to some victories.
Yeah, I feel that's probably why we see Cloud9 as the betting favorites for Unicorn, right? It's because they are a team that you can never really feel like you can confidently bet against, because the level they can get to, right? You know, if it all clicks, if the firepower is all there, you just love seeing this Cloud9 team play. And especially with Hobbit as the new IGL. We'll see how the T side looks today. Shiro inside of Temple. It is going to be 1 kill from his scout. He's going to come out for a bit more damage done through the wall. And eventually Shiro is going to fall to the ground. Axel doing what he can, finishing off that damaged up Mantu. But with Tabson on that flank, the MAC-10 through CT spawn should be enough to get rid of Axel as he retreats to save the weapon. Or not just keep applying pressure here.
Yeah, they're going to take a few more extra guns out right at the end, but that ain't going to happen. Good flank around from Tabson, recovers the AK-47, and Big's off to a 3-0 start. Things looking good.
Yeah, not really ever sweaty at any point. The pistol is probably the round that was closest for Cloud9 to be able to pick up, and then Big were able to turn it around anyway. So now we get into the real guns.
The real guns.
Yeah, that's what we really want to see. None of these default pistols. Get us into the rifles, and most importantly, get us into that Shiro AWP.
Oh, he's got it, baby. Smoke Molotov as well. We'll see if he can get started. He had some great rounds with it yesterday. And he'll be holding on to that op at the B bomb site, peering towards the ramp for the moment. Perfecto to control Jaguar and Cave. Hobbit in support over at this B bomb site. Electronic and Exile defending middle.
Just a slow pump of the brakes for Big. I don't think they never really take their foot off the brakes. It feels like they're very tentative all the time here, Big. So
they don't want to contend for anything early on because of all of the kind of early utility on Ancient. So they're more than happy if Cloud9, if they're going to take mid like this and be aggressive. Big's happy to let them have it and just wait for the utility to run out.
Because if you're going to have to burn a lot of it just trying to maintain control of mid, and then at a certain point, Big will have the advantage. And here they come. Out of elbow, taps in, shreds through electronics, in elsewhere, drops Hobbit. And I think Cloud9 are really struggling to figure out how to deal with this playstyle from Big at the moment. One kill back from Cloud9. There's still a shot if Perfecto wins this duel. He does, but an instant trade from Crimbo.
Look at the play from Exile, though. Oh, this
could be it. This could be the
bold.
move.
This is really bold. He's going to have one, obviously. Crimbo is going to go down. That's the bomb dropped as well. Never saw it coming. They saw Exile's aggression, but they thought he would have fallen back. And now the time on the clock is a massive issue. 18 seconds.
Oh, good push as well here from Shiro coming down the ramp. Exile fluffs his lines. Usually would have banked on him getting that kill, but he doesn't. And it puts Shiro into a really difficult position, but he's in a really strong spot to deny that bomb plant process. Looking to lock it in. Kills the bomb planter. Now there's not enough time. Shiro has won it. Shiro has won it. That is incredible. Last second reposition back down the ramp. And then comes up to deny the bomb plant.
Yeah, but it's all, I mean, look, Shiro gets that final kill, which is obviously cool, but this is all about Exile. This is all about Exile and his late push down mid, this late flank to take out Crimbo, who's completely unawares. That's a brilliant play and a brilliant risk to take, even dropping the smoke after the fact and making it really costly.
Yeah, Crimbo gonna be frustrated about getting backstabbed by Axel.
Yeah. That one's not too bad. You're just like, oh, what can I do? It's the ones where you feel like you could have done something that really piss you off. True. Exile, again, aggressive. Ooh, this time the mid-aggression works super well.
I love that. Axel on the turn back into elbow. And this is what it looks like when Cloud9 get the fights. And they get those chances when Axel's forced into fights left and right. Knocks two out instantly.
Bang, bang. Exile's back. Cloud9 fans around the world rejoicing.
I think Counter-Strike fans in general will be happy to see Axel back. That play yesterday was just ridiculous. I just watched it so many times.
It was nice.
Yeah, just crazy.
It was very, very nice. He's starting this out 7-4, and I don't know what Big's plans are. They have no money. Op and AK with some utility. There's just under a minute left in the round. I imagine you at least kind of attempt to like try and find some kills, probe a little bit before making the call to save, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they've already decided.
Yeah, maybe we're here for 1 minute.
Maybe we're going to hang out.
Yeah, we'll just take a nice chill start to the day. Everybody's enjoying the last few moments of CSGO. The last big matchup will be a North American online affair, Jason.
I love it. Why not?
Liquid versus Complexity. Going out with a bang in CSGO. Going out with a bang in this round too. Flashbang up the top of the ramp. They're going for it last second here, hoping they get a chance, but Shiro's come over and denies everything. You're not getting past Shiro. Mansu and Prosis both fall, and they did just waste everybody's time. But, you know, they at least had an idea right at the end there.
Yeah, dang, that's cool. Shiro stepping through the fire to get that done.
Yep.
Nicely done.
He's going for the Blast TV Mexican MVP. He's going for it. Oh. Shiro had a good game yesterday too. I feel like that with Shiro in this tournament so far, I've been just sitting there watching him get all these kills, but not really registering it's happening. And then I look at the scoreboard and I'm like, whoa, he has 20 kills.
Yeah,
where did that come from?
Yeah, he's crept up there towards 20. He's got a little bit of that factor going on.
Yeah, it definitely has that throughout this competition so far. Although for Big, it's back down to pistols, and Cloud9 have finally broken them apart. Axel once again finding another opener. He's comfortable to go to the MP9.
Broke them apart with mid-aggression too, which is what they've been so good at throughout this event of kind of avoiding taking kills to those kinds of mid-pushes that come out. They're really have been great at kind of neutralizing that and even exploiting it later on in the round. So at least for this one, this instance, Cloud9 get the jump on him. We'll see that trend continues. Big could be in for some trouble.
Big trouble.
Liquid Complexity, the last CSGO match ever.
I think everybody would have definitely liked to see CSGO go out in that fashion. You know, that's if you had the dream matchup, Jason, that would be it, wouldn't it? Liquid Complexity.
I don't know. It would have been cool to like get the old band back together, get like the old NIP squad together, get like maybe the old Fnatic squad together.
Send it off.
One last show match for the crowd. Maybe the Very Games French lineup.
Bring Flaren back.
Yeah, get Fifi in there.
Yes, indeed. It is a later start today, and the rooms of Electronic and Perfecto a lot darker. I just kind of noticed. I wondering why it's so dark, and I realized, Jason, we've actually started later today. I didn't register that. I just didn't register that we're later in the day.
Yeah, we have. It was nice getting to sleep in today.
It was.
Yeah.
I slept so long, it feels like I just had a normal morning. Here we go. 3-3. Not the prettiest investment here for Big, but the next round will be much better, so that's what they're all about. And then we'll go into the B play, up the ramp, straight in. It's Mantu running with a Tech 9. Hobbit's under a lot of heat and a lot of pressure, and he will crumble under it. So they're into the site. Big can go for the bomb plant and might even get the round win here. You still have to decide for Cloud9 because that bomb plant is very late. In fact, it doesn't exist. The bomb is not planted. Electronic's rotated over, and Electronic has cleaned up the mess. Shiro there as well, and now Tapsin on the double kill. That's the way to get back into the round. That push as they look the wrong way, the fumble of the reload, the awkward situation. And it's now all on Perfecto to try and close this one out, and he won't do it. Tabson on the double Tech 9, then the AK to close.
Yeah, I actually think that there's a little bit of a mistake there from the Cloud9 defense in the sense that, you know, Perfecto's already pushed in towards Cave. He's kind of on his own. Hobbit staying inside the bomb site, and I think that whole plan of one person staying alone against that rush, why not? Both of you can play in Cave. Both of you can play back behind Q, but just that one player just getting eliminated first makes it so difficult. Gotta say as well, who is the second rotator over? I can't remember exactly who it was that came over. Maybe it was Exile came over, stopped the plant initially, had like 3 battles on long side of Cube, and they each like moved out of his way. Couldn't get any of those. There's some missed kills thrown in there as well, but that's a nice round to steal away for Big.
Considering they had a lot of residual cash, because the idea here was inflict some damage, try and get a bomb plant, but the real round we're hoping to win is the next one with the rifles. Well, now they've got that and all the extra cash built up, so it's really a perfect round for Big to win. Look how much left over they have, and they have the AWP out here for Mantu. So Shiro has his AWP. There's still a good buy here from Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, that one hurts, but if they can win right here, right now, then it just kind of turns into a speed bump more than like any kind of like real obstacle. But yeah, the money on the big side of things all of a sudden is great. 4,400 on Mantu.
Trying to catch that heaven climb up that Cloud9 have been getting away with. Axel's made it work a few times on the climb, so Process was boosted up to have a peer over the top, but Axel's wise enough not to go for it. This time around, he'll stand his ground in mid, but not for long as Process cuts through him, and Axel was just wide in the open. There's no safety he can run to, so he's gone with no kill either. Oh, no.
Perfecto is so confused.
He's just watching the smoke.
He's like, why did it bounce this way?
Okay. Well, that's unfortunate for Perfecto.
It still kind of does the job. It blocks off the ramp.
The top of the ramp, sure, but it gives them theoretically a lot of ramp control.
Yeah, it gives them a lot of space, but it's still, you know, it still blocks.
And this is gonna be a kill for Shiro. He doesn't miss these.
He's gonna miss this one just because he said that.
He doesn't miss. Mantu's coming in. Shiro's got. Oh, he missed. Oh, but Electronic won't. And that's the rifle locking it in. And Mantu throws the molly in, but Shiro's already gone. And look at the timing. Oh my God, Electronic. How have you not got that one? Mantu hits the no-scope.
What a stupid experience that whole exchange was.
What a round this is from Cloud9.
Shiro, 11 HP, peering down the ramp. He's not going to miss this one, don't worry.
Shadow. Oh my God.
He's not even going to shoot, so it didn't even count.
He had all the advantages in the world. He's seen the Shadow. He had the better position, but Mantu just takes him out. Really strange round here for Cloud9, but they can still turn it in their favor. Perfecto, nope, not going to be able to do it. And Hobbit, he'll send the nade into the site. Lands on Crimbo, doesn't take him out, and now a 1v3 for Hobbit, gets banged out by tabseN. So, yeah, really strange round from Cloud9. You know, you see the Perfecto smoke at the ramp, you see Shiro miss a shot, Electronic should have had Mantu dead to rights. I don't know how he didn't get the kill, but we'll get to see it here.
Yeah, this is well, at least you're gonna see it from Mantu. Well, I think he like switched targets, right? Because there's 2 people when he comes out of that smoke, so that was a little crazy, but nice shooting from Mantu. For sure. We talked a little bit about how well some of these Cloud9 players have been playing in this event. Axel obviously having a little bit of a bump back up. Shiro playing well. tabseN for Big has been excellent. Sin for Big has been excellent. Like Crimbo and Process as well have been no slouch. Like,
yeah, I think we're seeing some of the firepower this Big team can have. I think a lot of criticisms around Big over the years are, yeah, sure, they have a lot of tactical depth,
who's
but who's the
numbers?
firepower?
Right, and I think a long time it was like tabseN was the guy you had to point to, and that's kind of shifted over the last few years. But Crimbo seems like really ready and poised to kind of hold on to that mantle, and obviously Sin and Processes, like these secondary pieces have been so solid.
And I think it's great to see when those 2 players play well. I think it's actually essential for this Big team because Mantu isn't really the AWPer to take over the server on his own. He's much more of the supportive team player in this team. So it's good to see the rifles actually come together. And Big looks scary when they combine that tactical depth and the ability to hit some heads. But we talked about Cloud9 maybe turning it into a speed bump rather than a full-blown car crash. Well, unfortunately, it is the car crash here for Cloud9.
It has been the car crash.
Yeah, it's rolling still. And this is about to be a kill for a Hobbit. He'll upgrade into the AK. Crimbo at Donut. First kill is good. Transfers to the other side, and Perfecto is locked out. Hobbit with the AK. Just going to be chilling over towards A.
Yeah, and I think Big will be pretty content to let him just survive with the weapon. Like, who cares? Let him have it. No need to, like, throw anything away with the hunt. Build up some of your own money. You still got a lot of the half remaining that you're going to need that cash. So the couple players are going to come investigate. That's a great flashbang. Hobbit's made no noise. Oh, there it is. Then he makes noise, but he gets the kill. And Crimbo stops short, but will find it at the end.
Those are always the worst when you're literally on the transition to the next round and you die the frame before it happens.
It just feels like that last second just hangs there. Just goes a little bit longer.
You know, I swear it was longer than usual. But unfortunately for Hobbit, he doesn't get that rifle into the next round. But Cloud9's money will return. But it looks like Big are back into that driver's seat. There was a period of time where Axel was kind of jostling for control of the steering wheel. Big back in control again. Early utility. He's going to stop tabseN from hanging around that elbow peak. And they're going to wrap around straight away to B. They want to go for this B play. So they're up B lane already. Big have all of their resources committed here.
All of their resources.
They're going to be worried about the ledge climb up eventually from Cloud9. And that's just something, well, really the only CT move that's been working for them. Let's see if they throw it in again, but just over 1 minute left. Here comes that B executing that B run up the ramp.
A very split defense yet again. tabseN just... Perfecto's so mad. tabseN just runs all the way through the site and hard clears him. There's even a lurker set up to watch for Electronics flank, and Crimbo is found off it. So it's all over just like that. tabseN just heat-seeking missile.
Yeah, it's so wild. It's so crazy how these rounds are going right now for Big. These aren't even rounds that Cloud9 are able to hit back at all. They got 1 kill in this round. It felt like it's just too easy for Big. They just walk into the B bomb site and they just lay over and give them it, essentially. Oh, Perfecto. He's had a bit of a rough time at the start of this game.
He's not having a good time, is he? That B bomb site now has been exposed a couple of times, so they've got to be a little bit careful. And I still think him and Hobbit feel like they're playing so disjointed, but maybe they can figure that out. Big's off to a great lead here. 4 rounds ahead, 7-3, and plenty of time to grow that into something, you know, special and unique.
Yeah, I would like to see something special and unique. Maybe, just maybe, we'd like to see a timeout as well for Cloud9. Because I think you're right, the B bomb side just feels awkward. It feels like two people just met each other for the first time.
It's not. I mean, look, it's not an easy bomb site to hold on to in every single situation. But yeah, there's just been a couple where like they just feel just so with different ideas. You know, like someone wants to play like a more passive setup, someone wants to play a little bit more aggressive. So it just hasn't looked clean. But you can see Hobbit getting pretty vocal, and obviously it's new in this kind of switch up from Electronic to Hobbit as an in-game leader. So once again, like with not only with this new roster, you now introduce more moving parts again.
Yeah, true. There's a lot to learn, a lot to do. I think this isn't the first time Hobbit has been the IGL of this core team as well. Because when he first joined the Gambit side, he was the IGL instead of Nafny, and then it went back to Nafny. But Hobbit actually originally came into the team and started calling. Really? For a short period of time, yeah.
Okay. Today I learned.
Yeah. So it didn't really work out then.
No, can't imagine it would. Might not work this time. We'll have to wait and find out.
Kind of feels like it has to if Hobbit wants to stay. So he's going to throw everything into it.
Ooh, there's a nice shot from Axel. Again, this mid presence is actually doing pretty good, but traded off by Tabson as he comes around the corner. That's Shiro to take the shot. Electronic down at 8 HP. Mantu, okay. Hobbit found a good timing with the jiggle, and there's going to be the smoke. So Mantu will back away for the moment.
This would be the most Cloud9 round. You know, just get bodied in the gun rounds and then come into a round like this with pistols and have a way to win him. Let's see if that's the case. A lot of CZs in play. Everybody grouped up outside of B, bar one. So Process having a little look in towards A main, and here comes that double push from Cloud9. Oh, the perfect timing for Electronic. Process was just looking to the left, and then the P250 erupts with a kill. Very advanced cave setup here from the two CTs, so there's no one actually inside of the B bomb site.
I think they're gonna, I think Krimo's gonna check out this utility. He's gonna have to help them get in just due to numbers, but now that flank comes in a little bit early. Down to 80 HP. Mantu gives Perfecto a haircut, but he's traded off by Hobbit, which means, again, Tabson doesn't feel safe to actually plant.
You don't, but the timing just missed the rifle slipping into short side. That's Axel who could unravel this whole round. There's the kill on Tabson. Smoke goes down in Crimbo's face, and he now has to cover.
He needs to die.
Yeah, he needs to die before the time runs out. Otherwise, well, he's got a lot of money, so it doesn't really matter. Expose, just do as much damage as you can to Cloud9 here. There's the shot on Axel. 4 seconds left in the round, and they'll just hide away, let this round finish up. And then you can chase after Crimbo, and they will. So they got it. They don't want to recover the AWP, it looks like. And it will be a round for Cloud9, one off the back of pistol. So it is that round that comes for Cloud9. Just freed up a little bit more, playing together on that B-bomb site as well.
The Electronic kill on, like right here, is great. The off action player of Process, just looking for that kind of a push timing, not with them. They got a good timing on this peek downs B lane towards ramp as well. Some massive damage with the CZ. But yeah, altogether, really well played for Cloud9 this time.
Yeah, a couple of good timings obviously went into that for Cloud9. But here comes Big again. Utility going out middle. As you mentioned, they got a lot of cash, so the buy is back with no issue. And for Big, that could have been a little speed bump. Let's to see how they handle it.
Well, this time too, not nearly as aggressive as before. So again, like still trying to negate this kind of, still trying to neutralize this mid-aggression and push that we know CTs love to do. But obviously Cloud9's really sticking to their guns in regard to that in this half. That's a timing to find for Electronic. Good spam and good escape route.
Yeah, really good timing for him.
He delayed it just long enough to where they kind of forgot that it was going to come in.
Just a good period of the round to go for it. But the bomb is on the back of Tabson, and that means we're going towards A. Let's see how Shiro handles this play in towards A main. They could boost over his scope. Will he see anything here, Shiro? They're not giving him a chance, so they're boosted up over the top of him. Could be pretty scary here for Shiro. This is a peak they've got to be aware of. How are they going to deal with the possibility that Shiro's posted up here with the AWP?
One flashbang can be doing real dirty, but they just swing. And actually, I don't even know if they have flashbangs. Crimbo's bringing up 2, but he's very, very far behind. He wasn't going to be here, so they have to sacrifice a player to get Tabson into the bomb site, actually electing not to plant while these smokes are up.
All right, Hobbit. In towards CT, pretty deep already. Are they going to be right for that? No. Matsu was looking for the deeper angle, and Hobbit then peeks out. Good timing for him to get that kill. Tabson instantly trades, but has to go for the bomb plant eventually. There's the swing out of Shiro. Perfecto denies the bomb plant, and it is over for Big. Cloud9, another found.
Yeah, I can only imagine that the idea there was like not plant the bomb, wait a little bit longer, wait the smokes to fade and get 1 or 2 kills before you can really get that plant down. But it just seems weird. Like that was even more desperate to try and get the plant once that smoke clears towards CT spawn. So big right out on top, or excuse me, not out on top. I have that backwards. Cloud9 back with their winning ways.
Well, you know, both could be correct. Big still winning, so
Still up, yeah. No, I think my brain just shut down for a second there. Second time out used by Big, as they want to talk things over. Give me a chance to have another sip of coffee.
yeah. I like the selection of the seat for God B. He's at the window, so you get a little bit of nature, and I love the window seat on everything really.
Gotcha. Okay.
Flights, boot camps,
Sure.
casting,
Okay.
best window seat.
Yeah, we get plenty of nature in our casting studios.
Yeah, we do. At least this one.
That's fair. I see a brick wall out that window. That ain't no nature.
Yeah, you can actually see into the neighbor. So I wonder how he's doing. Hello. But yeah, I mean, it's quite a good start from Big. But Cloud9 starting to piece together some solutions here.
Fighting back well, and if it wasn't for that lost, force buy rush with Tech9s, with Mac-10s towards the B bomb site, they might actually be putting together a really solid half. Third timeout used, so back-to-back timeouts for Big. Double dipping.
Yes, indeed.
Galbi was watching a squirrel during the first.
Yeah, he got distracted. He's like, squirrel.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what happened for sure. Well, I love when the timeouts happen because I feel like they should just put Crimbo next to God B, because I feel like those two players are always looking at each other in the timeouts, and Crimbo always has to turn around. And no one else seems to have that face-to-face conversation with God B. So I think maybe we get Crimbo sitting next to him, and then it would solve everything. Darkness. Hello, Darkness, my old friend.
Yeah, it is dark over there. Still got his fish.
Still got the fish. He didn't swim away. Don't think that fish is going to be moving.
And we found yesterday that you can, in fact, mount fish.
Yes, you just need a little bit of wood, some nails probably, or super glue.
Seems weird.
Yeah, imagine that. Wouldn't it just sort of decompose? Or would you have to sort of like mummify the fish?
There's some chemical you can use.
And you rub all over it?
Sure.
All right.
I don't know.
If anybody does know, let us know.
Here we go. Off in the temple, A bomb site. It's Shiro. I know Counter-Strike. That's about it.
Yep.
It's going to peek deep in towards A main. The utility being spent. He knows what's coming. Dodges the flashbang. Tries to track the first kill. Exile's got it for him, so Shiro can take the angle. Dodges another flashbang. Just looking for his one. Just looking for his one. Bomb's going to be planted, but they have to back away into his crosshair at some point.
Well, tabseN won a round like this with the Tech9 earlier in this half. Is there any more magic out of the Tech9 from tabseN? Shiro waiting in temple, very scared to leave, waiting for an overextension, but none are coming until this move from tabseN. Another Tech9 kill for him, but not a lot done in the grand scheme of things. You just gotta wait for the final few moments. Here comes Cloud9's retake, and there's the round win. 7-6. Cloud9 right back into this map. It's very happy days for Perfecto as well, changing it around after the start. And that's another one added on.
Crawling back into it.
I feel like Big are going to be really disappointed with this half. I feel like they could have got a lot more, and they probably would have felt that way too.
Possibly, but I mean, we got to say this Cloud9 defense is really kind of locked down. I would imagine we're going to see Big make a play towards the B bomb site at some point coming up here shortly, considering they've had so much success in the early stages of this half at that site. I think they're going to test it again. They've got 2 more rounds to try and find a solution and see what they can do. Both teams still jockeying to take a lead into the second half, and this time Cloud9 aren't playing the aggressive mid push.
Yeah, a little change up, perhaps realizing that Big had 2 back-to-back timeouts. Maybe they're going to adjust to deal with that, so they adjust on the CT side, and Shiro peeks out Donut with the ops. The process is gone. tabseN takes control of Red Room very quickly.
Very quickly.
And he's very deep now already. Smokes out CT.
Yeah, that's going to negate Shiro's position, but it is going to send information over. Let him know. Double peek. Oh, what a swing. Great kills. tabseN gets the opening. Mantu comes a little bit late, and yeah, Hobbit now in a weird place.
Yeah, they've got to be aware that Hobbit's the usual B player too, so we'll have a peer around for him. And here comes this fight for Shiro. Needed to win that one, and does. So switches out, got the AK now. Hobbit pushes down. He doesn't sit back. He goes and looks for Crimbo. and collects his life. Suddenly, Cloud9 back into the better position here with a player advantage. Mantu and Sin looking to close. Bomb down on this B bomb site. Hobbit waiting on his teammate to come a little bit closer. If he won that duel, that would have gone a long way. But are they going to read the second player of Axel coming from the same position so quickly? They will not. Axel and Shiro close the round, and that is it. It's all tied up.
It's actually such a super cool way to play that flank as well. Instead of kind of double peeking and playing the trade game, you just kind of do a bait and switch. They kill Hobbit, never see Axel, assume it's clear, back's turned, and then he gets to creep up with a wide open, easy play at his feet. Good retake from Cloud9, good round from Cloud9 overall, and now we're all tied at 7.
We are. It's crazy. We're heading to the last round of the half, and considering the start, I think many would have predicted Big coming out on top of this half, but we're in a world now where Cloud9 can do it. So a buy for Big, no ult for Mantu, and a decent amount of utility. Probably not as much as a team like Big would like, but it's what they've got. It's what they're working with. Will Cloud9 go back to that mid control? It looks like it is. Axel having to force his way back in towards Donut, and Electronic with a molly kill and the AK on taps and stops that mid push.
Yeah, they were ultra committed to that. They were just like, all right, we're going through no matter what, except they never got unblind, and they never even realized they were running through a Molotov. So completely taken down. And Shiro with this off at the A-bomb site has been very effective as well.
Oh,
that's
all right.
A really cool sequence from Mantu.
Yeah, that's sick from Mantu. Great double kill. Rips it right back into a doable position here for Big. But Electronic, look how quick he's got towards A main. Crimbo is not thinking about this. They're going to be preoccupied, worried about CT. Now Crimbo goes back to look at A main, but it's too late and not enough done. It's Electronic on the headshot and Mantu in the clutch.
He's technically found his escape route.
Will he be able to pull off the great escape? No, as Cloud9 will escape this half with the round advantage, 8-7, as we head into the second half of Ancient.
Hi, I'm Launders, and welcome to CS Money Tier List. Today, we're going to have a tier maker board with all of the AK skins that you can think of. Your favorite player is going to come on, they're going to add an AK, they might move another one of your favorite players, and we're going to find out who has good taste and who has bad taste. I have Hex with me. These are my 2 picks, the X-Ray, as well as the worst skin of all time, the AK Asimov. Hex, do you disagree?
I think it's gotta be a B.
That's not overreaction.
But then the Bloodsport though?
You're going to move 2 of mine.
You're
moving 2 of mine. That's how much conviction he felt. Which one's that one?
It's Fire Serpent.
Oh, okay.
I love this skin. I don't think this one is S tier, to be honest.
Oh my god, that's the one that Hex put.
But I mean, there's a reason he didn't win anything.
Oh!
He doesn't understand skins, you know?
Okay.
I'm gonna put it in B.
That was a little bit mean almost, see? Oh wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
so this is the best AK in the game. I would put it like here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the best. And then I would take the X-Ray.
Hold on. That's the one I put.
I'd put it here. Give it someone.
Okay, we got an A.
The Vulcan AK, you have to put it here. So.
If you guys aren't careful, this flame's gonna spend all your money.
I'm gonna go with the Neon Rider.
By the way, Elige doesn't own a Neon Rider. He actually doesn't own any skins.
I think the Wild Lotus is so ugly.
Oh my god. That's the $10 tier.
Yeah.
Someone has put the Wild Lotus, I see.
It was your newest teammate.
No way. Put this.
Undoing all the progress.
Right back where it belongs.
Oh, the Arabesque, yeah.
The gold Arabesque.
Yeah, this one's popping off now. It looks nice in Source too.
I love it.
Okay, I'm gonna move the Bloodsport. I'll stick this here. I like skins of color. This one skin which does not pop off at all. The Nightwish, down here.
Well, firstly, I think we need to move the gold AK.
Whoa, he went right for it.
Up here.
Whoa, okay.
Because that makes room for this AK down here, which I think is a very underrated AK. You can make some very good sticker combination.
Thanks, skin expert, Bora.
I'm removing this one. I'm sorry.
Whoa, okay. Oh, you might have final say on. Oh my god, all the way down in D tier. Ooh.
The headshot. It's going into S tier.
Because you've shown such good skin expertise, I want to give you one more addition to the board.
I'm just going for the Aquamarine brand.
Okay.
It's an old school skin. I think the Vulcan deserves an S tier.
All right, that's JL with all the power. Whatever you choose is going to be the last.
I'm taking this one.
Oh, wow, okay. JL just put that there 2 seconds ago.
C tier. I will take the AK Empress, put it in the A tier. Then we're moving this one away.
Oh, wow, both of JL's picks.
This is going there as well.
Okay, now it's
Now
JL.
you give me one more pick and I'll make your day.
One more pick. Oh, yeah! That's the first one I put up there. Actually, back of the S tier, baby. Everything is good. CS Money tier list is complete. Except for those 2 skins, they were too ugly to make it. You know what they say, Counter-Strike pro players seldom disagree.
If we can, I think we can rush B, Josh. He never molos close, he's always going long, then molotoving deep.
You do the box part, yeah, Rush?
I can do box part, yeah.
Okay.
I do flashing. He's close left. Hardest, I think.
Oh, see.
Hardest, dead.
Right.
A molo rotation deep.
You don't have him, you don't have him. One more. Nice.
Last cave.
You have him?
Ja. Warte noch einfach.
Fake Armor.
Nice,
Johannes!
Nice,
hey,
Leute.
I have timeout, okay? I have very good call, I think.
Wow, sick idea from Crimbo, really reading the setup, sense of weakness without that close Molotov and ramp. And it works out perfectly.
I mean, I think, and then we had God, we were at the end of that say, I need a timeout. I have a really good call, I think. And I'm pretty sure the next round was the round that Tapson just like heat-seeking missiled into Cave to take down Perfecto. So they seem to have a really good feel about how that B defense was playing and gotten some success at exploiting a couple of times. But the mid-aggression from Cloud9's defense brought this one right back and actually put them into a one-round advantage. So pistol round second half, Cloud9's T side.
And yesterday, Axel on the T side was absolutely wonderful to watch. Crimbo going up towards the top of the ramp. It is actually meant to draw that first kill of the round his way. And they're going to dodge this because Electronic has got that kill in Donut. Now searching for Process on the boosted spot. The Jewel Berettas unload and eventually will get that kill. Very long duel between Electronic and Process, but it's big to come out on top of it. And the Jewel Berettas are getting work done all across the map. Even back towards B, it's Crimbo getting a kill. So Perfecto and Shiro left in a 2v4. They've sensed an opening towards A.
Yeah, Process has evacuated this entirely. He's bailed out, so there's no A defense here. Shiro, if he spends too much time, he's not going to be able to take advantage of it. Big starting to investigate mid. The bomb should get planted, and oh, Shiro's already down. Wanted to take a risk. It's not even a bad idea, just completely demolished immediately. And Process going to come around the smoke. Him and Man2 find Perfecto, and that will be a defuse. That will be an 8-8 scoreline and another pistol round for Big.
Yeah, but a pistol one for Cloud9 does a lot because you can get a force bind in this next round, right? You can get those Galil Mac 10. Might even get an AK on an Electronic if you want it. So, yeah, there's a chance here for Cloud9 to be pretty potent in the next round too, but Big win that pistol pretty comfortably.
Pretty comfortably. This duelie's just doing God's work in this round.
Yeah, look at it. It's Process. This fight took way too long, though.
It seems unreasonable, too. It's like with the duelies, like you get a match up with that Glock and never have to stop firing and never have to stop moving.
Yeah. There's absolute turrets in the pistol round. It's really become meta to get, you know, double duelies out on a few players here. And we're all tied up again. And here is that force buy. So it's going to be Galil's on 3 players, the Deagle and the Tech 9 here for Cloud9. And Hobbit eating shrapnel. Not the start of the round he would have hoped for, but it's not the worst. But this definitely is Sin. Gonna push down, catches Hobbit tucked in the corner of the box. And it's an opening kill for Big, but traded out quite quickly by Electronic.
Yeah, quite quickly. 4 on 4. Still the utility for Cloud9 to use in this round. Oh, it looks like they're going to reconvene towards the B bomb site. They've given up mid presence. They've given up anything towards the A bomb site. 3 defenders here as well. So Big have a good read of the situation. In fact, even getting a little bit aggressive. Now that contact is made, here's the swing. Not able to hold it back from double doors, so it does massive damage, and Crimbo's even able to escape. Shiro's going to try and hunt this down as fast as possible, but cannot find the kill.
And Celebration for God B, really hyped about winning that one, because when those force buys come so close, it is really worrying, because the great start that you've now had into the half is thrown into question, especially when you were behind at the start of the second half. But here we are, Big surviving the scare. It's the sort of initial duels that worry me, but there's this middle portion of the round that Big were able to come out on top of, and Crimbo will sink it their way. So should be nothing coming up here for Cloud9 in the next. It will be Big hitting double figures first. Taps in. Little Axel move here.
Yeah. Get a taste of their own medicine. I like it. Doing it at a round as well against pistols. You can have free reign. You don't have to be too scared of anything. Very cognizant of the fact that they can be towards his left and Cubby, but now Crimbo's got them boxed in. Him and tabseN can peek together. One goes down, but that's it. Electronic the only remaining, but not for long. It's 10-8 for Big.
It sure is. But now we get into the gun rounds. We're going to get the Cloud9 buy coming right up. And it'll be on Hobbit to call this T side. To call this T side from a position of being behind as well. Groove pretty vocal at the start of this round. I'm sure there'll be some sort of support network going through between Groove and Hobbit as they try and figure out this new journey of him becoming the in-game leader. Good to hear a bit more insight at the start of the day from Groove about what kind of went into the decision to make Electronic the in-game leader and what went into the decision to stop that.
Well, if you talk to Perfecto, it's pretty simple reasoning. He says Electronic wants to go back to the beast, to the old Electronic. So he wants to get fragging. He wants to get back to his fragging ways. And fair play. I think if he can pull that off, we'll all be better for it. Man2's going to shut this down right out of the gate. 2 quick kills at A, and that's the signal for Cloud9 to back off and try elsewhere.
And that's great for Man2. Those 2 massive openings. But Cloud9 on the back foot completely here, and you need to see Electronic make a play. Is he going to go beast mode in this round? He's up top of the ramp, inside of the smoke, looking to play on the phase of it. But in the meantime, it is Man2 getting a follow-up, and Crimbo locking in the easy kill. Electronic walks right past him, doesn't consider the cubby, and that is not going to work out for Cloud9. That has got to be one hell of a disappointing round for Cloud9. You come into this gun round, you try and pop out A, you walk right into an AWP. It's over from that point.
Yeah, smashed.
It is an interesting topic, talking about, Electronic wanting to go back to being the beast mode that he used to be. I think we would all love that, but do you think it's going to be easy? Do you think there's going to be a world in which that actually will happen, that he can just go back to being, just because he's not calling, he'll just go back to being the same level?
It's possible. I think it was one of my big worries when he started in-game leading was the mental switch you make between when you turn into an in-game leader. Sometimes it's hard to get that back. It's hard to go back to. It's hard to give up that kind of power and kind of control.
Once you've been tarnished.
Yeah. Once you've had the reins. So it'll be interesting. It'll be trial and error. I think the toughest thing to sometimes overcome is the fact that someone else is now the in-game leader, and you're going to want to you have your own ideas that you're going to want to interact with or enact within the team in a round. And it can be difficult for you to get out of the new in-game leader's way. If anyone can do it, though, obviously I think Electronic has a great chance considering his history and how good he's been over the years.
Very, very true.
But I think every player who swaps into the in-game leader role for a team after being just a pure fragger, a pure player at some other point, they always hit a moment in that end game leadership where it's God, I miss just not having the responsibility.
I miss switching the brain off and just being that.
I just want to be able to focus on one thing, which is killing the people that show up on my screen.
Yeah, and Electronic was better than most at that. So yeah, it'd be nice to see him do it in another team after seeing him in Na'Vi for such a long period of time with Simple, kind of being in his shadow. Now he's got a new player to perhaps be in the shadow of Shiro. But not the kind of player that casts as big of a shadow as Simple. Here he is, though. Shiro out quickly through elbow. Tech9 looking to run down tabseN, and it's Shiro with the first. Tech9 locked in, tabseN gone. Eat that.
Well, Man2 is going to back away. Smoke off donut, mid-control for Cloud9, and with that success in middle, Cloud9 even actually give up on A. Their split was disjointed due to a Molotov. It was delayed due to utility, so they didn't want to try and press the issue, and they knew the timing of the rotation would actually beat their attack. So they're going to shift across the map and go elsewhere.
Electronic gets the weapon. The M4 is in his hands. We're going to see that assignment of Cloud9 players towards the B-bomb site. Sin goes into the cave. He might get the jewel he's hoping for soon enough. Perhaps a split through cave and ramp. The cave part of the attack isn't going to be as strong if it was just to be Perfecto, so they're calling Hobbit, and they're going to get Those two players that go in together. Sin's angle feels very strong. He should at least lock in one, but probably a chance or two, but he wasn't ready for that late re-peek from Perfecto, who wants to pick up the rifle. Now they're into the side, Jason.
Yeah, nice little bait there from Perfecto, taking his time. Nade's going to come out.
Sure, low.
Yeah, but the bomb's planted. That's quite nice for Cloud9. Now they got to defend. They know this attackers are going to have to come at them, and let's see what they can do to hold this off.
Yeah, Crimbo's going to slip a little closer. And they've traded out position at short and long, so Electronic must deliver with the distraction set up by Perfecto. Electronic doing damage even through the side of the wood, but he's starting to run out of ammo, has to go for a reload. Now there's a chance, switches to the Tech-9, and that is a beastly round from Electronic right at the end that does so much work. Realizes there's not going to be enough time to get the reload off, switch to the Tech-9 instead.
He does such a good job with those just little mini spams through the boards of the plant position.
Soften them up.
Yeah, with that and just like distract them as well, right? Like they're swinging to try and take a fight out towards long, and getting tagged through the boards by a couple of bullets here and there is always going to make that a really awkward fight for you.
There was a really unfortunate moment in this round for Big, and it was when Crimbo had initially decided he wanted to nade default. That slight hesitation to put the nade away and then bring it back out again allows the bomb to go down. It looked like he was going to throw it and deny the bomb plant a lot earlier, and that probably would have given Big enough extra time to get the round win. So those are little details that can cost you
Yeah, if that
sometimes.
bomb goes down instead of being planted, all of a sudden Big scrambling a little bit, or Cloud9 scrambling a little bit more, and that could have been the opening. It's not to be, though. Still, Big have a 2-round lead, and they're going to choose not to invest in this one. They were kind of right on... nah, they were a little too poor. This is the right call, though they do get some armor and upgraded pistols.
Speaking of openings, though, Hobbit gets opened up onto not having a great individual game, but as long as he calls enough of these rounds to go Cloud9's way, he'll be happy. And here is the response. This is a round Cloud9 cannot afford to lose on this comeback trail. Oh, that's unfortunate. Perfecto walks right into the scope of Shiro, and that would have been a confirmed kill. That would have been easy for him. And now a bit of chaos inside of this B bomb site. Shiro spots out Crimbo, lands the shot this time, and Sin in cave. He gets into the corner. Axel's here making it hot and heavy, forcing him into the fight, and Axel will win it.
Really nice fight. Sin couldn't find any kind of comfort whatsoever, and that's the only real weapon hitting the deck for Big. So a save from here. Maybe try and get some exit kills. Maybe grab an AK-47 at the end of the round, but this will be Cloud9 getting up to double digits and cutting that lead down to just 1. No AK for Tabson. Maybe Process will have better luck. Maybe Mantu will have better luck. Process does get 1, but the gun is being guarded. And now he's stuck in by an AWP, although still moving. They couldn't punish. And a chance to take the AWP out of his hands. Shiro's going to find the kill, and there it is. Double digits for C9.
Yeah, comes through. Locked it in. Cloud9's T side, since the guns have come out, has been really nice to watch.
It hasn't been bad.
We're going to see Big get guns back in their hands, you know, taking the more conservative approach to their economy multiple times in this game so far. We've seen that in the first half. Seen it now in the second. They want to get all the nades that they can. And Mantu was the player to watch earlier on for Big on the CT side. Let's see if he's able to have a couple more rounds like that. Hobbit already out mid, climbing up ledge. A different approach to getting up to outside of cave. A little bit more risky.
Yeah, a little bit more risk involved, but at least in this round, it's worked.
So very different already for seeing the CT side approach from Big. There are no players in mid. They don't care about mid control. They're giving that to Cloud9, whereas Cloud9 were the opposite.
Yeah, they don't really care to take that fight. I mean, they can throw it in and to mix things up on the CT side if they feel like they need it. Maybe if they continue losing, they just might do that. Good Molotov from Sin. You imagine a smoke is going to come out on top of it now, so denying access to cave for quite some time. 4 players are here from Cloud9. They do want to apply pressure. You have Axal lurking over in mid, so they want to cause some shifting and movement in this defense so that Axal can actually try and exploit something. Mantu swings right back into that fight.
Yep, and Shiro's not going to miss. So that's the kill for Cloud9 that draws them into the better position. Yeah, exactly. Not going to miss twice. He did miss the first time, but the second time he did not. And now Sin's turn.
Oh.
He just jumped off the box right into the angle.
Oh, well, Mantu gave like 2 chances over to Shiro to find that kill. So I think individually, Big just lost a little bit of focus in this round, and all 3 of them get punished rather easily. So bomb comes down to be planted. Axile's watching for this push, looking to take more guns away, and this is painful. This is all the money that C9, or excuse me, that Big have.
Wow, that is kind of crazy. We waited a long time to see the guns come back out for Big, and it just gets destroyed. New article on HLTV dropped.
Is there?
Yeah, how teams take banana control. I wonder, you know, what's your method of banana control, Jason?
In CS2?
A lot of nades, I'm assuming. But
yeah, I guess like the difference is going to be what the Molotovs are a little bit bigger now in CS2.
The nades, the HE grenades are actually better.
Okay, and then obviously with some of the smokes that we see thrown, being able to blow open said smokes.
Yeah, grenades are a lot more powerful. I did feel like in CSGO, HE grenades are maybe a little weak. There'd be a lot of times where you might not even want to buy them. You want to go with double flash. But HEs seem almost like an essential purchase over in CS2 now. So that's going to be interesting to see.
We'd like to see that.
They do a little bit more damage too, I do believe.
Make grenades great again.
Yeah. Maga. There we go. All right. Big. They've lost the opening kill. And it's going to be Cloud9 up to 12. So they're taking the lead.
Yeah.
Taking the lead on Ancient.
Taking the lead on the T side. Taking the lead with Hobbit at the helm.
Yes.
Because I mean that's still a question, right? Like we've kind of talked about it, like we're just assuming it's going to go, you know, pretty decently. Like Hobbit's going to do a good job, but possible still that, you know, he's going to have to learn how to become a strong in-game leader if this is something that's going to be permanent. So nice to see them able to overcome things at least for the moment.
I mean, they have kind of put a performance.
Well, let's say this: the part of this decision that brings Electronic back to fragging, that part's working. You know, even if it's not like any kind of crazy tactics, Hobbit calling a great game, you have Exile, Electronic, and Shiro all performing individually, which is super helpful.
Yeah, it's really nice. It's going exactly how you would want it. And, you know, the cool thing about Hobbit in-game leading too is they've given him a little extra motivation, but they're threatening to replace him with a Christmas singer. So I think that's something that might come down the line. I feel like you don't want that.
Bringing in the wedding singer for his position.
Yeah, exactly. Every time he messes up a T-side round, they just start playing Last Christmas in his head.
Yeah, yeah.
Just hears it in the background.
It's like Pavlov experience.
Just conditioning him. Here we go. Shiro boost. This is always a fun boost.
Yeah, well, they've ran into Mantu a couple of times with this site.
They're not really worried about it this time.
With the op, yeah, and I think they're just like, you know what? Let's bring our opper to the party. No ops home on defense, though. Tapson over in Donut is going to be able to spin and join up with this hit. Process on the initial defense. There's the utility. There's the boost up. Molotov out from both sides. Good counter Molotov, but Electronic still hits a nice shot.
Yeah, Electronic's looking sharp.
Yeah, he's back.
Yeah.
I'm thinking I'm back.
Yeah. Quite a quick way to get back here for Electronic. And Tapson will win the fight versus Axel, so that player advantage is short-lived. And look at this play from Sin.
I think Axel...
He's going to run right into them.
I was going to say, I think Axel might be a little bit frustrated.
No, Electronic can't hear it, so obviously he's just going to walk out with his knife. He's not ready for Sin to be so far pushed forward. Now Cloud9 realize we actually have lost a good bit of map control, but with that deep B push, there has to be some sort of weakness on the B defense. So Hobbit's looking to seize that chance to get out, take the space through cave, throws the bomb back into it, seizes that jewel, and will not get the headshot. So Hobbit just slowing things down. 15 seconds though. Can't afford to slow any further, and the bomb is now lost, and so will this round be. It is Big tying the game up again, and what a push from Sin. Just taking that risk.
I actually even like the response from Hobbit as well to kind of hustle in towards Jaguar and Cave really quick and attack that B bomb site. Found the exact gap he was probably envisioning in his head. Just couldn't really find a solid way to exploit it. Missed the initial duel, wasn't able to find the kill, and obviously not able to move fast enough to help Perfecto get out and get the bomb planted inside the site. Good job from Crimbo. Holding on to this down the stretch, finding the final 2 kills, and we're back to a tie ball game.
How do Cloud9 respond? Hobbit just gets into B lane. He's the player that takes the risk to head into the danger zone. Shiro took initial damage in this round. He's down to 33 health already.
I'm actually kind of amazed. There's a decent amount of money on Big. Tamsin and Sin still with some saved weapons able to kind of keep their money in a decent enough place.
Well, managing their economy very well.
It feels like this should be a reset round almost in my brain, but both teams still with some cash to play with, so we haven't quite hit that emergency moment yet where one of the teams can just capitalize with 2 or 3 off of a win.
So I like that. We're going to be very competitive over the next few rounds.
A little bit of a smoke in the face of Mantu, going to cause a reposition. A defensive smoke deployed at B ramp as well to change the timing that Cloud9 was looking for. Flashbang in, Perfecto blind still gets the kill. That has got to be frustrating for Sin. Another smoke drops and another kill. As Hobbit finds it through smoke, the AWPer is taken down, and all of a sudden, Big's defense has crumbled. Now, if you're Tapsin in process, you definitely have to try and save, but even that is not a guarantee.
Yeah, Axel on the other side of the map just waiting in A main, letting his team deal with the B play, and then he comes out very late on to just close the round out. So that's one of my favorite terms to come into CS. Instead of lurker, we kind of calling them closers a lot of the time now. You know, like closer of the year. Yeah. Axel was the player to pick that up. And I really like that term because quite often it is Axel just wrapping up the round, you know, just cutting off that save or coming in as the flank that closes out the round. So that's a new term that I'm enjoying.
It can be a little bit of a bummer position too if you consider like how many times, you know, if it goes the other way and they're not having success in Electronic and Shu aren't getting all these kills, then you just look a little bit silly as Axel because you're on the other side of the map without able to have any impact on anything.
Yeah, and then you have to say.
But obviously in this game, it's going quite nice for him.
I think Axel's got a really good read of when to sort of force the issue and when to get aggressive and create a little bit more pressure and pressure lurk. We see the timing now. He didn't even extend out of A main until the right time.
Oh, sure.
That's it. Yeah, all right, Perfecto.
Yeah, we'll give you that one.
You get a free pass every now and then. That's one of them. And you have to say, Perfecto did get unlucky quite a lot of the rounds on the CT side. It comes back. It swings and roundabouts.
Just imagine watching this game back and being like, how did he kill me when he was this blind?
Oh, and that's how he did it.
Like, oh, he was actually pointing at the floor. That's how blind he was.
Sick. Well, here we are on the A play. It's Process getting absolutely destroyed. Ripped off the top of that boost by Shiro. That feels rough when you get cleared that hard by the AWP. You just got absolutely red.
1 for 1 from Electronic.
So you said it wasn't actually going to be a reset round, right? But Big went for another conservative approach with the weapons. They didn't invest everything they've got. They went for a couple of upgrades here and there. And that hasn't really worked for them. I'm going to be chilling back down on the Deagle and P250 as Krimbo and Mante are the last 2 remaining players. Still over a minute left for Cloud9 to make sure this round is clean. I've been enjoying recently Maniac's sort of hit list of players he doesn't want to IGL. And so far, it's going pretty well for Maniac. He's getting there. He just needs to complete the full bingo card of getting Blame F to go back to the beast mode.
Yeah, what was his list? It was Electronic, Kinder, and Blame F.
Yes.
He's got 2 of the 3.
I like that list.
Yeah, that's a fair list.
I'd say the one I was most disappointed about going to IGLing was probably Yukindar. That was the player that didn't feel like it was the right time for him to go and do that.
Well, he also has like a completely different play style that seems like, you know, the other guys are a little bit, you know, considered to be slower, considered to be like late round players. Kinder's like, I want to make a play right now.
Yes.
So in some sense, in-game leading from that kind of a guy who's always looking to make a play, always looking to get stuck in early on. Yeah, it does feel awkward.
Well, perhaps someday Maniac will complete the Holy Trinity, but we will return to Big Cloud9 into the rounds where we have guns again on everyone.
Well, there's a Danish in-game leader out there, so maybe he's going to get his wish coming up.
There's a couple of those. Glaive is still there. Can't forget about him.
Yeah. He is still there.
Yeah, he's still there somewhere.
Our boy Glaive having a good time. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where, if/when he comes back and hops on a team for CS2.
You'd have to say he will at some point. Some will give him a go. And we'll be looking at taps and having to go to a FAMAS here. It's never nice when you go FAMAS. And we're going to see the play out of A. Electronic and Axel looked like they wanted to burst through on that, but didn't make the move just yet. Tapsin reacting by throwing his own smoke down. He's now looking up on top of that boost, and Axel is so sharp that Tapsin even started to consider it, but just dealing with Axel's aim is just so hard. Matthew wins the fight versus Shiro, though.
Yeah, that's a big boy kill. That pulls some people back from A main. Also, they look like they wanted to go try and pressure, but they have to recover this bomb, so a little bit cautious and careful as they clear these corners. Crimbo is going to slide up into a new aggressive stance over towards Jaguar. Spotted out by Hobbit. Caught in transition.
Yeah, that's rough for Crimbo. You don't like those fights. 40 seconds. Bombs coming back from A over to that B bomb site. It's already arrived at the bottom of the ramp. So now it is either Mantu steps up and sets Sin with a chance to deliver from the cubby, or this round falls apart. And with Mantu getting smoked out, Sin is now isolated, severed off from his support network, and so he has to deliver a massive round here. A massive moment needed for Sin. Hiding in the cubby, they're not checking him for some reason. They don't even consider, they don't look towards him. And Sin's got the kill on Electronic. Essential trade from Axel. And now in the dying seconds of this round, Mantu tried to deny the bomb plant, but doesn't get it done. Does flick out to Perfecto. And now looking to close, it's Axel and Hobbit.
No kit, no utility for the two retakers, but they absolutely have to go for it. So one more smoke comes out. Oh, okay, he got one. He at least got one.
How did he get one? How did he get one there? Axel stays up long enough just to get a kill. Now Hobbit inside of cave. It's a really strong position here against the AWP. And Mantu realizes that time is ticking on. They don't have the kit on their back.
No
He's got to run away.
Yeah, no health, no kit, no smoke.
Even if he was to get on the defuse, Hobbit in the cave would just spam him down. You realize you don't have anything working for you there.
Wow, so Cloud9's going to get 3 chances. 3 chances to close out this map.
Hobbit dies to the bomb.
Gone down with the ship. They've got so much money.
That's a true captain right there.
That's a true captain. They've got so much money, Cloud9. I don't think it's really... they shouldn't have any financial issues for the rest of this map.
Oh, imagine you get the shot on the bomb.
No, it
there's only 4 seconds when he landed on default spot.
It's a quick shot from Exile.
All right, Hobbit. What's the call? What's the move that's going to get you the victory here and close it here and now? We'll see if he has that answer. Make control this time. Looking to be taken by Mantu once more. Did find success in the elbow fight earlier against Shiro, but once again, it's Cloud9 applying pressure out of A main, and Process, taking bullets all around the show. It's kind of a miracle no one dies there.
Yeah, how is he still alive? I feel like 2-3 magazines were emptied into that smoke, and he was just standing into the open.
And they rotate back with a bomb on their backs, and the push down ramp coming in from Big. They're already at the double doors, so this could be pretty effective for Big, this move on the CT side, but they've decided they don't want to keep it there.
Yeah, they didn't like the fact that they were so exposed to mid. They do have a couple players there watching that and keeping a track of it.
Oh, now Sin's alone.
Close up, gone down, and now you pick up the pace. That's your contact.
Oh, flash out from Crimbo. Needs to make an individual play work here. Just one kill from him. Tapsin able to help him, and the rotation is starting to come through. We'll see if Axel is able to come into the late round here. He's in middle, which leaves Perfecto alone on this site, and this looks too good for Big. Too good to let this one slip away.
Yeah, you need to trim some of these players off. Now there is a smoke. Good shot from Perfecto. Axel just deploys his smoke now. Molotov towards long, smoke towards short. They can actually get this bomb planted, and this is doable. This is winnable for Big. Or excuse me, for Cloud9.
No, a lot of damage sustained there from both players, especially Axel, who's now down to 30 health. But he is here now in the round. And Cloud9 have a chance to close it in this moment. Shot from Axel takes out Process. This 4v2 has now fallen to even numbers on either side. Axel pushes out. It's Perfecto to land the shot. And now it is Perfecto to try and close it. He won't do it. And Tabson, the leader of Big, survives. 4 kills, and Big will survive at least for another round.
That's actually awesome from Cloud9. I'm just going to say in that 2vx situation, the way that Electronic and Perfecto are playing with each other, Electronic close up, just kind of baiting, getting attention on him for the follow-up peek from Perfecto. They almost pull that off.
Yeah, I mean, the shot from Axel, when you let him get to this position close to the cube, you know, he's got such sharp aim that you got to feel like there's a chance for Cloud9 to pull off a round like that. It does come down to this, that straight up 1v1 duel, and tabseN has to win it.
Yeah, excuse me, Exile and Perfecto, not Electronic. Could have been Electronic, though.
That's usually the combo.
Yeah, it felt good. Well, that's 4 kills, though. That's a lot of money taken away from Big, and that's a very slow exit in middle. tabseN has gone down for free.
Oh, wow, the hero from the last round gone immediately.
No.
And Mansu, that's a massive mistake. Oh, that feels rough. Jumps out of his cover. Axel's always in a position to punish.
And they don't have the weaponry to recover this. Like, this is a nice kill from
But that
Kimbo.
helps.
That does help, but they know one's in Donut. It's an SMG. Process literally, like, can't fight anything.
Axel, good kill in towards Process at the Donut. Crimbo and Sin, 2v4. The bomb is starting to go back over towards A, and Crimbo slips through CT. That's an essential win. An essential win if they're going to win this round. Crimbo stands now at the default boxes, creeping ever closer to Electronic, who has yet to reveal.
Okay, Shiro's going back.
Now he'll peek.
Shiro's going back to the other bomb site. So, and Hobbit's in middle to cut this all off. So, this should be unwinnable for Sin unless he pulls off something crazy. But plenty of time to get the bomb planted, plenty of time to find safety. And Hobbit's going to be an early warning system of exactly where this retake is going to come to. So, and if you're Sin, you don't clear Red Room.
You don't. And Hobbit's got it. That's going to be the kill that closes out map 1. Cloud9 looking strong.
Ancient may have been big speak. Well, that's a very complicated sentence to put together. But Cloud9 said, hell no, we're about to steal this shit. And so they did. In spite of a great start from Big, if we do things linear, it started pretty well. They got into the rhythm quite fast. Cloud9 managed to turn things around.
They did. Quite surprising to me, actually, after watching the first, I'd say, 8 to 10 rounds. It felt like Big were in control. Once again, they were playing very, very smart, calm, collective Counter-Strike. You could feel it was a unit moving around the map. Whenever there was a play, whenever there was a guy going in for a fight, the trade frag was always right there on it. And the utility usage from Big as well. I gotta say, so far in this tournament, I would argue Big have by far the best team play, which makes sense to the degree that, in terms of individual players, maybe not on par with Cloud9, but the reason they made this game so close is down to the team play, down to the synergy.
What is also quite interesting, Marcus, I'll bring you into the conversation here. It might have been a 16-13 to Cloud9, which means a very tight game rather. But both pistol rounds won by Big and converted as well. Does that mean Cloud9 was really in control, according to you?
I wouldn't say Cloud9 were in control here. As Jacob says, like Big has had the best team play in this tournament so far, and this is what we have been praising them for a lot. So they had to have some heroic performances from Exile, a few clutches to get back into this. But yeah, a few rounds cost Big here.
And we talk about a few rounds. I believe we have a clear example in mind. Round 11, this is where the story takes a very dark turn for Big, right? They allow Cloud9 to come back into the first half and you wanted to go through it.
It's a turning point, and a lot of stuff is going to happen and transpire in this round. You look at the buy from Cloud9. There's one M4, two M4, sorry, in play. The rest is pistol, so it's a very weak buy. Exile, of course, though, going out, finding the first kill, getting traded instantly. And then you see two different instances. First, it's Electronic finding a kill on Process, who get caught off guard, a little bit unlucky with the timing. Furthermore, you have 3 players from Big now moving up here, and another player is getting caught off guard. There's one mistake being made here. Man2 getting that kill, cool. Don't go in for the second duel. Play with your teammate. There's no reason for that. From this point onwards, Big find themselves in a very uncomfortable position. 20 seconds left, can't get the bomb down. They lose this round and they end up losing the following 3 rounds as well. As you can see in the round distribution right here, Big were up at this point 7 to 3, and that's where it all went to shit for the guys, because they ended up losing 5 remaining rounds from the first half, and had that not happened in this round, I think Big would have run away with it. Yeah, you argue they won both pistols. Yeah, they converted both, but they were by far the better team the first 9 rounds in this game.
I mean, I cannot argue down on that. You told me about Exile as well prior to going live here. You were impressed with his performance. The numbers are crazy. 31 kills, more than 110 ADR. This is the Exile that we wanted to see, what we're hoping to see.
Exactly. We had been here in Cloud9. They want to change everything up. They want to test everything before potentially having to make a roster change. And then I think this is a really professional decision. Put in Exile into these more superstar roles instead of being the anger. Make sure he can have some impact. And I loved the way that he was contesting Big in middle, down on B ramp. He just wasn't afraid to take space and take some aim duels. And he just did everything good in this game.
Now, I'm going to just come to you, Marcus, with maybe a controversial question, but the playstyle of Exile, on the T side specifically, he's very slow in his lurk. He's very methodical, very patient. Do you think this is a style that works better online, in the quiet, when everything is in comfort? Do you think that's why he might shine a little bit more, or am I just completely off the mark?
I think you're completely off the mark.
Damn!
I think on LAN sometimes it's easier to play lurk, to be more aggressive because of the stadium noises. It's harder to hear the footsteps and so on. But maybe the timing is a bit better because of the confidence, like less nerves and stuff. But I wouldn't say it's easier to lurk online.
All right, fair enough. I gave it a try. That didn't work out. Jacob, Electronic as well, had a couple of moments here where he stood not only in closing rounds, but in entry fragging as well. Are we seeing the first signs of a revitalized Electronic, or am I getting ahead of myself and this is way too early to tell?
Well, you are getting ahead of yourself, and it is way too early to tell, but I like it. You know, I like to see the tendency of Electronic sending upwards. We spoke about it coming into the game. We've seen some small signs of it. This game in particular, he was fantastic, especially on the T side. Sure, we have a couple of highlights from his City side, but the entry fragging on the T side, as you said, the way he was basically carrying Cloud9 and leading this project in the second half was fantastic from Electronic. It's way too early to say whether or not we get some of the old Electronic back. It's way too early to even, you know, have the debate whether or not he's going to be as good as he was a couple of years ago. But we're starting to see an Electronic that is freed more up, and I like it.
Fair enough. Now we're going to take a bit of a somber route. We hype Cloud9, we praise them for their T side. There is a harsh reality that Big's defense just completely fell apart. What do you think it came down to? There's only 2 main gun rounds they win in the entirety of the half. this was relatively weak from Big.
Yeah, I think they were lacking some individual play here. We see Sin, Process had a great tournament so far. So far in the final, both a bit lackluster on this map, and they need at least one of them to put up bigger numbers here. And it has to be now.
Okay, we're moving on to Anubis. This is Cloud9's pick. It's one of the maps that they've played the most with this roster, so this is looking good for them. But I think the viewers at home should be warned. Big are clients on this map. They've punished ENCE here throughout this tournament. Do you still expect a very competitive affair going on to map 2?
I would say so. I think nothing Big have showed me so far in this tournament suggests that they can't be competitive against Cloud9. As I said, I think they have the best team play out of any team right now. Sure, when it comes down to the individual qualities, I think you're onto something, Marcus, saying that Sin, Process, the guys who did so well in the first couple of games, they may have met their limitations right now. You're going up against Electronic, you're going up against Exile, sure. There's so much quality right now on Cloud9 that it's going to be very tough for a guy like Process or Sin to make the difference. So I expect Cloud9 to win, but I also expect the game to be competitive, down to the team player Big.
Yeah, and luckily for Big, the third map, if they potentially get there, is Overpass, which is a map that Cloud9 have played 2 times past the last 3 months, and they haven't won it once. So I think Cloud9 has to close the game here and make sure they keep playing the situations right. They don't overestimate themselves and just play it safe in the advantage.
Don't worry about
There's
it.
a lot on the line.
It's
It's make or break, of course, for Big. I just wanted to quickly touch on the 2 younglings from Big, Process and Sin. You, with your experience as a player, we've seen them shine in the lead up to this grand final, but now they've been a little bit more quiet. Do you think there's a case of maybe a bit of nerves, realizing what's on the line as part of the full finals? Can that play a role?
I think usually when you had 2 good games as a team and individually for Process in here in this tournament, I don't think the nerves would start getting into you here in the last series. If it was offline, I think the nerves would be there on stage, but I think they're not choking.
They're not choking. Hopefully they will give us a fight in map number 2. I'm a little bit of a quick recap for you guys at home as well. Remember, the Mask MVP polls are open when it comes to EU and Americas, so you can head on over to Blast TV and cast your vote to make sure that to help us find who's the MVP of these 2 simultaneous tournaments.
Someone help Sure, right? He's in a bit of a sandwich right there.
Yeah, what the hell? Why is he 1v4? That doesn't seem fair. That doesn't seem fair. But it didn't seem to be a problem for him. It didn't seem to be a problem for Cloud9. They are firmly installed in this grand final, leading up 1-0 and moving on to their map pick. Can they punch their ticket for Copenhagen, or is Big ready to give up more of a fight? We're about to find out. But first, we take a little break.
a chance now for Cloud9 to head to the fall finals in Copenhagen. Crimbo perhaps praying for some divine intervention.
Hydro homie.
Hydro homie Tabson getting fueled up for this. Unicorn odds siding with Cloud9 picking this one up. And I've got to agree after that first map showing.
Yeah, I mean, you got to say they look good on Ancient. Actually, I even just went back because we don't get to see the round timeline as much as we normally get to. There was like a stretch where Cloud9 won like 7 of 8 rounds on that T side. They just went on an absolute tear. And we kind of have talked about that, obviously, in the context of Hobbit taking over in-game leading duties, but also the fact that Electronic now having more impact in terms of the fragging department, Axile and Shiro stepping up as well. It seems like this change has made everyone perform a little bit better. Anubis is going to be interesting, though, because that was one of the ones that, you know, Perfecto mentioned by name in terms of maps where some roles have to swap with Hobbit in-game leading so that he can have a little bit better of a vision of what's happening on the map. And he specifically mentioned Hobbit, you know, playing like kind of his lurk towards the B bomb site, not being involved in the action, not having a good feel for the map. This is one on the T side where you're going to see him play a different role. So again, another little moving element to this Cloud9 team that we'll have to see how it does.
Yeah, super interesting times to watch Cloud9. And Big in their pistol have called for the mid-walk. Process at the front of that. Flash pops around the front of the doors. And they've got control right there. The response for Cloud9 is to flash Hobbit out of B main and look for Sin in the blind spot, but Sin comes out with a first kill.
Yeah, that's nice. Hobbit showing a little bit too much ahead of time. That slow kind of peek out towards middle. Now mid is compromised. Electronic is pushing outside of A main. So if this mid play ends up at A, it's a free bomb site. If they go towards B, Cloud9 is going to be in a pretty nice position. And in fact, they are heading towards the B bomb site through Temple.
They are indeed, and Perfecto is ready. It's been a lot of really enjoyable rounds for Perfecto holding the B bomb site. How does he get to do a 360? It's a trick shot for Perfecto. 360 into the dual Berettas and Electronic to close it. That is horrible, really. He's got away with that.
You could have, like, it's like flip a coin. You go A, you win with ease. You go B, you run into this stack. And Perfecto able to get the second kill is nuts.
Look at that. Just, oh, nope. Do a full 360 and then doesn't instantly get the kill either.
It was even like miscommunication. He like turned because like Electronic was like Electronic probably said I'm flanking up dark, and like that like in Perfecto's brain while he was fighting like made him think that he was getting attacked from behind.
Yeah. Well, here's the buyback from Big. They didn't get a bomb plant, so it's not a very pretty force buy.
Give him a little tappy. Okay, Scout being held back from seeing Hobbit's progression. Nice kill from Prosis. Oh, and now he's spotted. Deagle from a different angle. Hobbit's got nowhere to go. And Shiro did have to pick up an MP9 a little bit later, but 2 on 3. Big can still try and make this work. The defense is a little bit split across the map. A is being given up for retake purposes. And the rest of Cloud9 is actually just getting information on the map, pushing into canals.
Big want to hang on to the chance at this round win as long as possible, but look at that. Look
Shiro.
at that
Yeah,
timing.
he heard the footsteps, and like he peeks up and he just sees a little bit of leg towards the B-bomb site.
Yeah, now there's Crimbo walking back over, but they're so ready because they know the play that they're making. They know that last move. And with 45 seconds left, Sin will run towards B main, and it's going to be a perfect peek from Electronic. Just as he's fumbling through his grenade set, Electronic takes the kill.
Yeah, he does. Nice job. Hobbit getting aggressive really prevented Big from really doing anything that they wanted to. Very disruptive on the CT side in that round, and now it should just be unarmored Glocks.
Yeah, that's what we'll see. And for Cloud9 to come into the Blast Fall Showdown, I think they were everybody's dark underhorse, as Pimp would say. And I think, you know, you look at the Cloud9 team, but I do feel like you would still side with G2 or ENCE making it through. But it's great to see actually Cloud9 coming through and looking like the team that is going to go ahead and grab that spot at the Fall Showdown.
Yeah, it's obviously within touching distance now for C9. Good utility work, good mid defense. Deagle is out, 1 kill happens, Axile falls, and I wonder if they can actually upgrade one of those SMGs too. Didn't know if any of them were close enough, but regardless, 3-0 start for C9.
I think also, Jacob, if you're listening, this would be a great idea. You could, if you opened your own pub, you could call it the Dark Underhorse, and that would be a really cool title of a pub.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, that'd be really, really sick. Or anything really, a restaurant, something.
A restaurant. Cycling gym.
Yeah, cycling gym. I don't know if that would really be a good title for a cycling gym. But a pub where you can
All right,
cycle.
fine, Dinko. Just shoot down my ideas like that.
Sorry, Jason.
All right, guns are out. AK-47s across the board for Big. Hobbit's playing behind the smoke in towards dark. Got to be a little bit careful. Flashbang sells the presence of the AWP. And Crimbo's going to go for a slow clear. Axal is trying to prime the peak with that flashbang and just gets straight caught. Shiro spinning around, taken down as well. And that's a lost. Gone. Now, it's one player taking control. That's Crimbo, who's already made his way in. But the bomb and the rest of Big is so far away, not able to capitalize at the same pace. So Crimbo's got to hold on, and this is going to give time over to Cloud9 to actually shift into positions where they can actually play to stop this if they want.
Tapson sends the Molotov out towards that CT rotate. It is going to spread to Perfecto. It looked like he was suddenly in a comfortable spot, and then all of a sudden the fires just erupt around him and he has to run away.
That was some violent fire as well. It took that HP out real quick, and that's the save call immediately after that. He's like, okay, I don't want to do it anymore. I don't want to be here. I'm gone.
See ya. And it did kind of all happen so quick. That round was over so quickly on the A bomb site.
Yeah, I was surprised Shiro didn't seem prepared for Crimbo to be in the water. It's like he was aiming for the swing off of a flashbang or aiming for someone to be on the boards. And for whatever reason, that little element of communication from Axal's death never got passed over. So 3-1. But that's not a round that Big really had to do a whole lot, right?
No,
like
true.
That's the aggression from Cloud9 that just gets destroyed, and then obviously it's a walk in the park.
But that's quite often Big's sort of philosophy on the T side as well, is kind of let them make the mistake, walk into us. We're going to pump the brakes at the start of the rounds, and here it is. Crimbo just crouch peeking, gets Axel out of A main.
That is such a tiny dot for a crosshair.
Yeah, you can barely see it.
It gives me a headache even trying to keep track of it.
But yeah, Crimbo doesn't sit that close to the monitor either, does he? It looks reasonable. Over the years, let's reflect. This could be the last CSGO map in for Big and Cloud9. Let's look over the years. The worst posture, I'm gonna give it to Bondic. That was the craziest of all.
Bondic?
Yeah, the way Bondic used to sit at the PC.
Oh yeah, he does sit like a little goblin king, doesn't he?
Goblin mode, indeed. Look it up if you guys aren't familiar with Bondic.
Yeah, if you guys haven't memorized Bondic's seating position, yeah, Google it. I guess.
Bondic sitting down. And here's Process putting in pressure in dark. Hobbit's going to be forced out of there, and the smoke's coming down as well. So Process is blocked from dark for the time being. Looks like they're still comfortable just keeping this one slow, Big. There's still a full minute left. Tabson sure's got the ball on his back outside of B. But a lot of presence elsewhere.
Mid-take. And previously when we saw Big play Anubis, a lot of the impact and a lot of like the really heavy impact that they were deploying on the T side was Tabson and Sin demolishing defenses in middle.
Yeah, that's true. But Cloud9 don't have anybody.
I believe that was against Ents.
Yeah, it would have been. They got that victory over them a couple of times now. 16-14 in the first win, 16-10 this time, and Shiro, good hold in dark. Gonna go back again, Shiro's not leaving. Shiro finally falls, but Crimbo with 10 seconds would have to sprint and immediately start planting. Cloud9 will be aware of this. He's actually gonna play for the kills. Instead, no! He had a shot. Crimbo had a chance to win it. Axel just needs to keep his head around the corner, and that's what he does. There were a couple of scary moments there right at the end.
Yeah, I thought Axel was actually going to swing out a little bit too early and give him an actual fight. Low HP, low percentage chance that Crimbo actually won that follow-up as well, and I think Axel's gone to pick up the op for Shiro. Nice hold of Dark. That was everything. Double kill for Shiro, even eating a flashbang, taking the risk just so he can get another one right here. Stands tall, sees vision, comes back, gets one more as they turn the corner.
And you can see the AWP of Mantu is just not looking in that corner, because why would you be looking for the AWPer moving into that corner? Usually you just see the AWPer drop back each and every time.
Yeah, there was enough time for Shiro to fall all the way back, which is, I think is what you're getting at too, is just Mantu expecting that he completely retreated. Shiro's been spotted and knows that smoke is not a wall, so backs away completely.
rare sighting of the default 9. Now Crimbo's turn. Ooh, tries to be a little bit more proactive in taking space towards A main. Got very close to the A bomb site, but eventually finds his maker, and it is Shiro and Axel to fall to Process.
With a Galil.
Yeah, that's the extra bit, isn't it? Oh, that really makes that one horrible.
Yeah, I don't think Axel had HUD armor, so that headshot does tons of damage and just chews through him. But the fact that you take down 2 of the best players on Cloud9 like that with that engagement, not ready for that follow-up peak. And now it's on Electronic, who's kind of hopped over to try and stem the bleeding of this defense, and it ain't gonna happen. Him and Perfecto go down. But give all the credit in the world to Process. That's a beautiful pair of entry kills.
That was so unbelievable, really. You know, Crimbo dies so easily. You think it's going to be a pretty great start for the round on Cloud9's side, and then suddenly Process is like, all right, I guess we got to at least try and try this, and I don't think he was expecting to get a double.
Yeah, that timing from the initial engagement from Crimbo was much faster than anyone from Cloud9 expected, certainly from what Axile expected. But the follow-up as well was completely like Shiro turns that corner, not expecting to have a fight at that point, just not peeking it with intent, taken down, and same with Axile.
As with everything in the big changes and breaking news of Counter-Strike, you want to check in with the community geniuses and consensus, Jason. I see a thread right there. It's called Elec No IGL. So I wonder, based on that headline, what is the take here from the Dragon Slayer of Doom?
C9 playing like gods.
It's a great take coming at you live from the Dragon Slayer of Doom, spelled TH3 underscore.
Yeah, he's loving it.
Well, really got in a big discussion there as well.
Yeah, it's gone down. It's gone deep. It's got a lot of people fired up.
That's incredible.
Back to pistols for IGL.
Elec, the way you use that 5.7 Electronic.
Where's Axile and Hobbit? The 2 M4s. So one is at this B bomb site, just now pushing out and clearing things. And Tabson might be in a little bit of trouble, although they're not really progressing forward. Tabson holding this nade for a long time and not even checking behind him, being very large assumption that no one has pushed down to the B bomb site, but that's a good find. Turns and Perfecto's trying to make the dash back to the site. Can't make it. A bomb site is wide open. And Big is going to find that and rejoice, for they will have a third round.
I guess this is pretty sick from Big. The game plan is go A. A couple of times now it's worked. So they're in the A bomb site. And they've got the round. So Cloud9 on the other side of the map. They've got a couple of pieces that you'd like to carry over to the next round. That is Axel's M4 and Hobbit's.
You have some competition for your little contest of worst posture in Counter-Strike. Chat, being 4 minutes behind us,
Chiron?
Have now mentioned Yabby.
Yabby?
Yeah, that's your dark underhorse for...
That is a dark underhorse.
Posture.
All right, well... I suppose he can be an honorable mention because I'm the one that controls this.
It is in fact my award to give out.
Yeah.
This is the Dingo Award.
But yeah, I'll take it into consideration, and he'll be in the top 2.
Your opinion will be considered and discarded equally in the same measure.
On the scale of 1 to the Dragon Slayer of Doom's opinion, it'll be in the middle, I suppose.
You hear that, chat? Dinko doesn't respect your opinions on player posture.
Well, maybe that one person. No. Keep the opinions coming. Everybody wants to read them. There's such a delay on it, though. So yeah, you might not even be in the chat anymore. So,
no, we're interacting with the past, really.
It's kind of sick.
Do this.
We can speak to the past or the future, I guess.
It's like time travel. All right. Well, A once again is wide open. Hobbit and Axile still with those M4s throughout these, not save rounds for Cloud9, but they're like low buys that you're going to see some risky moves, trying to find the right positioning. So not the largest priority for Cloud9 to fight.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, what a timing. What a timing. Sin had utility out, and now this is doable. Now Cloud9's like, okay, these rifles put us in this position to actually win this round. Now we can pick up the pace. Now we can actually try and exert some influence. And Shiro has a chance to catch Sin.
Oh, Sin, what a risky play to come down the stairway instead of Rux, and that's going to walk right into Shiro, right into his hands, and they know where Crimbo is now.
1v3, 1 minute left. He hasn't picked up the bomb, but he's got control of it. And Cloud9 need to be patient.
Crimbo needs to be patient. Still wait for his pick. There's Hobbit. Oh no, he thought he got the kill.
That was clean. I bet he lost track of the dot.
Yeah, it was the dot. He didn't even know where his crosshair was on the screen.
It disappeared on him. When
oh my. He needs a clutching crosshair. You know, you need a bind that just changes your crosshair into clutch mode. And he would have won that one.
We have that with Crazy Olige.
No way.
Who not for clutch modes, but he uses right hand. I'm trying to think is it correct? He uses his right hand for tapping, but he switches to a left-handed model when he gets into a spray battle.
Well, at least he's going to fall off in CS2.
Yeah, CS2 is going to be a little bit tough.
You're going to just see at least become the one tap
This
on.
spray is going to be ugly. This spray is, well, it was cool at the start, and then he got blind, and then it got ugly. But Electronic is still here to try and pick up the pieces inside the A-bomb site, hanging behind the cake, and Sin has closed the gap so swiftly.
Yep, Shiro burned down to 9 health. A is free, it feels like. Big just getting through each and every time. And it's strange to see because it is really strong players holding it. You know, Axel's there, Electronic. And I actually like that Big have come in today with a game plan to attack the A-bomb site. Because if you look back at Cloud9's win they had on Anubis, you've seen a lot of the big B holds from Perfecto, for example, was really, really difficult to break apart on that B site. And they've just avoided that. So
I wonder if it is like a game plan or if they're just like, oh, it
just keeps going that way. Maybe?
We just keep winning, so why not continue to go back to it?
I mean, yeah, they did run a couple of attempted B splits earlier in this half, so
well, I mean, you can't ever make a game plan where it's like all to one bomb site, right? But like if you get the sense in preparation that their A bomb site is weak, or if you see a couple things you want to exploit over there, yeah, you'll probably run more of those tactics. But at the moment, I think they're just riding the wave of being like, yeah, they can't stop us at A. Which is a little bit crazy considering it's been Shiro and Axel there for a number of these attacks, and even they haven't been able to handle it.
Yeah, and at this moment in time, if you're Cloud9, you're doing everything you can to figure out how to figure out that A defense. All for Mantu. Holding for some mid-aggression on the CT side. Smokes deep up. And here comes the boost. Mantu climbing atop. Not seeing anything, not giving the shot. Not yet, at least. How long does he want to hold this? Perhaps long enough to allow his teammate in the form of Sin to get close to the doorway, which he'll cut open. It's Shiro that falls. Sin reads the second player. Electronic wasn't ready for that. And Sin has got so much control for Big. They're cutting right through mid. Perfecto. They brought him over to A. Perhaps this was the move that they had in mind. He gets 2 kills. Hobbit unleashes the MP9. And now to the AWP. This will be a 1v3 for Hobbit. Nearly hits the shot on the cross, but not to be.
The smoke didn't extinguish the Molotov immediately. That gives so much time over to Big. Chucks it deep, but one's already made it out to heaven to his close left. And that's an off angle you can just park yourself in and wait and chill.
It feels rough now for Hobbit to win this round because it's hard to read where Process is gone. And that is towards CT. He can peek out. He'll have a good angle. Great spot in the post plant. And Hobbit just couldn't figure out where he got off to. So smart positioning from Process and a great opener from Sid.
Actually, I think that's almost like... That's such a bummer because I feel like that round, I mean, it should have been, it feels like it should have been cleaner at a certain point, but at the same time, 2 players in middle for Cloud9 and 2 at the A bomb site. That's like a setup that you do to shore up the A bomb site. Like at one point, like you shouldn't really be losing that round. You can almost see it in Perfecto as he just shakes his head. But on the other one, like it felt like Big handled it so well that actually they should have probably won that with like 3 players surviving it at minimum. Still, you'll take all those victories, especially ones like that that cause the economic reset. Back to pistols, no armor for Cloud9.
Here's the chance for Crimbo. Of course, he's the second. Axel is too thick at the back, so they've seen him. And Crimbo will get a double. Sin cuts off Hobbit. The USP round goes exactly as expected, really. Nice and quick. Like a hot knife through butter. It's Big cutting through Cloud9.
I do like butter.
I love butter. But when we went to the cinema in the US, Jason, I discovered there's butter machines. And those are crazy.
Like that?
Yeah, it's like I can just pour hot butter
all over your popcorn. It's not even real butter.
No, it's not. I don't even know what it is. It's some sort of chemical. It's just a liquid of some sort.
It's artery clogging material that we like to install at pretty much everywhere that you can go. And then you get the spread of powdered flavorings. So if you want like some ranch flavoring on there,
that is cool. That is cool.
Buffalo sauce flavoring, sour cream and onion if you want that route. Beer cheese that can go on there.
We have
great
salt.
Yeah,
that's it.
That's a good start.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of where we started and finished. No, sweet and salty. Sweet as well. We have sweet in there sometimes. And now it is pretty sweet for Cloud9 to get the rifles back. They've got the AWP for Shiro in particular. He's been quiet on this map, but that doesn't really seem to last long. Eventually, Shiro will get into this.
Yeah, you better hope so. If Cloud9 want to close this one out in 2. Dark control is there. Hobbit evacuated just before Process made his move, but he's happy showing that kind of a presence. That'll make this defense a little bit nervous. Oh, Hobbit, eat a nade and some spam. That's the worst feeling in the world.
Yeah, eating spam sucks. Doesn't taste very nice. And now, while you're taking your time, Big, you've got all the time to work with. And the space towards B that you want to set up this perfect B split. This defense will be tested, and it's Electronic going in towards Dark. Sees the AWP. He takes damage from it and finished off by the rifle of Process. So we've talked about how good Perfecto can be in these holds. Well, now he's got to do pretty much everything on his own.
Yeah, his backup's got 12 HP, so we better see Perfecto with a perfect round, and that ain't going to happen, the poor guy. Time to back away and save these guns, because you ain't winning this round.
Yeah, we're sending reinforcements. We're sending reinforcements. And they send Hobbit on 12
Hobbit's like, great, the reinforcements are here. I'm out.
Yeah, all right. That's what we've got. All right. It's gonna roll over, I think.
I rotated all the way over to this bomb site to be the only one here.
Yep. Well, 7 rounds now for Big. Obviously, T-side of map, but at the moment, Big looking pretty dominant.
Yeah, look, I mean, they seem to have gotten a grip on this match and really leaning. I think a lot of it also stems from how much success they had over towards the A bomb site. Because now at this stage in the half, like if you're Cloud9, you really have to be worried about that A bomb site, which is going to open up everything else. And I think Big realized that, right? Like the round that they win going in towards middle, where it's Electronic and Shiro in mid and 2 over at the A bomb site, they win that in the eventual 1v1. That's like their signal of like, look at the shift that Cloud9 just had. We fought 4 people in middle and A. Like they've actually put some emphasis on it. So now we can switch things up, go elsewhere on the map, and we should be able to find some easier things.
It's kind of crazy that Cloud9 decided to pick Anubis against Big as well, considering the kind of form Big have been going on. They've really enjoyed the vetoes, I think, in this showdown. They get to pick Ancient, and then ENCE have picked Anubis, and now Cloud9 have done that. And they're very comfortable on Anubis, so this veto is very nice for Big in the first 2 maps.
Well, Cloud9's in kind of a weird place with their vetoes, right? Because the team has been so lackluster since this new roster came together. Like, even that lineup never really had the map that they established any kind of dominance or any kind of, you know, effectiveness on. And then all of a sudden you make this switch into Hobbit as the in-game leader. And once again, like, you just have to go back to, you're probably vetoing for what Hobbit feels comfortable calling more than what's best for the matchup, you know? Like, you're still kind of picking for yourself more than anything, than thinking about big picture.
You've only got a little picture at the moment to work with. And Sin, again, gets through mid. So, close towards the double door. And there's a lovely gap in that smoke for Sin to work with as he looks deep into camera. We've seen a couple of change-ups here for Cloud9 too on the CT side. Axel, who was, you know, really struggling towards A, has a friend nearby this time around, and Crimbo's gonna push. Has a little peek, doesn't commit to the fight. Now Shiro's turn as he comes through dark. It's gonna be the rifle walking right in front of him. Shiro gets the trade-off on Hobbit's death. Essential kill, really, and this fight is won this time by Cloud9.
Yeah, Crimbo came back into it. Now towards the middle, another isolated duel. That one's won by Sin. Wild spray from Perfecto. Oh, Sin's got an avenue all the way around this A bomb site because Electronic's being so slow over towards Beach. Shiro hears the footsteps, and he's basically...
Look how uncomfortable he is.
The bomb's alone in mid, however. This could still get really, really weird. Now it's coming through Temple. Shiro has it all to do.
Yeah, he needs this kill at CT. They're really trying to get that. Electronic comes in just the right time to help him. Now Shiro can focus on Temple. The bomb is stuck in there at the moment, and Tabson's play to save the day is not going to happen. There's not enough time here for Mansu. He realizes that he'll tuck his tail between his legs and try and run away.
Look at the hunt.
Yeah, the hunt is truly on. A train of Cloud9 players coming in behind. It looks like Mansu's going to get his shot to keep it.
That flank all the way around through CT spawn had to happen quicker. He took so much time just like jiggle peeking, trying to bait out that shot that Electronic made it all the way from A to take him down from behind. Cool idea, though. Very, very cool idea. Gobby getting involved in the chat. First time out for Big. They haven't really had too many issues, so they haven't really had to burn any of these, but now the first one's out there.
I think being in the team with Gobby, giving you a sort of a speech and a timeout would be really fun. You know, because he's the kind of guy that just bubbles up everything and he's watching, and he's a very emotional guy, obviously, in the game. And he's probably just sitting there, and the fact he can only talk in timeouts, I can only imagine the energy he brings to those 30 seconds he can actually have an input in the game.
Well, you know, we do events with these guys every once in a while. We can have Gobby give you a pep talk if you want. We'll make some content out of it. Gobby, show us what the pep talks are, baby.
Yeah, that was great. I was watching old Gobby frag movies from way back in the day as well. You know, the old games of 1.6 when Gobby used to frag out. Now Hobbit's turn to try and frag out on this B push right in towards Matsu. Hobbit's gone. Shiro's response is perfect. Electronic also stepping up for Cloud9, and this is a very fast start to the round, considering what we've become used to is big, kind of slow approach, not really risking many lives. Now they've lost 2 already. How do they respond to this kind of play? And they go into middle, into Electronic. It is 1 for Electronic, traded out by Sim, but Axel's close by at the doors, and this one is most likely going nowhere. But Crimbo, he has a shot.
Yeah, this round's been a thing of beauty for Cloud9.
Yeah.
However, money still isn't set, and there's only 1 more round after this, so Crimbo, any kills are going to matter. And obviously you're going to be now delayed by the smoke that's in this choke point. Hear these footsteps, though. Come on through. Oh.
Well, yeah, that one.
That sucks.
Really does.
That's like the signal when you're in the 1v3 and a nade lands on you, you're like, well, I'm not meant to win this round, am I?
Well, they know where I am. They know where you are, Crimbo. That Molotov.
Double peek.
We'll confirm it, and the double peek does come in. Perfecto nails the headshot. It's kind of crazy. Cloud9 could actually go into this second half with a 1-round lead again. It kind of felt like that on Ancient, too, didn't it? In that first half, where it felt like Big were more in control of the game, but Cloud9 were finding ways to round wins towards the end of the half.
Yeah, actually, you're right. Like this feels like Big has been dominant for so much of the recent stretch that their T side has actually looked great. Like it feels like Cloud9 has just been barely clinging on to like keeping this close, but now they have a chance to have a lead into the second half, which is pretty wild. Obviously helped out a lot by the pistol round and the 2 ensuing conversions.
Pistol round's importance. And Mansu, quick towards A main. Flash is going to set him up for the peak. That's a lot of control.
Me, baby. Oh, smoke.
Smoked off. Hobbit loves a push like this, doesn't he? There he goes again.
It's like maybe the 3rd or 4th time we've seen him in this.
Timing.
Oh, my Lord, that is a quick shot.
Yeah, that's great for Process. Sure, unlucky. They're going to check this setup. They know. Can't get away with that.
Well, I think also like the positioning of Shiro might have given that away, right? Like he's pushed out in the open, in no man's land. Like he's not like positioned in dark, just holding an angle.
Yeah, like you surely he's not doing that without some help.
Yeah, well, you also only really do that when someone's cleared off to that left, right? Like so it gives all the signals over that Big needs. So 5 on 3. After they get slowed down at the A bomb site, they wanted to hit that with numbers. They come back to mid and find some easy frags on Shiro and Hobbit. And now the pause button, looking for the reactions.
Perhaps they'll hit resume soon as Crimbo begins to creep ever closer to the position of Perfecto. And this rifle needs to strike true, and it will. Perfecto on the double. Bomb is now down, and they've drawn this right back into a winnable round for Cloud9. Perfecto doing everything he can. Perhaps they will turn this half into a favorable one for Cloud9 CT side. Do they see the second player? They will not check Electronic, and Tapson, who has had 1 kill in this half, needs to triple that total kill count. And there he goes. Kill on Electronic. Can Tapson give them the edge? Time is ticking, and Axel will close. Cloud9 will exit the first half of Anubis with the round advantage.
Shall be in tears.
Of Counter-Strike ready to rejoice as Copenhagen's coveted crown ready to be claimed. The return of the Royal Arena and a chance for a new monarch to now be occupying the throne.
It's time to open up the Royal Arena!
Reds will be stopped first. He sees the fate. It's 3. Ice cold rock. Cadian, does he realize he's close? Oh! Cadian in front of the home crowd. Show match is underway. Oh, but what's that? The savior! It's Niklas Bentner! Simple, he's taken down Cade as well. Dupree keeps going, the time has run out!
Tonight, a Dane will win in this Royal Arena. Wow, what a matchup this could truly be. History's gonna be made. Come new Copenhagen! Let's get rowdy! And it's Rain inside the corner. The stoic giant of FaZe denied. Give it up for your Fall Finals champion, Heroic!
That half was going so comfortably for Big, then suddenly jump scare. And Cloud9 are back into it, Jason.
Yeah, they are right back into it. That I mean, they kept along okay. It's just like there's that stretch.
There's never really consistent on the CT side.
There's that stretch. It was like 7 of 9 rounds won by Big and like looking really clean, finding open A bomb sites, decimating any pushes that Cloud9 was trying to bust out with, and really Cloud9's just kind of barely able to scrape the last 2 rounds together. Let's see what the offense looks like. Oh, they turn up early. They were expecting a flashbang that didn't come. 2 for 2 trade so far. Sin's gonna grab one more. That's the bomb down. And now all of a sudden, Cloud9's on a recovery mission.
Oh, Crimbo, gunslinging, unable to do much. Perfecto gets the pick that draws it back, and there's so much time left, but they're trying to run back. But look, oh, Sin, this is it. This is the corner play that's gonna win this, surely. But they've actually diverted him by going around rugs. Now, I'm sure he's gonna hear the steps. That will cause the reaction from Tapson, but this could actually still work out for Cloud9 here. This could still work out, but Sin, oh, he's got to hit that. You really got to hit those. Oh, he's absolutely fluffed it, but here's Tapson trying to get it back. 1 health left on Electronic. What is this pistol round? Finally, it's over, and Tapson, oh, he wins it.
That was way too stressful. Way too stressful. Considering the shots that Sin hit in middle, for him to struggle and just miss all those later on was a bit dicey. Still, they get away with it. Tapson to clutch, and we're all tied up again.
We get to see this again. So these are the Sin highlight shots. And pretty clean, very quick to kill.
Yeah, immediate. Yeah. First bullet, some would say.
Yeah, and we dodged the other one, so that's good.
We didn't throw the whole bus at him. Just a couple.
Ooh, Glocks, Jason. That's all Cloud9 have.
Yeah.
Usually Cloud9 would go for a bomb plant on the T side of pistol, and then you see the force spy come in, get the Galils out. They didn't get it, so they've gone for the more conservative approach as well. So they haven't gone for that weak Tech 9 force spy.
Papa Perfecta with that Deagle.
Yeah, let's see if it's going to be impactful. Or if it's going to end up doing nothing here.
Molly's going to put an end to everything as soon as the flashbang comes into dark.
MP9?
No one can cross, except for Shiro.
Yeah.
Apparently doesn't care about fire. He's the fire walker.
Well, eventually it'll get him.
Yeah,
you know, anybody who thinks they can play with fire always find out the hard way they can.
Let that be a lesson to you, kids.
Don't play with fire unless you're expertly trained. 45 seconds. And, well, this round really isn't going anywhere. So, yeah, it's cool to see.
What else have you got for your end of CSGO awards? We had posture.
Right, we have posture. All right, yeah, this could become a whole thing. Let's do best.
Patsy plays with his monitor crooked.
Yeah. Best config, maybe?
I think he's the only one. I don't know enough about configs to be involved in that, but...
yeah, I mean, you have, like, Mezzi, who walks forward with his mouse.
Okay, I see what you mean. Like, craziest
wildest setting.
Yeah.
I think Mezzi would win. He's pretty weird. Basher, I think, has a pretty weird one, too. So.
That just reminded me, there was that Reddit post years ago, like about Shox's config. Oh, they're going to get the bomb plant now. This ain't bad. Hold the thought. We'll get back to Shox's config in a second. One more. One more. Oh, all right. Well, there was that Reddit post like a while back that was like, why the hell does like Shox play with like Z as like move forward and like Y as like move backwards? I forget exactly what the keys were. And it's because the guy like didn't realize that he uses like a French keyboard layout. So like the keys are all together on his own keyboard. But this guy's like, wow, he uses 4 keys.
So I'm gonna copy. I'm gonna copy Shox's keyboard.
He's like, I'm trying to use this keyboard and it just doesn't make any sense.
How does he do this? It's even more impressive.
I just wonder how many rounds it took while he was just like trying to like put his fingers on all the different movement keys.
That's so good. That's actually, if he even managed to move around, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it would be legendary.
Yeah. Yeah, a couple of I always hate using international keyboards because American keyboard to the UK one's fine. There's just a couple of changes, but the German keyboard, that's real weird. You've kind of changed a bunch of letters around.
I've had to learn to use the German keyboard after working with German companies for so many years.
Yeah, it's a skill that you've learned, Jason.
I just instead of changing it, I just figured it out.
Add that one to the
pure
CV.
Frustration. Yep.
If I ever need to work in an office in Germany, I can use your keyboard. Yeah. Well, this is going to be a good round for Cloud9 coming up with it when it comes to buys, thanks to that bomb plan and a couple of kills that Perfecto got. So you can get the AWP out, you can get all those guns out around it. So AK's utility. This is where the real fun starts in the second half.
That's actually a really damaging round for Big to take, especially considering that was like a 5-on-3 or 4-on-3, I guess it would have been. Because Shiro did get that one kill.
Yeah, he got that one pop.
Here we go. Challenger with the AWP very quickly. Smoke to provide cover for Temple. Flashbang is dodged. Second flashbang is dodged, and that gives Shiro the feeling that they want to be a bit aggressive on this. I feel like that smoke actually kind of helps him.
Shiro scoped up, waiting for the time to strike. Yet to see a big player commit to his crosshair. Now his team begins to set up the execute. The utility going in. No one presenting a chance.
This has actually taken so much utility away from this defense, though, right? Like, we've seen like 3 or 4 flashes thrown at Shiro. 2 smokes have been used. Sin's going to find the first kill over in middle. And actually, this defense is playing this so smart, like they're so disciplined to not even venture to take a glance.
It's frustrating here for Shiro, for sure. He's just on the edge, just waiting for that chance to strike. And here they go into the fight at dark. It's Axel that gets one, but Big are coming out on top of these. They're 4v2 right now, and eventually when Shiro gets his chance to get a kill with the AWP, he doesn't land it, and it's now 1v3 for him. Ooh. Oh, they're giving him a chance, though. They're giving him a kill back.
Yeah, that's not necessary from Man 2.
Limited time.
30 seconds. Shiro's got a long way to go. He's going to head towards middle, and Crimbo's waiting at an off angle. And at this point, if you're sure, you don't want to scope up until you see someone. So Crimbo's going to have a great advantage in this fight. It's a tough off angle to deal with in the best of times, and not able to manage it. 10-8 for Big.
That was so close as well. I feel like just a millisecond more, and Shiro looked dead on.
Yeah, we saw that scope come out.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a really good round from Big overall. Winning those initial fights, how disciplined those dark players were, and how effective they were in trading out one another. Good stuff from Big. And that was actually a bit of a bonus round from Big too, right? They didn't have their full arsenal they would have liked to brought to the table. Still have FAMAS in there. Now they don't have that. Now it's the full buy. And Cloud9, their first gun round, doesn't look good. So Tech9s and a Mac 10 here for Hobbit.
Yeah, it's a cool round, though. I like that from Cloud9. Just you have Shiro with an option. Like, yeah, bro, go chill B main. Like, someone's going to peek at some point. Unfortunately, they were wrong. Big was playing it very disciplined. So now here for Cloud9, damage can be victory in and of itself if they can prevent this money from growing, because Big is destitute behind this investment.
On through the mid doors, Mantu drops back further into the A-bomb site, and he has the help of Sin, so it's comfortable. They aren't going to fall to the problem that could arise with Tech9s. They've lost the bomb, Cloud9. And they're going to slip a little closer through the net. Axel runs into Crimbo, and Mantu's there to sink him. So the round is done. Big stop the risk. And Cloud9 not really getting anywhere at the moment. This defense looks very solid. It's a brick wall at the moment they've got to break through.
Yeah. And we kind of touched on it coming into this map when Cloud9 was on the CT side, so we'll just say it again here now that we switched. This is one of the maps where there was actually some form of role swaps in terms of positions on the map, with Hobbit become an in-game leader because he doesn't want to be parked at B. He wants to have a better view of what's happening around the map. So a couple new things for this T side from Cloud9. Second timeout used by Big.
And again, that conversation being had from God B. Now the timeout done. Just wanted to make sure they keep things tight, perhaps anticipating some of the changes that Cloud9 might throw in on this next gun round here. But yet to see Cloud9 even do anything on the T side. That can't surely be the case for long.
Here we go.
No up for Shiro. AKs on every player. And an opening again for Big. That's not the start you want. It makes this round a lot more difficult for Hobbit to call. He lost Electronic immediately.
Yeah, not ideal. Nice pick, though, from Mantu. That op starting to have a little bit more of an influence. And patience from Cloud9 now, as they try and talk over how exactly they want to make up for this deficit. Perfecto. He's hoping for a push that's not going to come. Look like Sin might give it to him. He's on the other side of the wall. I think in this kind of a situation for Cloud9 where you've lost Electronic, it feels like you have to let this utility wait out. You don't really want to take the risk of executing through a smoke, so you're going to wait for the utility to fade away and then try and apply pressure. Looks like through darkness first. That's a good kill to get. Prosis making a mad dash, but Tapson's in a very strong position.
He is in a very strong position and helped out by the fact that Sin has just dropped and created enough of a distraction because the bomb has fallen to the ground and they have to run back and get it. And it gives Big every fight they need and they win them.
We might be going to a third map. That'd be overpass.
It looks like we are kind of heading there, doesn't it?
This, Big looked really, really good on their T side. It felt like they should have had a better score, but switching over, this defense early going has just absolutely destroyed and demolished all the early gun rounds from Cloud9.
They're just suffering to get opening kills on this T side.
Yeah, the best round they had was 4 Glocks and a Deagle.
That's true. And it was never even questioned whether it could win that at any point, really. Yeah, it's been a terrible T side so far from Cloud9. And they might just suffer another loss here in the opening fight. In fact, it's the other way around. Perfecto. He's got a kill on Tapson, and this is the way. This is the way they get back into it.
Why?
Oh my God. They take a risk. They push forward. They try to give them a fight early, and Cloud9 win.
Why would you do that? It was all going so well.
That's, it's going too well. Sometimes you need a little problem in your life, Jason.
Yeah.
You create one by yourself.
That feeling like things are going too good. Something's going to go wrong soon. So I'll just self-sabotage.
Yes, exactly. And that's what happened. Tapson did it.
Counter-Strike really is just like life. Crimbo is going to push forward. He's got cover of the AWP behind him, but Cloud9 is on this hunt. What a gift to be given. A round like this where you're struggling to find anything. Oh my God.
What a shot. Not from Hobbit. From Mantu. Shiro loves the idea of having an ult, though. He loves the idea, and he'll thank Mantu very much for the one-day delivery. And Crimbo gets caught at the end, too. Goodbye, everyone. And yeah, frustrating there from Crimbo, wondering why. Why is that round happen?
I'm wondering why that round happened like this.
Yep. I think everybody is collectively. I think it's just one of those moments where you make a mistake and you don't really know why you did it, and that's it. That's tabs and gone. No trade potential.
He might have. I guess the one thing I could think of would be like if they just kind of executed, they just wanted to take like a fight and have like an advantaged peak with a flashbang, and then he saw nothing was there, so he's like, oh, I actually have an opportunity to like
keep going.
Yeah, have all the information, checkmate it before it even begins, and obviously he was dead wrong, so it looks a little bit silly.
All right, you still have a few rounds to play with there. So you've been so good on the CT side, so you have another buy round.
Look at the money taken away.
Yep, that is true. With all the damage, you're now down to this buy, and if you lose this, Cloud9 are right back in the game, and well, that's a fantastic start to the round. Shiro and Electronic with 2 openers. Crimbo can't do anything. It is Shiro just lighting up the scoreboard now.
And now you broke.
Physically and financially. Really is like life.
Yeah, this that push in the last round just now all of a sudden just really feels horrible. Cloud9 is already on the hunt, so this will be 12-10. And then there's going to be a round of Big having no money, and I mean, depending on how they want to play it, they can force buy and save one more. So I mean, that last round push might have been the beginning of Cloud9 tying this up essentially.
It is crazy at this level of CS. You know, one mistake can cost you so much.
Yeah.
In terms of seeing that domino effect happen.
And then you come back and Cloud9 put together their first good gun round on this map, and it just comes at the worst possible moment if you're Big.
You just got to stay composed. You just got to stay in the right mindset. But you know you're going up against the most likely 11-round tier for Cloud9.
Yeah, and Big does invest due to not having a whole lot of money. Mantu saves some cash for an AWP, but the losing bonus isn't fully built up, so you're going to get armor and pistols, deagles, like some pieces of utility. But obviously a huge advantage for Cloud9 in this round. They win this, next round's a full save, and then all of a sudden it's 12-12 when you get your next buyout. Rough stretch for Big.
And Cloud9 realizes there's a risk of losing these kind of rounds too, so they're taking their time. And maybe they walk into an A stack. Oh, that would be rough. Feels like they have enough fallback plans and a lot of time. Shiro's going to see 2 players stacked to the back of the bomb side. Now they've seen way too many. Cloud9 should start to think about a different play here, and that's where the bomb is going. Away from A main. Axel has sacrificed himself defending Shiro on the AWP. But they're staying there. They're hoping that the Big rotated away, but the bomb is staying fixated upon this A bomb site.
There's plenty of time, and they're going to start setting up a split, right? They have 2 players in middle now. Big is starting to shift, and they're going to shift right back into this mid play. Those deagles, those pistols can still do some work. I take it all back. Perfecto and Electronic handle business. 12-11. This round is no investment from Big, and we going to be tied up.
Yep. So that there was moments throughout that round where there was a world in which Big pick it up. But Cloud9 stay composed. They don't rush into any decisions.
That push, it's so stupid.
Yeah.
Chat just got to, or the stream just got to it, so I'm just watching everyone.
Everyone's like,
the hell? I'm like, yeah, I'm right there with you. I have no idea what that was about.
What just happened?
And it's all led to this moment where it's going to be tied up, where Big have nothing to fight with.
Wait till they get to that part.
And
Jason.
map 2 is back on. Now it's anyone's game.
Yeah, it really is. In fact, at the moment, I think that those kind of rounds really mess your mind up. So I'd probably even slide it with Cloud9 now. Perfecto, warmed up. You love getting a couple of kills like that. And it is Crimbo on the other side of the map. That is 12-12. Oh, he's got the Zeus now,
He
Jason.
does have a Zeus. That's fair. That's fair play. He's getting flanked, though.
Yeah, Axel's always where you don't want him to be.
Did we bring up the Zeus cam?
Zeus cam.
Anytime a player has a Zeus, we get to his cam.
I like it. That's what we reserved that for. So
shout out to production.
Yeah, they were just like, I have a sick idea. We can have a Zeus camera.
Let's see what his face looks like when he tries to shock somebody. All right. Well, it's 12-12.
And yes, indeed. And here comes the buy again for Big. But, you know, you are thinking in the back of your head, you're trying to not talk about what happened in the past, but you're very aware of the reasoning why you're here if you're Big.
Yeah, it just sticks in your brain.
Well, they've gone for a double op setup. Crimbo and Mantu rocking those. Electronic with some speed behind his mid take. Sin's under pressure. He was very good at mid on the T side. How is he going to fare on the CT side here? Electronic. He's going to win that fight. Now the push down.
Oh,
Axel just overwhelmed the AWPer. Mantu couldn't compete, and the rifle of Axel cuts through the B defense. It is 13 for Cloud9.
Oh my God, that's a shot and a half from Exile. 16 and 14 for him. Perfecto's leading the way with 23 kills, but those are some banger shots in dark. And Cloud9 don't even feel the need to like pick up the pace at all. 5-on-2, you know, if anything, like just go on a little bit of a hunt, an investigative mission. A is already compromised and taken over. I believe that's Hobbit, who's kind of shifting all the way through, taking his time before he calls his teammates over to him. There is one player to find, and it's Crimbo, and he's gotten off, and he could actually catch. Oh no, he's a little bit late to stop the ball. But Hobbit's coming back. Freebie for him, and Cloud9 gonna take the lead.
All right, this just mentally shatters now for Big. You're just like, oh, why tabs away to push that one round? We were in such a good position.
That'll definitely be a conversation.
Yeah.
Even if they end up winning this map, at some point that'll be a conversation.
This round, God B whops out the whiteboard. He's got the clip, and he's like, this round, don't do this. Don't do this again.
Never again.
Oh, they're hunting tabs in as well, so insult to injury. 5 rounds in a row off the back of that, and Cloud9 on fire. Maybe on their way to Copenhagen for the fall finals out of the showdown.
That'd be cool. I mean, another big arena event for a Cloud9 team that we'd like to see live up to their potential. So I mean, if they can get things in shape in time, and obviously CS2 is going to have a huge impact there, and that'll be fun. I'm into it.
True. This could be a fun day. Obviously, last day of CSGO play. The next matchup later today, we're hopping across the pond to the Americas. We've got America's matchup. Liquid taking on Complexity. So if you're interested in that, stick around.
I have Liquid winning that. I think I was the only one who predicted it.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to.
You have little faith. Actually, I don't have to.
They did provide like all your clothes.
American lineup. They did provide most of my wardrobe. Yes, that's true.
But that's true. We'll see. We'll see if Daps is going to return and immediately find victory. And this round, Sin is having a tough old time. He's lost some health already. It's not the prettiest round here for Big in terms of what they've been able to bring to it. He got MP9s as really your best weapons. And Cloud9 are in full control. Electronic especially. He's got a good read of what to do in middle. Last round had this instant pounce. This time passive, letting Sin come to him. Electronic wins that fight in back-to-back rounds with a different variation. And now we've got a fight in Dark Room again. Axel got a double kill last round. This time will be Hobbit.
Forced into the open by the Molotov. One more. The Deagle over the top of the flames. That one's Exile. They trade kills. Fair play. Nice teamwork.
They get by with a little help from their friends. 25 seconds into the B-bomb site they go, just making sure there isn't a little pesky pistol hiding behind the corners. And once that bomb goes down, Cloud9 should now confirm themselves, well, will be confirming themselves. 14. 2 rounds away from the fall finals in Copenhagen.
Yeah, that's actually sick. They're right there. It's there for the taking.
And what a journey it's been throughout the showdown. A lot of big names have fallen by the wayside. People's favorites, G2 and ENCE.
Yeah, hard losses for them. Obviously, they didn't show up in great shape. They looked really, really kind of disheveled in this event. And I think it's true. It's great for this Cloud9 team, like, because you have to imagine, since this lineup was created and all the excitement and on paper it being such a strong team, all it's been is disappointment. Since the roster was announced, all the results have been disappointment from, you know, their very first event in Cologne where Exile couldn't even make it to the group stage, only got to play the loss in the quarterfinals on the stage, you know, nothing has gone well for them. So having another chance to kind of turn that around, especially at a point where you've just brought Hobbit in, you've switched him to in-game leading, and like get something positive on this new path you're taking, you know? And having, I mean, even just qualifying to the fall finals is a pretty big deal for Cloud9 to just be like, yes, we accomplished something.
Exactly.
Nice.
A positive feeling. That would be nice to have in the camp of Cloud9. And it's good to see them playing this, getting wins, but also not playing like amazing Counter-Strike, I have to say. You know, it didn't look clean, a lot of their map wins. It hasn't looked dominant for large periods of their run here. And that, to me, is actually a positive, because it shows that they are able to win and get the job done and win series against big teams. But also, you see that there's even room for visible improvement.
Just eye test that like the fragging has picked up with Electronic being freed is like cool.
And Axel's better right now too.
Exile, like Electronic's creating opportunities for Exile, is creating opportunities for Shiro, who's creating opportunities for Electronic. It's all working together. It's all coming together, at least in this tournament. We'll see if it can keep up. This is now 6 rounds straight for Cloud9.
Indeed it is. And really, this feels like the last legs for Big to stand on. They've invested into this. They got the AWP, and that AWP, well, it won't be the first fight. It will be Crimbo, Electronic, and Sin going tit for tat across the map. And it is Big who currently stand in the better position.
Oh, can you exploit middle, though? Perfecto moving up. He would love to get this position for his team. He can help backstab either one of the bomb sites. And for the moment, the only person who's got eyes on mid is the A defender. That's Sin. He's using a smoke in the main choke point to be able to turn his attention elsewhere. 2 members of Cloud9 will be here.
This is a Sin fight for the win. Holding at camera. First kill is his. Gets traded out by Hobbit. Now in the final 20 seconds, Shiro makes his way out into the A bomb site. He'll plant that for Hobbit, and it's into a 2v3 post plan. Big will have to play retake here. They've got a lot of utility on Tabson, but there's no kits available on these 3 players, and they're a long way off still.
Oh, dear.
This is rough.
One is going to wait for this smoke at camera before he comes through, but Shiro's got that angle towards heaven that can be absolutely brutal if they try and come before the smoke disappears.
They don't have a lot of time. At this point, they have to be so precise when they eventually go for this. Shiro needed to land that shot. He does it. Goes back to it. Has the deagle. And Mantu running at him with the no-scope. Fire on the bomb. He has no kit. No time to fire on the bomb. Mantu runs in. And the fire prevents him from defusing. Oh, that is rough.
I actually don't even, without a kit,
even with it, yeah.
I don't even know if there was time,
true.
even if there was no fire there at that point. What a win. That's, what, a 3v4 when those trades begin over towards camera. 1 for 1. This is how it began in A main. It left Sin on an island for the rest of this round. Does a pretty admirable job, all things considered. Yeah, I don't think there's time.
No. That's so rough for Big.
Gabi's watching it slip away. Tabson's feeling it slip away. Crimbo cracking his neck.
Well, I gotta buy still. This is it. Cloud9 1 round away from qualification. The Blast Premier Fall Finals in Copenhagen.
It all started with that push.
It all started with a Tabson push.
7 rounds ago. I was there.
We were all there that day. It'll go down in German folklore.
Oh, it's so painful.
Many fans were booking their tickets to Copenhagen.
Not anymore. Hope they were funnable. Ooh, Mantu's off though. Good to get us started, and it does indeed. 3 chances for Cloud9 to close this map and book their ticket to the fall finals. They'll have to do this one playing with a man down.
The hardest round to find is when you've been on a 7-round streak, you hit 15. For some reason, it just all starts to unravel from that point. So 15th, the 16th round can be the hardest to get. Not a science, more of an opinion.
Yeah. Anecdotal evidence.
Yeah. And here's Mantu.
Although Liquid's some pretty good evidence of that.
Yeah, they definitely do. Ooh. Okay, Mantu's got the kill at dark. That Shiro gone, and now down to 3 players here for Cloud9. If you lose this...
Oh, my lord.
Oh, this would be a disastrous way to go out. Axel's coming through dark, and they have clawed it back. Cloud9, 2 kills away from doing it. It looked so good for Big. But this round would really summarize the end of this game.
Oh, but they had to go get the bomb in dark, which means their positions aren't nearly as strong as they would have liked. Nobody can really cross back out towards A main. Sin's already there, so they're going to double up over in dark. There's 1 smoke, 1 kit.
Yeah, the kit this time is the key. Extra seconds to play with. Crucial seconds for Big as they start to clear around the bomb site. It's the double dark setup, and that smoke is going to make things a lot more difficult. Axel goes out. Oh, he does it again. Axel closes, and Cloud9 are heading to Copenhagen. They booked their tickets for the Blast Premier Fall Finals. And this is a result many will be happy about in the community of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I mean, any more chances to watch this Cloud9 team? I feel really bad for Big because they played some great Counter-Strike all week. They were probably the best-looking teams in terms of tactics, but this new-look Cloud9 swapping Electronic out of the in-game leader role, they've packed a serious punch, which is what we've all been hoping for. And I'm hoping for some action on the desk with Maniac and the Danes.
Congratulations, Cloud9 finding their way to the Fall Finals 2023 in Copenhagen. A team that was definitely in need of good news, in need of a good momentum, and took a risk with this ambitious switch of IGL prior to the event, and then it pays off a clean grand final from them.
Yeah, that's a good performance coming out of Cloud9, a good tournament, you know. We spoke about it coming into it. It's been a rough start to this super lineup. We all expected when they were first assembled that they would go in there and contest for the trophy straight away. That wasn't quite the case, but as we spoke about throughout this tournament, they've been trending upwards, and now finally they get the fruit of their labor, so to speak. They book a spot in the Royal Arena, and that's not too shabby.
Yeah, they are just happy for the win, you could see, but not over-ecstatic, hyping and running around with the arms in the air, right?
No, definitely. After all, it is only a qualification for the Fall Finals, but when you think about the season and the place that this event holds with CS2 coming around the corner, how important is it for a team to have that kind of goal right there in the midterm?
It is huge to be a part of the Blast Fall Finals. It's a great arena to play in as well, Royal Arena, if they manage to get to the playoffs as well, and this will definitely be a force to reckon with.
That's the thing, right? The calendar for Cloud9 would have been very, very bleak. So in order for them to test out this whole thing with Hobbit being an in-game leader, freeing up Electronic, now we get our answers. When we get to see them at the Fall Finals, we get some answers to the questions that we still have in regards to this lineup. Whereas had they not qualified, it would have been a very, very long season.
And obviously, Hobbit taking the reign is a huge topic of conversation. A whole lot of people are interested in this Cloud9 and how they behave. This is once again a very strong T side. They close, leaving no chance to Big. What did you make of Cloud9 on the T side, the rhythm they were playing? How did you think about it?
I think it's a team where they rely on a lot of the individuals as well. Also to take the decision in game. I think they're helping each other calling. So even though it's Hobbit having the final say now, I still think the game plan hasn't changed a lot.
Okay.
So I don't think it will make a huge difference. But they were just taking the right decision, and you could see they were playing with more confidence today as well, and everyone just stepped up in a solid tournament as well.
Did you notice anything different? Did you notice any individual stepping up, or is this just more of the same and the difference was made somewhere else?
Yeah, I think the difference was made somewhere else. You know, it gives a bit of a fresh air to all the players. I think people have to remember when you change an in-game leader, you don't change, you know, from one day to another. You have a play style, you have certain strats, you're going to run the same defaults, etc., etc. So maybe in 40 days from now on, when we get to see them in the Fall Finals, something will have changed, obviously. But for now, it was more of the same, but maybe a bit more freed up. We saw Electronic play well, we saw Habit have a good moments, and we saw Exile come to life all of a sudden. By far the MVP of this final matchup, so that was good to see.
And this is the beauty of a team like Cloud9. You've just listed 3 names. And thus Perfecto, the 4th name of that list, is the one that stepped up massively on Anubis. And this has to be one of the main arguments. The selling argument of a team like Cloud9 is the idea that they have so many different individuals who can step up. On this map, this was Perfecto, a huge impact.
Huge impact for Perfecto, and it's needless to say that he puts up these numbers a lot. He is really consistent and just a really good player, which has improved a lot.
Would you say Perfecto is underrated?
I would say that he has been underrated for a while, but now people are starting to see what he can achieve on the server, right? But also it's a team of so much individual talent, so they need to have a game plan, a style of play where they can make these plays and take the decision themselves. And I think Electronic had a fairly simple play style, and I think we will continue to see that with Hobbit as well.
Well, you're talking of individual brilliance, and on that topic, it is time for us to find out and talk to our mask MVP for the European side of the showdown. Of course, we have Shiro on the mic with us. Shiro, hello, congratulations on the qualification. How do you feel?
Hello guys, thanks for support for me. It's all good. We win qualifier. I'm so funny.
It is so funny. We wonder, how is the team feeling now with Hobbit as the IGL? How is the atmosphere in the team?
I like it, Hobbit IGL. For me, it's I don't know. Сань, как сказать? Короче, надо сказать, что... Sorry, guys, it's so
okay.
hard.
No
Yeah,
worries.
for me.
Do the translation.
Короче, хочу сказать, что просто с Хоббит хороший ГЛ, у него все получается. В принципе, мы чуть-чуть поменяли подход, и у нас пока что получается.
Sorry for connecting. It's a little break for translation. So he is very satisfied with the Hobbit swap to EGL because the entire kind of construction has changed, and he really liked the way it is now.
Sure, I got a question for you. Now that you booked a spot at the fall finals, are you looking forward to perhaps get inside the Royal Arena and play in such a big stage in Counter-Strike 2?
Yeah. А? Надо, да, я хотел там сыграть, очень круто, что мы играем в CS2 именно там. Но скажи, я не знаю просто, это реально сложно. Sorry, guys.
All good, all good.
No worries. It's all good.
Actually, it was one of his kind of milestones and check marks because this is the only arena he, for all this time, avoided. So it's very, it's very anticipated for him just to be there, not even in CS2, and this is double the effect.
Awesome.
Thank you. Shiro, last question. Are you ready for CS2?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. Well, I will let you go. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Enjoy the victory with your team and appreciate the work of the translator as well. That was very kind. Have a good evening. There we go. I appreciate it. You know what? If you're going to have a translator with you, that's fine. It's great that we get to talk to these people. It's great that we get to hear a little bit. It's just I have to probably polish on my Russian a little bit. It's not the greatest. We'll work on that. MVP, Shiro, huge performance. Marcus, this is a Shiro who's sometimes the numbers might have been a bit above the impact, but still a key player for this Cloud9.
Yeah, Shiro for me has been better than Simple this year. I'm a bit afraid to say it out loud, but
no, you're safe. You're good.
He is just such a good player. He always puts up these numbers, even in the downward trajectory trend they had for a while now. Cloud9 hasn't been having the best of results, and he's still putting in the numbers, and he has to be patient, continue to do that, and the rest of the team will step up eventually.
Some people may not agree with Shiro's playstyle. Some may argue that he's a bit too defensive, he's baiting a bit too much, etc., etc. But I agree with what you're saying right here, Marcus. Fact of the matter is that he's a known quantity. You always know what you get with Shiro. He's always going to step up. He's always going to deliver the 20 to 30 frag department every single game. And even when Cloud9 were having the rough periods, Shiro was the one bailing them out. So yes, I agree with you. He's by far been better than Simple for this year so far. And he's still young. It's still a player that is developing, still a player that is getting better and better and better.
And this is where I just wanted to pick your brain. He's definitely not a finished product.
No.
He's definitely youngsters out there. He's earning his stripe and the experience. Where do you think is the next step? What is the next evolution for a player like Shiro, who's already extremely strong in his playstyle? What do you think could be the one additional piece that you could add to the portfolio, so to speak?
I mean, it's always very, very tough to go in and create a new play out of a almost finished product. But I would like to see Shiro be a little bit more assertive on the server. I would like to see him dictate the games a bit more with the AWP. We saw it a bit with Guardian back in the days. I don't know if you remember him, but he was also very passive.
I do.
Over the years, he became more and more aggressive. And when he was in FaZe Clan, he was more sort of a hybrid that could do both. If Shiro can add an aggressive element to his play where he's more dictating the game than just reacting to it, he can be the best AWP in the world, no doubt.
Well, the hopes are very high for Shiro and the Cloud9 team, who have now punched their tickets for the Blast Fall Finals. We see here one last time when it comes to the European bracket. You have our winner, Cloud9, defeating back-to-back-to-back big G2 and starting with Movistar. A very honorable bracket, a very honorable run for the guys over at Cloud9. And this is it. A team that now has 7 teams. We're only looking for one final name. And Marcus,
look at
that
those
team over there
teams.
is pretty sexy list, right?
Yeah, it's only good teams.
If I'm Complexity or Liquid right now, I may want to lose that game. I don't want to get into a tournament with these guys, right? There's no chance for them to do anything anyway.
Don't listen to this guy. This is why I don't win in Face It. See, how am I supposed to win with this guy over here who says you should not qualify to an event if it's going to be hard? Man, oh man. I do not approve of this message. But what I do approve of is a little bit of a break, because the Counter-Strike is not over quite yet. This is where we have to look forward to. Right now it's going to be Complexity versus Liquid for the Americas side of the showdown. There's still one more spot to be found for Copenhagen. The fall final needs its 8th team, and it's coming right at you after the break. I can barely believe it. For one last time, I'm going to cover a CSGO official match. We're waving goodbye to that version here, but we're welcoming one last team in the fall final. Liquid versus Complexity, these are the two names that are going at each other for this final spot in the Americas. And Marcus, Complexity are here, but it's fair to say that this was a very hard-fought battle to pass through Furia.
Hard-fought battle, and what has impressed me the most about Complexity has been their ability to come back from being down after the first half. They have come back from 12-3, won the map 16-14, come back from 11, being down 11-4 and winning that map as well. They have some great rounds, but they need to play the advantages better. They're still making silly mistakes, and they're relying on Floppy, Grim, and Elise to come and save some key rounds by important clutches.
Well, you mentioned Elise. Obviously, this is a matchup that has a special flavor to him, not only because he meets his old teammate Naf, but overall going up against Liquid, the team, the jersey that he's represented for so many years. That must feel special for a player.
There's so much history in this matchup. OC from his prior teammates, he left to join and play with Elise. Elise now left and went back to the old team that he left. So there's so many stories going on here.
And if you're Elise, how much weight do you think he has in the preparation? Do you think as a player he is supposed to take charge of this matchup and tell them what they should be ready?
Of doing this, because obviously Liquid has evolved since he's left. They've gone worse, you can say, but all the strats that he probably remembers from that time, those are outdated. He can't really come in and say, oh, this is how they do it and blah, blah, blah. They need to play their own game.
Oh,
exactly.
That's interesting. You agree with him on that as well?
I agree with that. I have tried it so many times, changing teams, playing against my old teammates for 5 years, just full-on anti-stratting them and not focusing on our own game and strengths. Like, they have to play their own game, do a few tweaks in the defaults, but they need to be able to like keep their own identity and trust that they're the better team.
Right. You told me about their comebacks and their ability to stay in the game. What would you put it down to? How do you think this team has been able to be so strong mentally in moments where they could have lost many different maps here in Copenhagen?
So normally I would like let it come down to mental strength, but I think especially Floppy has saved them in some really crucial situation. We saw on Inferno yesterday, 2v4 on Inferno, and he just does the best headshots of the tournament.
Well, you mentioned the name Floppy, and I think it's only apt that we exchanged a couple of words with him, and that's James Banks.
So Floppy, yesterday Furia couldn't stop the flop when it came to Inferno, but that game was more than close. What were some of your struggles you had yesterday that just can't happen today against Liquid?
I think yesterday we kind of started off slow on overpass. It was just kind of, I don't know, like we're just, starting off slow. It's the first map of the day, so I think we need to start off strong today, whatever map pool it is today.
And this game obviously has a lot on the line, right? The full final spot, but also your chance to finally take down Liquid, who you don't win against. And this is the first time you're facing them with a Liege. So how much, in your opinion, is this version of Complexity improved with a Liege?
I think this is the best version of Complexity that we've seen. Honestly, like, we've been really strong. We could have had a better performance at Pro League as well. So I think, yeah, we're playing at our best at the moment, and it's only up from here.
Nice. Okay, so very positive for sure. And obviously, Elise, he played with the core of this Liquid. Is there anything he's been able to tell you or add in this game in particular, or is it already irrelevant?
I think not necessarily against just Liquid, but against every team he has his own thoughts and opinions on. So I don't think it's anything too special against Liquid.
Okay, but would you call this matchup like a rivalry matchup because of the NA versus NA?
Yeah, it's always a rivalry against Liquid.
And do you think that this is the time you can get that win? Is this what we're smelling right now? Is that what's in the water?
I don't know, man. Floppy online. This is my homeland, bro. It's time to frag out.
All right, then. Online is the homeland for Floppy. Yeah, you know what? He said it himself. I'm not going to challenge him on that. But you were telling me, Bob, as well.
Yeah.
If you just look at face value, Liquid versus Complexity, there should be a favorite side for Liquid, but that's not exactly the reality currently.
I mean, when we see Liquid's lineup, there's been brought a lot of players into the team. We've got Patty, we've got Yekindar. Those were star players in other European teams. But then we have a Complexity who's kind of a little bit of some leftovers that Liquid didn't want. But now they're actually doing better than them. And I feel like when they go into practice complexity, I feel like they enjoy themselves. They feel like a team. When I look at this Team Liquid lineup, I don't feel like they enjoy playing with each other. I think they need some results in order to get momentum.
Would that mean that the individuals are under more pressure for Liquid?
Yes, I think the individuals are more under pressure, because it seems like they're buying a bit more all over the place. You know, they bring in imports for Europe, and of course it puts a bigger responsibility on their backs. Whereas I feel that in Complexity, they are more in for the long term. It seems like they have a lot of money and stuff, but they don't just want to go out and spend it on the best players. They want the right team chemistry, and I think that's the right way to go long term.
And now you talk about long term, and obviously for Liquid, there's a whole lot of questions out there. We've addressed it a couple of times. Noise on the street, roster change, and all of that. Talk to me as a player, how do you handle these moments when you're uncertain about what's going to happen? You don't really know what the future holds. How do you handle it in a big game?
I think you have to realize that CSGO now is a job. Back when me and Marcus sometimes played, it felt like a family. But when you join a team like Liquid, you don't expect to find your fourth next best friends. You expect to get some results, and if you're not getting them, you know your job is in danger, and that is just what a professional is.
Speaking of job in danger, do we think that OC still has a chance to buy himself more time on that roster? Are you ready to ring the bell for change? Or he's been having a very good tournament. We have to be clear. It's been fantastic so far. The numbers are up there. But do you think he's still fighting for survival?
I think normally OC wouldn't be in a dangerous situation right here. I think it's just unfortunate for him that Liquid has been struggling to find the right in-game leader. And Kaden is now free on the market. He's a great in-game leader and also an AWPer who can put up almost or the same amount of kills as OC. And OC's strength is the mechanical skills. He needs to put up big numbers. He doesn't seem like the guy who's bringing them together, taking a lot of initiative and leading the team. And Kaden is a leader, for example.
Right. Now, obviously, from a team perspective, it feels like Complexity has the upper hand. Do you feel that reflects in the map pool as well? They get away with the Anubis, they get away with Overpass. This should be a strength position for them.
I mean, when you are a top team struggling, you obviously also have a worse map pool, and I think Complexity has actually built a map pool together as a team. I think Elise has been contributing a lot to that. He probably have a lot of experience with how they did it in Liquid and has implemented into a team that is hungry.
Okay. Do you think Liquid has what it takes to surprise Complexity on Anubis? Because Anubis has been a map that's a go-to for Complexity. They've been very assured in their pick. Is there a way here for Liquid to punish that?
I think it's going to be really difficult to beat Complexity on Anubis. We need to remember they have an 88% of win rate out of 8 maps, and they're playing it really basic. It's hard to counter a team and anti-strat a team who's just so good at playing basic Counter-Strike on a map. There's nothing big that stands out you can punish them for.
Basic Counter-Strike is all the way, baby. But I do have to remind you of one more thing at home, guys. There's the Mask MVP polls. These are open for the Americas side of the competition. Here you get a head over to blast.tv and you can cast your vote to help us find who's the most valuable player by Musk here at the showdown. We are a few minutes away from the beginning of map 1. It's going to be Anubis, the fourth hold of Complexity, a map that they have appreciated quite a lot in the short term. Our casters are ready, we are ready. A few minutes break and we go right back to it.
See, you've been having a really good tournament so far, and I want to see how you're finding things for yourself on an individual level with the changes in the team. Maybe there's some more space or room you've been given during all of this.
I would say with the addition of Daps, it hasn't really changed too much. I think with Daps, we have more of a voice and, you know, more ideas. So maybe that helps with my individual level and, you know, having someone bring up more ideas and stuff like that. But overall, I feel like it's basically the same as with Rainwaker so far.
Well, it's working very well for you, at least what we've seen so far in these games. So maybe you're feeling a bit more pressure to step up individually in these games?
Yeah, I'd say, you know, since adding a new member into the team, of course, he's been, Daps has been with the team for a long time, so he knows how our system works and stuff, but actually playing the game and, you know, being in the moments, it's a lot tougher. And so I think game by game, we're, you know, implementing him better into the team. But yeah, I think so far right now, we're looking more at an individual level to make sure that we can close some of these rounds out. But yeah, I think the individual level definitely helps a lot when, you know, we don't have all the reps to not make as many mistakes.
Yeah, and we've been seeing that across these games so far. And today, you got up against Complexity, who you guys just don't lose against, right? For so long, you have been the #1 NA team. But does it feel like to you that this Complexity is the best version of Complexity we've seen?
I would say so. I think ever since they added a Leech, they've been looking a lot better. I think as well, you know, when you have someone with so much experience on the team that comes in, you know, there's just so much that you can learn from even just one person. So I think that definitely helped. But, you know, all the players on Complexity were people who had a lot of potential. And when you just have someone that can kind of lead you in the right way, then it helps a lot, I feel like. And so, yeah, Complexity has been looking very good. I think, you know, Halsrick has been doing his thing. Leech has been playing very well, and Floppy as well. Everyone on the team, honestly, has been performing pretty well. So I think it's going to be a really good match. And, you know, I think it's one of those matches that we were looking forward to play in this tournament. So.
Oh, you're looking forward to playing it. So you want to prove a point that you can win with no matter what players you got?
I wouldn't say that. I think there's just like a lot of, you know, I guess rivalry or like, you know, I'm like obviously very close with a lot of the Complexity players and allegiance with the past and stuff like that. So I think there's just like a lot of, it's like a friendly rivalry, I would say. But, you know, there's a lot of talks about like who the best NA team is right now, and Complexity has been playing very well. So we want to kind of prove a point.
We are back for a little bit of an extended delay here. There are some technical issues at the Complexity Center. A PC has to be changed, but I'm hearing that that PC has been changed. So hopefully we are not going to be with you for too long. Now, we had OC and he had a couple of words with James Banks, and I believe along the storylines of this grand final, he has to be a name that we mentioned, not only because of his history with the core of the Extra Salt in Complexity, but also for his trajectory. And you had an opinion about whether or not Complexity made the right choice at a point.
Yeah, I mean, you can talk about would OC be better off playing at Complexity now than he would being in Liquid at this point. He left Extra Salt, that became Complexity. People sometimes forget this. He played with Elise and then he actually left back to the team. I think he's an interesting prospect, but he hasn't really had the level that we've expected from him.
What would be your assessment of OC's time in Liquid? He's obviously been under a lot of scrutiny. People have been calling for replacements at time. He's had a few games here and there. What would be your take about his stay in Complexity, or in Liquid rather?
I would say confusing. It's weird to me that he has already almost been playing in Liquid for 2 years now, and that just says to me that he hasn't had any really standout tournaments offline. This was a guy who has been dominating online NACS for many years, comes into Liquid in December 2021, but we're still lacking to see that extra level that he needs to develop himself into at some point. And you could argue after 2 years that time might be up if Liquid want to improve, because they have Yakinda, they have Nafly, they are still testing out Patty and finding the in-game leader. But while there is this project where you are building the team, it's easier to replace 2 at a time than maybe only 1.
Yeah, this could be a very dangerous time for him as well. I've always had the feeling, and I wonder if you concur on that whenever Liquid was in a moment of uncertainty, would it be leader change or roster change, these would be moments where OC would actually pop off.
Yep.
And then when they establish a game style, he fades off a little bit. And I can't really put a finger on what's happening here, what is happening behind that.
No, but I've also thought that Liquid has also had a kind of luxury. They've been the total domination of NA for such a long period. When we spoke about complexity, their rival was EG. But now the tables have turned. We obviously see complexity as the favorites in North America. It's a completely different dynamic, and Heltic and the guys ready to take that role.
Yeah, I like OC and the interview we get with him here from Banks. He's a nice guy. He doesn't want to humiliate his opponent by saying that, oh, we're going to beat them. So, you know, he's really polite, and maybe he needs a lot of space as well. I think OC needs a lot of freedom to perform. And maybe he doesn't always have the loudest voice on the TeamSpeak to say, okay, I want to do this. So when there's more freedom, it's easier for him to get the impact. But I would like him to be a bit more confident, as many of the good Orbers are, and like go out in interviews and say, I'm going to dominate this guy. You know, kind of that thing that I'm going to bring the game to you. And I think that's a thing that is hard for him to develop into, because that's also a personality thing. And yeah.
And how much of it do you think is his responsibility, right? Because you can be part of a system and you can have a personality that maybe makes you a little bit more timid, a little bit more shy. But how much is it on his shoulder and his responsibility to say, well, you know what, screw this. Like, this is what I want to do. This is the space I want. How much does he have to do it and not wait for someone else or from management or coaching to come to him with that?
Counter-Strike is a professional sports business these days. Your own success in your career is only down to yourself. The rest is excuses. Obviously, it's easier to perform under good circumstances, with a nice team, with good friends, who almost feels like a family on the team. But in the end, it's just up to yourself. You cannot blame a guy for being shy or anything. He just needs to realize that it's up to himself, right? To take this next step. It would be nice to have an in-game leader who can push him the way, but there's also a point of extension where you need to take it yourself, you know. You need to take yourself what you want to achieve in your career. If that makes sense?
Yeah, it absolutely makes sense. And you talk about the next step. Boopski, you also mentioned Complexity are now walking into this game as de facto favorites, sort of the big brothers of NA. Do you feel like this young roster is ready to have the sort of title on their shoulder?
If Elise wasn't on the roster, no, I don't think so. But now he is there. He has probably taught them a lot. And I also think the coaching staff has learned a lot from a guy who's played at the top for so many years, and he also got a new haircut who's been buffing up.
Yeah, that haircut's been pretty well. I might have to go down that road eventually. I'm still holding on to the 25 set of hair I have on my... I respect that, Elish. That gives me the courage to a whole lot of people out there. Memes aside, in simple terms, a man like Elish steps into Complexity. What is it that he brings first and foremost?
He brings a tone of voice. He brings a structure. People respect him. When he says something, people kind of doubt, you know, when a good football player says that's a really good pass, but then they really respect it. But if I say, oh, that was a nice pass, it's kind of like, please shut up, right? So it's really a difference maker of him having the respect prior to joining the team.
And now I want to take the other side of that coin, right? You have Elish who joins in. He's obviously a big name. He's got notoriety. Does he come with a set of expectation and pressure as well? Do you think for the Complexity guys, having Elish join might have had also a cost to that roster change?
Bringing in Elish is a statement, and of course it comes with pressure, right? But I think Complexity has been laying down there in NA, huge name, huge economy, but we have just been not seeing like these big signings from them before. So I think they have had time, years to develop the project slowly, and I think the players are ready to take on that next step and take that extra pressure with them, because it's just nice to get Elish on your team. It's a statement to themselves as well that they're good players. He want to play with them and he want to win titles with them.
I also feel like Complexity has tried everything. They tried in the start with the North American roster. They feel like that was completely shit. Then they went to EU, tried to build it up with Blame F, and those guys, that didn't really work either. Like, they had some decent results, and then they went back to their roots and they actually built it from the ground up. And there was a nice team in there called Extra Salt that they could take a player or two from, which have really built upon.
Yeah, listen, we talk about Elish and how notorious and long-standing he's been in the Counter-Strike scene. Well, he's got his old buddy Naf over to the Liquid side, and it's a little bit of the same. These are mainstay names of the Counter-Strike scene, not only North America, and an equivalent importance in this series as well.
I would argue he's the most important player in North American history. Like the roles he's playing and the dynamic roles that he can take on is really niche. Compared to Elise, where I think you need to put him in a start position. I think Nev could even AWP, he could do a little bit of everything. So he's a very, very versatile player to be on your roster.
So you would say he's a low maintenance, high reward type player?
I don't think he causes drama either. I think it's also important to understand some players will whine a lot and some players will complain more than others, and it's very important to find a balance to keep team atmosphere at best.
What's your appraisal of Naf as a player? Did you, I'm imagining in your time, you must have had a couple of battles with Naf. He's been around for a while. What's it been playing against Naf, and what's your take on that player?
He's just a versatile player, and as Boopski says, he can just slot you right in. And I think you could argue that you could put Naf into more big teams with immediate success than Elish.
Awesome. There we go. Well, I have very good news, actually. Producer is in my ear singing like a little bird that the game is ready. So analyst, stop, talk. The Twitch chat, we have heard you. But the only people I want to hear talking right now are Scronny and Nonders. My dudes, let's take it over to you. Let's talk about Counter-Strike.
Yes, indeed, my dude. Thank you so much, Maniac and analysts. Bubsky and Kirby, shout out to you guys. Welcome to the gang. Well done this week. The final match of the Showdown era. The final match of competitive CSGO. And it is a treat. It's the Team Liquid Complexity NA head-to-head right when Team Liquid become a North American team again. Pressure on Daps to keep Complexity at bay. Elige is the new weapon for Cole. Oh, it's all coming together for a spot at the fall finals. Goofs and gaffs aside, folks, this match absolutely matters. The biggest LAN of CS2 in 2023 is on the line for these two NA orgs.
And we saw yesterday what Complexity had to go through to be able to beat Furia. That showed what kind of game they're willing to play. They survived a devastating first map loss, a tight second map, and an even more impressive comeback on the third map. So Liquid have their work cut out for them.
Oof. Grim's getting his duel on down towards B. JT over the shoulder helps. Patsy, nice headshots. Looking for another, but now the reload could cost him. Sure enough, Elige capitalizes. 3 versus 3 as Yakinder thinks he can get across the bridge, and he's lucky enough to catch Elige mid-reload. So nice internal timing there from Yakinder. Floppy doubles back to try and get him, but Yakinder's got the headshots. It's an all-European pistol from Liquid between Patsy and Yakinder, and so that's the way the CTs start this game.
This ends up being a tight game. You know, there will be more of a spotlight on Daps in this matchup than I think we've seen in the past couple, because this one it's not a given that Liquid should win. This is actually not a given that Complexity should win, but there is actually an expectation here that Complexity should be able to beat Liquid with a sub. In the other games, it was like, Liquid should still win. They should still easily outdo their opponent. 4 out of 5 players and a 5th player playing okay, but it's not the case anymore. So luckily, Daps has had a few matches behind him, and he's actually shown some good promise as an individual, but you can only expect so much, and I think he's got to clasp his hands and hope that his form is just on point a little bit extra today.
In the pregame interview, OC said, "It feels like we're still with Rainwaker. Like it's no different." And I think that's praise to Daps as a coach being able to jump back in. Or is it a slight to Rainwaker? Make of it what you will.
No, I think it's clearly noticeable. And you're just being facetious there, but it's noticeable how much the map looks totally fine when Daps is moving around. You can tell the rotations have been solid. And it feels like everything's been covered well. Nobody looks out of place or has to trip over other people's shoelaces to get around. It's one of those jobs where if you're not complaining, then someone's doing a great job.
Yep. And no complaints at the start of this one. The way Yakinder and Naf just chew through the smoke, shut down any A play. Your P250 Grim is destined for the dirt. But he'll grab an MP9. Yakinder better be careful. I mean, there's no need for Yakinder to peek here on 15 health. You end up losing, at the very least, Daps' SMG. So yeah, let the rotators clear it all up. And that 2-0 start is yours.
I wonder what kind of level we're going to get out of Patsy and Yakinder today, because I don't think it'll be team play that makes the biggest difference for Liquid. The calling is one thing, but I think the Yakinder, Patsy, Naf trio, their core, and leaning into that strength
especially on potentially aggressive T sides, that's what they can overwhelm Complexity with. I think that's one area where Complexity will, you know, not be able to keep up if they're all peaking at the same time. But Complexity have fought through fire and brimstone to get here.
And we've seen those individual levels you're talking about have an uptick in Showdown. It's the age-old tale of Team Liquid coming back to the regional Counter-Strike and then just using European talent to kind of flex, keep the other guys at bay. But, you know, Elige, to me, this would be his moment. This would be his game. You know, we said in jest, the two of us, before this went live, like, you know, this is who wins the breakup.
Yeah.
And Elige comes back with newfound form from Floppy. Halzerk's op impact, we all have seen it. Whether or not he's hot and cold throughout the series or whether he can string a couple of solid performances together. But you know he always seems to be good for a carry within a series. Right now he's been left on an island out top middle on his own. Total ace stack here from Liquid. Just leaning on OC and Spawn with a FOMUS. So this isn't the best of spots for OC. But he keeps Halzerk back for a little bit. And the long A push does catch Elige as he tried to enter Dark and get into that B site. If they had clipped JT's wings, then that's bomb down. So Halzerk's position is so interesting. He's still locking horns with OC, picks up the kill as Daps tries to creep behind him. Halzerk leaves towards Temple, and he's looking to join forces with this bomb plant on B. This is perfect. Complexity just cutting through the defense. Maybe Liquid out-rotating themselves. And not getting that flank the way they'd hoped. If they caught both players in canals just 5 seconds sooner, Complexity have no bomb. But so missing that timing, Liquid win it.
Yeah, so in a standard round in an even matchup in a default, the Ts are going to try to loosen your control up and then pretend they take a piece of map control. And then the other team, if you fall back, you have to double re-clear, you have to use nades, you have to push something else to respond. And I think that was the part that was missing this round from Liquid. They gave up a little space, didn't take any back. Complexity took a little more space, they didn't take any back. And then suddenly there's a split with Halzerk alone, holding and controlling middle by himself. And this is the only response. A little bit too late.
Clean rifle work out of Halzerk. Best OC doubles back, makes sure nothing gets weird in the retake attempt. Liquid did try to chase them around that site, but it's an instant timeout from Liquid to talk about it.
Good timings from Complexity on that push. And you could say the double A push from the CT side, that's enough to counter the map control that Halzerk took. But as you could see, they were really chasing ghosts. I mean, they got the tail end of one frag, but that was players running into an empty bomb site. So it wasn't as if they were getting clamped on.
The head-to-head between Liquid and Complexity, pretty damn one-sided in the last couple years. Team Liquid always picking them up, but again, Complexity have never had a Elige, right? In the North American head-to-head, it was always like he who had a Elige is the best, but
well, this is when we find out if he who had Elige is the best.
Mm-hmm.
The first time we can. We can isolate the variable. And Elige has been standout at the showdown, definitely.
I mean, there have been moments since Elige's departure for Complexity where he is just straight up the win condition. And we saw that yesterday, I think, versus Furia with that scout triple headshot. Just glorious moments from him, round-winning impact. But JT is the guy, apparently, this time. Round 4 with his name stamped on it. That's Patsy and Daps smashed in Dark and an instant save from Liquid. Complexity wastes no time to tie the game at 2.
You phase the smoke, you get 1 kill, but he phases smoke, and he got 2 frags before they could even see him. Well, I guess he has 2 eyes.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
Okay, JT. I see you.
Yesterday, JT did not have the best day, but yesterday's in the past.
Clean snapshot onto Daps.
Oh, that is... what is that?
It's content.
Wow.
It's Alicia's son.
That's adorable. What is... who is on that? What is the character on that?
Oof. And the two guys pieced up in dark last round, stuck on pistols as it's the rest of Liquid to maybe get something going with rifles. And they don't change the setup much. They take one player, add him to the B site, so a rifle to work between Patsy and Daps, boosted up his OC. And Kinder's looking to get something going long, but he just walks up on his own. Floppy finds timing, clearing that. And now Naf's going to have pressure on him if there's a follow-through.
Yeah, Nades will get him back. Yeah, Patsy going for a walk. But JT has him on a leash. That's an easy kill. There are 2 rifles still here for the CT side. That's right, still 2. Naf low now, but that's enough of a clue to say, all right, we're fine taking our risk over on the B side, and there is no one here.
Had James Banks reconfirm that it is indeed still Yakinder calling for this one, seeing as Daps wouldn't be able to get a system in place. They didn't want to change that. I just, you know, from the day 1 to day 2 improvement from the calling, I almost doubted Yakinder, but I had James double check. It is still the case. And it's nice to see that Yakinder just called something quicker, faster, and to the strengths of Team Liquid in their second matchup.
Yeah, it kind of showed they had stuff to use. They just weren't really using it before. Some days are foggy too. I mean, being an IGL is very difficult. You have to just consistently be on it, and you got to come up with ideas over and over again. It's not for everyone.
And you know what? Listen, I'll always respect somebody who thinks they can. All right? As long as you can accept defeat when it doesn't work out. Somebody like Electronic, right? You said it yourself. You believed him when he said he wanted to be the best in-game leader ever. That he was going to take a swing at it. But speaking of swings, down in dark, Naf trades back as Patsy went right into that fight. Met by 2. Pressure comes out from long. Daps can't keep any pressure on the entrance of the B site, and Alicia's nade will just finish him off. Very little health left over from the sprays through smoke. But I mean, Daps applying no spray through that smoke just allowed for Complexity to sprint straight through. And even though Naf was in the middle of trying to recover from the opening kill, this is like Complexity winning rounds in the first 20 seconds, back to back to back.
Yeah, that's pretty confident, the way that they had just approached that B split. It was fast. It was decisive. It exploited a weakness. I mean, Patsy thought he was going to peek out, get a free kill, go tuck in again. No, he saw one guy. That guy killed him, and there was 2 running up the right side while Nafly peeked. He was lucky to even get his molly off. And by that point, that's both players spotted and a free B site again. That is the worst sign yet for Liquid. What a round out of Cole.
Strong start on Anubis. They started their 2023 season with an Anubis pick that ended up falling completely flat. And I think Complexity have been one of the teams that slowly worked through this, improving over time. They shepherded in quickly. And already the cracks of frustration shown on Team Liquid. Yakinder didn't like that one. And it's got to feel rough, man. You're losing these rounds incredibly fast. Complexity showing comfort in that aggression. Floppy being a nuisance outside A. Getting Naf to burn a lot of his utility already. He's down to a single flashbang, so that'll draw Yakinder over, but no supportive utility. OC's position found out on the door, but with the window smoked, he's got a chance to go.
He's got to be careful. He's actually low.
I thought he would have left sooner, but He does end up getting towards camera. Yakinder, his rotator, just moves out and gets bested.
Wow.
Flashbang to the face. OCC's nothing, and Complexity are ready to knock on this A site. Floppy checks flank as JT holds for the next rotator. And everything's going well until Naf posts that double Thomas headshot in the mid. But still, A site so low, Daps on his own. In CT almost lines up too, but Grim's right there to trade it. And now they've got OC strapped and stranded with little HP in a 1v2 he shouldn't win. Bomb has been planted. Does he try this? Yeah, he's gonna give it a go. He's got the kit, he's got the smoke. And they go double dark. No, doesn't like it. And so he's going to let this one slide away. Complexity, it's a 5-2 lead.
I mean, it's as simple as, and I'm sure you're going to agree with me here, the layered flashbangs, right?
Yep.
Two to get OC back off the first pick into killing Yakinder. Another two to get him back into camera with the smoke coming out. And that allowed them to kill Patsy on the rotate into mid. It was just walking in dry, by the way, just seeing what he can do. It's already looking way more desperate from Liquid's perspective than it is for Complexity. Full control of every situation. OC doesn't even have a real chance to shoot. 2 blind shots that round and 2 teammates dead when he doesn't get those kills. Another complete outplay by Complexity. Besides this. I miss him. This might be a short day, Connor.
No, surely not. I mean, after all the matches we've had in the NA Showdown, you know, Liquid give up a map to Forsaken, Liquid give up a map to Party Astronauts. You know, I thought maybe we'd go 3, keep it tight, Furia and Complexity, 30 rounds each time. There was no blowouts on my horizon when I got out of bed this morning.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I'm not ready for this outcome. I'm not ready for a blowout.
Pull up the binoculars again.
What else am I going to do on my Sunday afternoon? Look at this killer pack, murderous prowl out from long A. Just AKs up, no util, keep it simple. They know they've got Liquid by the balls. Straight up swinging that bomb site, catching rotators, but there's a fight back from OC. You know, you start skipping steps and things get sketch. But Grim will get himself a double headshot. Patsy's flank's not fast enough. Still, considering you ran into a site here that was majority pistols, this amount of damage, hey. Grim's only on 40 health.
He's low,
There's time to defuse this. Oh, Molly to make it weird. Grim's sliding out. Ooh,
oh my God.
Both die.
Grim took a big risk there too by swinging that direction. He didn't want to play it cowardly, and Patsy nearly tucked in time.
Scary though, man. You rotate in. I think what, pistols get 2 kills here? Then OC plucks one off the op.
I'm really happy to see Complexity moving fast. It's the same for me. It's the same way that I wanted Liquid to play faster with Yakinder and Patsy available versus these teams they should beat, because they should beat them. And I think Complexity should solidify themselves as a team that feels like the favorite in this match, that has less time to spend figuring out and playing a feeler round out, you know? They should be able to prove that they can win fast right away, honestly. And they have. They've got better nades right now, very strong defaults. Tricking Liquid left, right, and center. I'm with you. I didn't think it would happen today, but I'm glad that it is.
So far.
So far.
I've seen the Complexity highs. They usually come with a couple lows. All right. These guys have a certain, you know, doomsday aura. It can't be perfect for Complexity. Like that. Daps finds the lineup. Grim never gets a chance to shoot back. They're still going to try to press through. But Elige losing vision as he slips back into the smoke grenade. And this one gets completely stuffed. So solid hold from Daps and Patsy. And a 2K out of Yakinder to get into the dark room and take everything away from them. This time, it is indeed Complexity swept under the rug.
Yeah, much better round. On the side hold, and they let Liquid all get close, but they are coming through a smoke. So very nice from Daps to just trust himself right there, take out Grim inside the smoke and the choke point. And the day push coming into play again.
Good util damage behind the front peak. Elige brings one with him. OC fast, but not fast enough. You know, if Complexity do end up winning.
Who wins this? Grim or
This
Nav?
duel?
Yeah.
Nav.
Okay, I'll take Grim. I'll take Grim.
Weird timing, though. Now that Grim's crossed over. Now Grim.
Now Grim. Okay.
Yeah. If you got him in the back of the lane, then different story. I feel like those players always get caught off. Every time you come around that B corner, you're never expecting somebody out on that plat. But he crossed by, gets the better of Nafly. And Daps feels the need to get adventurous. Him versus Floppy. Ooh, tried to reset the recoil. Floppy commits to the spray down. And even with 15 health, he hangs on. So it's a 4v2, but barely. And if Yakinder finds timing, ooh, they just double dropped.
Yeah, but
Floppy's going to find him. Dies.
Go for it.
And Yakinder tries to keep the pressure up. Ulzer's holding it with the AWP. Shot right to the gut. And nothing for OC to do at this point, but save that op yet again. 7 on this T side.
Damn. That little bit, you know, it's like that, like Daps getting 90 damage, but not the extra bullet in for Floppy. That's that can change the round, of course. Not the only thing that went wrong, but Complexity put together another healthy split. I think they just are not afraid of Liquid in terms of taking canals very quickly. Usually teams have to work harder for Dark, but Complexity are almost confident straight rushing it out of spawn. Or E-Box. You calling it E-Box?
Yeah, I mean, everybody I play with lately in NA, it's all E-Box.
Yeah.
No one's calling it dark. Because you know what? For CS2, they added the brightest fluorescent light I have ever seen in that room. So we can't call it dark because it's like, it's so bright white now.
Yeah.
Has it become E-Box, Launders? Has it?
I like the call E-Box. It's just like the call for into different parts of different maps. Just because both parts of the word are like very strong.
E-Box.
E-Box.
That's actually my internet provider here in Montreal.
Enjoy the DDoS, kid.
Yeah, enjoy the solo cast, bro.
Shoot.
Yeah. Oh, they were getting a little antsy, taking a peek out into long. Now it's Yakinder behind the pillar. Naf could set the flash up. Yep, perfect. Lean sensed that incoming Complexity pressure, and they play the utility perfectly.
It's all a ruse, of course. Now, you know, I bet everyone in Yakinder's body saying they're just going to go B now. And I'm looking to see if he takes Naf with him. And it looks like, yeah. So they're making a good guess, but they've given up some space, including E-Box. Oh, and Dap's not mulling E-Box.
No, Molly's long instead. That'll keep the bomb at bay. Yakinder doesn't drop through the bridge, but instead crosses over. Molly's done, but again, no spams out of these smokes. Just allows for the peek. Floppy, bad jump, still recovered.
What is this?
But Daps is here, and Daps has got only the one. Yakinder's flank from Bridge gets the headshot to Grim, but they planted the opposite
that's
side.
So good by Elise, man.
Perfectly called out. Trying to get that kill through it before he has to take a chance and press. Halzerk's still worried about Canals. Yakinder's just gotten through. He slipped the net. And the bomb is planted for Elish. He put himself in this position. The peek back from jail. Nice split from Yakinder. He calls out that no one holds smoke. Halzerk concerned with Canals. And with that, Liquid get 4.
Damn, I was thinking that Elish plant wins the round because, you know, if he's lazy, plants default for E-Box and they get flanked, but he's totally aware of the amount of flanks that have come in this half and trusts that no one's pushing in their position. Now, the spots played on site were pretty bad, right, for Liquid. They were overlapping each other. There was 2 guys trying to share 1 pillar for cover versus 2 Ts coming in. They crossed up their mollies. It was a little sloppy for sure. I think a part of them felt like don't die in sight. We have 2 big flanks coming in, but they've still got to get kills, right? There's still a full attack coming in from Complexity, and that almost went sour. So 2v2 retake won by Liquid. Scary situation overall, but an important round to just at least keep Complexity's money low.
Kinder decided that his performance is going to skyrocket for this one. 12-6. He's been in the middle of the pack throughout the showdown.
Yeah, when you've got a big advantage like that double flank, you're better off trading some material than just having everyone play retake on a position. Because, yeah, the lower the numbers are, the more chaos it is, the more nades get thrown, the more powerful that flank is, and the more time they have to come on in without it being potentially watched.
Nobody's showing a thread for them to yank on. Utility's going to make this a little awkward. Daps blinded. Ooh, JT burned Patsy out. Yakinder's got himself a double kill. The only player to post a frag. Makes it a triple. But they'll lose Nafly on the other half of the map, and that's going to draw Halzerk out of this B commitment.
OC's going to go heaven. He's got a great spot. He's probably not going to be expected. And OC with the reroute here. Let's see how Halzerk deals with this. Won't be easy. No smoke.
Can Halzerk read his opping counterpart?
Oh.
Yes. Jiggles it. Gets by. Commits. And OC called out. So far, beautiful play from Halzerk. OC's going to just reel backwards, give him the space. But this could give cover for Halzerk to long. Now he's isolated the 1v1, and he gets the kill. Will he switch to the op? No. Holds the Krieg. And by the way he pushed forward like that, he's reading Yakinder's already behind him. And a tap on bomb, only 19 health for Yakinder. This would be a beautiful close. And yes, sir, he's got it. Halzerk taking it to OC, calling his buff that there wouldn't be a peek on the plant.
Yeah.
And that cherry on top for the 1v2.
No, he downloaded OC. He downloaded OC 100%. Put him on a floppy disk. Synthesized all the data. Said, I know what you're going to do. And he, as an opper, right, always knows how to deal with an opper on an angle. So 2 shoulder peaks right here. Fosie's probably so tilted he missed that shot. He was slightly ready for it. But at this point, Yakinder, you know, get some damage in. And, however, Halzerk was unharmed at that point. He had HP to play with and a kill right off the bat in the next round. Oh, no. If Liquid lose this half is just ruined. They're going to be completely out of money.
JT not afraid of continuing forward with mid, but he's got to be careful. Bombs with him. Actually, excuse me, there are 3 players, so that's a very comfortable mid setup, especially as Halzerk takes down a second player off long A. Opening duel as he instantly peeked it, bested Yakinder, and gets himself the triple. Halzerk is dominating inside this A site, back-to-back rounds. Complexity looks phenomenal on this T side.
And Halzerk put on a tux for this match. Grand finals here.
I don't think Halzerk owns a tuxedo.
It would look so cute in a tuxedo. He should totally.
But I
go.
bet you he's got a jean jacket.
Oh, very true. Yeah, he probably does a Canadian tuxedo, right? The double denim.
Mm-hmm. Double denim with a flannel undershirt.
And what's the... And a keystone.
And a keystone. Better drop me them ops every damn round. And honestly, if he's playing like this, yeah, you make sure he has one. OC? Eesh, not allowed to save the AWP. Daps MP9. That's all they'll keep forward. And this is complexity on the brink of double digits.
We'll have one more ugly force in this half for Liquid. It might even just be force. We'll see. But money could not be more awkward with 2 rounds left. A lot rested on that one. They'll save up for next.
Oh, no way.
Oh my God, they got that covered. Jesus.
Farms 3 more added to the tally for JT, up to 12-8, second highest performing player. Ignore the fact those were pistols, okay? JT is at the top of the scoreboard. We celebrate that. At the moment, Team Liquid just getting out-dueled. Predominantly by Halzerk in the gun rounds. That clutch, nasty.
Mm-hmm.
If it wasn't for Yakinder pushing through that smoke grenade as well to get 2 kills in that 2v2, you know, he's the one that reopened the 4th round win for Liquid.
True.
But, oof, the deagle hits. Slight chance, but nope. Taken away. Complexity 10-4 as Grim finds the headshot. We're starting to look at Complexity and understand why exactly they come into this series as the favorites. Recent form, all-time high. Floppy, all-time high. DC, I haven't seen that smile in a while. He's loving this. Hasn't even finished his coffee, and the first half's almost done.
Man, you know, few know what Complexity had to go through at this showdown. That match yesterday versus Furia, still can hardly believe happened. I'm sure that felt like a grand final right there.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, Floppy round 29 on Inferno, the double headshots top mid. Map winning, series winning moment. Floppy not having the best of maps at the moment. Doesn't matter. Team is. And he'll have time in the second half to recover.
They got them to playing these same spots over on the B site.
Oh, he's in.
Slightly passive. Oh, well, can Floppy establish utility? Oh, he's getting peeked. Very careful, though, not to just die there.
Love that.
Oh, a late smoke out of Daps. A boost comes in. Patsy nearly able to be spotted. They go a couple steps up, and there's OC down. But they still know 2 are here.
Daps is going to get smoked off from his teammate. Patsy would have to expose himself to hold back, and then Floppy gets the peek from Dark. It is a clinical execution. Pulled apart, 1 kill after another. Boost into Dark peek, into press out, with that smoke sectioning off the CTs, limiting Patsy's options as a back obelisk player, and then Floppy's opping for his 2nd kill of the round to close this half 11-4. Liquid, I know you're on the West Coast, but it's time to wake up.
At the moment in CSGO, we have 2 dominant teams that nobody can touch. You have Heroic and Vitality.
Vitality has some of the French legends. With Apex at the helm,
will be on our terms today. They never fought you. So we don't tilt, we stay together and we fuck them.
used to be an entry fragger.
It's Apex who just delivers a phenomenal hat-trick.
Used to be someone who would try to open up rounds, cause chaos.
Apex is on site here, but he's going to get surrounded by 3. Gets 2 in a row. Oh, my word!
This transition for Apex into the leadership role, so impressive.
It's over, it's over. Now it's over. Now it's over. Maybe no fuck's sake, Van Duken. Oh, I never say it's over with Van Duken.
Oh, damn!
I said it was a Van Duken.
But you said that 4 times in a row.
Yeah.
I'm done with this clear. Elias Apex. I've been playing CS for 16 years. Why I'm here for so long is my work ethic. I never changed. I always wanted to win so much, and I still want it so much, and I'm trying to give my best. To be a captain of a big team, it's a lot of responsibility.
Apex is just like an unbelievable competitor. You know, not only was he learning how to be an in-game leader, but then he brought in like the greatest coach of all time.
My name is Danny Sorensen. I go under the name Sonic. Apex is working extremely hard. We go out of the tournament, I can be sure that before I even go home, Apex is going to write to me on WhatsApp saying that he has a couple of new setups that he wants to discuss with me. Sometimes I'm a bit worried on his behalf, like just calm down, enjoy the game for just 2 minutes instead of trying to improve everything and everyone around you. I don't think I have worked with such a hard-working guy.
Heroic, one of the most hated teams and hated groups of players in all of Counter-Strike. Everyone wanted to see them fail. The only people that were rooting for them was the 5 players and their coach. And at the head of it all, you have Cadian. He's an extremely talented leader for reasons outside of the game. Emotionally, he has that team in the right place and the right mentality at all times.
A better than ever complexity has hit the ground running in this grand finals of the Blast America Showdown with a fall final spot on the line. It looks like this influx Liquid roster is not going to do enough to hold them back, at least not on the CT side of Anubis. This was a masterclass from complexity, layers on the plays, no mistakes made, and certain individuals like Hulzerk and JT climbing that scoreboard for this 11-4 half.
Couldn't have said it better myself. It was a fantastic display on all fronts. Patsy head first into this exec, and they want to peel back after getting some damage, and there's still 2 CTs here, so it's possible to stop this. Great first and second shot, make it a third. Hauser.
Wow. I mean, Patsy with a chance, but Grim just going to make sure they follow through. It looked like they had them nailed, right? That first kill comes in quick. They chase. It's an all-in 5A hit from Liquid, but that flashbang, that flash that turns 2 around to cue Hulzerk up for this.
Oof. And they have to slow down. You're right. Laser focus on Nafly. Patsy shooting him. And there was a small chance of Patsy pulling off that 1-on-3, opening up the back door, but can't get the second kill.
And man, that was like a last frame frag from Hulzerk's 3rd kill.
True.
As he's dying, his gun fires off and takes another one with him. So if it's not Liquid with their first gun round in the next round, then this is going to be a team complexity domination to start the series. And we already saw, of course, Cole go tit for tat with Furia on Inferno last night. Map 3 in order to get to this matchup. Liquid's map pick in question after a performance like this. But hey, considering you're working with that 1 AK on your Kinder, or were working, an opening kill wasn't a bad thing, but now already a bit of pressure towards top middle. Elige doesn't want them to get their hands back on that weapon. And so him and Halzerk will continue to tear it up across the bridge, leaving this on a 48 HP NAF. Looking for something to work with. He gets a flashbang. The MP9 now in hand. And he'll find Grim with his back turned.
He believes Grim hurt him, but no.
There we go. Another. Fighting for the bomb.
Oh.
Halzerk's almost dead.
It's a weird 1v2. There's actually enough time to make this a real attempt.
Another flash. Picking up scraps from these corpses. But he doesn't really have time to wrap this around T-spawn. He's going to have to fight forward whether he likes it or not. And yeah, knife out, jumping. Just kind of gave up, to be entirely honest.
I think he actually thought they might have played far back enough to give him the bomb, or I don't know. But, you know, this round is won by trading out Yakinder, who actually comes back to mid, has a good chance to take out a Liege MP9. And Mazzy's pushing up the bridge. So a lot of that rested on him getting kills, but even though it doesn't happen, it was probably worth a shot. They really needed to stop the bleeding, you know. They're really hemorrhaging here, and 3 rounds for Complexity to destroy them on Anubis. They've got to buy now, but they have to more than get it together. No matter how good that this round is played, they can't even be excited. It's such a long road back already.
Patsy ahead of the smoke grenade, so Elige about to have his hands full. 3 players coming at him. He calls for the rotate out of Floppy and Camera, and also has Halzerk on Temple. So Elige, propped up by his teammates, able to dive into Camera, get away, and go back into OC. That'll be a lethal error, but Halzerk on the AUG just mows down the 2 top mid players, keeps man advantage in the hands of Complexity. Naf has slipped through with the amount of assistance offered up from Floppy on Camera. I like that Naf read this chance to get through behind enemy lines. Daps can come join him. And now if they come through with this retake and they don't come from CT, all of a sudden Nafly could have a round-winning position.
It depends how far he can get, but yeah, he should be able to get a real flank in here. And Nafly's
going to have to make sure he's not heard.
I think he's good. I mean, this should be super powerful. Daps, of course, could still die in this spot. Let's see how fast they go.
Daps is tucked down. Halzerk's going to find him. Nafly strikes from behind. Hands on an AK. Flash and a frag forward. Swings. And it is Halzerk with another massive 4K. Every time they need him, he puts forth 23 and 7.
Man, they said he can't rifle. Just got to give him a scoped rifle. And that's it. He got that 1v2 in the first half, 4K here. Halzerk is an animal right now. And you know what's crazy? Contrast Liquid's mid-take to this. They had to kill 3 people active, ready to fight. When we saw Liquid try this on CT side, it was 1 player dead, next player dead, next player dead, as if they were dominoes. Complexity playing way more together in the sense that, you know, Liege could afford to go out and die. There were still 2 players ready to swing out and trade out mid. It was still Liquid ahead in the trades, but Halzerk, of course, as the X factor right now, got both refrags by himself.
Already sizing up the A site. We'll see if Floppy gets overwhelmed. You know, he's not having the hottest of matches. Hasn't been in a lot of round-winning moments. Solo pressure, sees the shoulder. Clean one versus Naf. Double kill for Floppy. Does exactly what he has to. Elige right in with another multi. And this is indeed Complexity. Steps ahead of Liquid. They can't buy a round win.
Yeah, massacre. Completely massacred. They couldn't trade out a solo site hold. They couldn't trade out a single player inside a mid. They have been completely outdone.
They'll try to force their way into this. It's 11 rounds to the lead of Complexity. making absolute mincemeat of Team Liquid. Stuff it in a pie, bake it, hand it to Halzerk. He's earned it.
Every other team here in the showdown was just terrible to start out and then got better as the showdown went on. Complexity, the only story that, doesn't have that. They were just good pretty much all the way through. Had a hard matchup in Furia, but survived that and are still improving.
Again, especially when you just think about Fallen versus Complexity in the last year, how many times that he's kind of gotten the better of JT, and to finally beat the Beast, set up this head-to-head, an El Clasico of NA. Yakinder's going to try to press through with the Tech-9 desperation out of Liquid, but he does get his hands on the AK, only to die to Elige. This is a masterclass from Complexity to start off an incredibly important series. The last CSGO match between Cole and Liquid, but think of what's on the line, folks. The biggest LAN of CS2 in 2023, and Complexity 16 rounds away from it.
When I put my hand like this, I see muscle. Muscle. I see muscle.
You're so strong, Ilya. It's crazy.
You're so cute.
I'm a bit scared.
Cute little muscle man.
You higher sense, or do you have the same sense?
Higher sense? Why? No,
Same sense?
I have the same, yeah.
He has to lower his sense. He's stronger now, you know.
That spray looked fakey. No, it was really good. It was tough because I was shooting first guy, and I spray transfer the second guy. That's when the very good now, boys. Like you were doing like Kerrigan, moving the whole table. When
I'm walking out. I think one's to the straight right side. That.
Boys,
I'm jumping over. Yeah. More on me. I'll fly first.
Blessing.
Flash shot's not me.
One speaking.
Take a spot. Stand it first.
Yes.
He's taking it.
Nice!
Legend!
Holy the guy in the middle got deleted, bro. People think somebody's playing on my PC.
Wait. I'm gonna stick it. Good. I'm sticking it.
3 seconds. 1 second.
Nice! What are they doing, bro?
Nice, good.
I'm sticking it. In the smoke one, no kit.
This one.
Take AK, somebody. Take AK, bro.
Okay. Man, what is this 10-second defuse? Maybe I should buy kit now.
Box again. I'll give you bomb.
I just shot.
He's smoked out.
I'm stuck in CT.
I'm all behind smoke.
I'm stuck in CT.
They're fucking rocky. Yeah,
I can flash over Donut if you want.
Wait, it's molly. They're molly Donut. Can you flash above Donut? I cannot sleep.
Yeah. Flashing now.
One in temple.
I flash Donut.
I'm could be out.
Out city. Side. Default.
Side. Close at the
Xbox
and default. Xbox and default. Close. Side. Xbox.
It's Xbox last. Half HP, I think.
Nice.
Nice shot. Don't peek at all, okay? Bro.
Okay. That's just kitchen mid.
One
Yeah,
here.
all that boys could be out on side. One out kitchen mid.
Trash short.
One backside.
One up. I'm going backside, bro.
Bench him backside.
Stay alive.
I'll see
bench. Bomb. Can you flash in front of me, in front of car?
Yes. Op is holding you. Op is holding you.
Yes,
Bench, I hit him. Still bench.
Op is kitchen.
Oh, last kitchen.
Nice! You saw the shot or no? They had double up, bro.
Blink and you miss it. The first map was nothing but a blur. 16-4, Complexity dominant, non-negotiating on the ground of Anubis. They completely outclassed Liquid in any department we could possibly think of. Marcus, what the hell just happened? This was a flash.
Yeah, it was really fast. It was just Complexity, playing good basic CS, taking map control, playing down the time. They did whatever they wanted on this T side.
Yeah, Mr. Mullet Man was too strong, man. Like the
Mullet Man.
Yeah, the Mullet Man, the whole take, the good old Norwegian guy. European carry as usual, but jokes aside, they were the better team completely. No chance for Team Liquid. I expected them to be able to put up a fight on Anubis. They even get to play a decent amount of rounds on the T side, but they don't get anything from this.
And we have a couple of highlights coming out of Halzerk right there. Absolutely fantastic in this map. He took over. It felt like we could see him come to life during the first half, and then he reached that point, Marcus, when he was basically destroying everybody.
As a player, sometimes you just get into a mode where you can peek whatever you want, nothing is gonna stop you, and you could see that he could re-peek, he could clutch, he could do whatever he wanted on the server, and he showed the way for complexity.
And honestly, I would argue, sure, at some point the scoreline is very vast and everyone is having a good time and Halzerk is destroying people and maybe the importance of the frags are a little bit less. But at the very beginning of the game, when it was still tight, he had a few moments. And we wanted to talk about round 12. We wanted to talk about this 2 versus 2 that ends up being a 1 versus 2. And this is where Halzerk plays it relatively well.
I think Halzerk plays it well in this situation, but I have to focus also a bit on OC in this situation.
Right.
Look at the clock, guys, at home. 10 seconds, OC know where he is. He decides to play with his teammate. He can just at least jiggle peek. Halzerk, he feels it, you know, he's planning in the middle of the round. OC is going back to wait for his teammate, but his teammate is in the back. I don't understand this decision. Now we see Halzerk, he gets the first kill, running down the clock. The Kinder are going for the fake defuse here, and Halzerk can actually jiggle peek this, but he goes for the wide peek, and luckily the aim helps him out, but he could also have played that a bit more safe, to my opinion. So I see mistakes from Liquid here.
I think OC respects Halzerk way too much in this situation.
Okay.
It's almost like it's simple he's up against. He has a lot of choices he can do in this situation, and he does all the wrong ones in this one. He doesn't hold the right side, he doesn't hold the left side, he doesn't jiggle for the bomb, he doesn't hold the angle when he goes in. There's so many decisions that has to be better for this, in order for them to get more than 4 rounds.
Could it be a case of, I don't want to make a mistake, so I don't do what I'm supposed to do?
Yes, especially when you play without confidence, you often fall back to, okay, let me play on the teamwork. But in this situation, as Marcus said, he should just like jiggle him, and when he sees shoulder, just do the fast quick. We know he can do it.
In a practice, he would never have played the situation that defensive.
Okay.
And you aim as a player and a team to play like you do in practice. So it doesn't make sense. And to me, it's just a player who is frustrated, doesn't feel the confidence, and it's really obvious to see on the server as well as on the player reaction cam. He was frustrated doing the rounds as well.
Right.
Throwing the headset almost, and yeah, it's looking tough for him in this matchup.
And this was a time where there was definitely still a competition going on. It was a back and forth. Liquid were very much alive, but then you move on to round 15. And this is where, Lucas, Complexity show a whole lot of dominance and mastery around the map and good decision making too.
I love what Floppy does here. He realizes he has a timing on A, but he gets spotted. Instead of taking the duel, he sees his teammates get a kill on B. Okay, I just need to go to B and help them. A lot of players would have taken that duel. Then they realize they can boost over the smoke. They get the kill. And here's the smart play. They wait for Floppy to clear left side for them. If they go before Floppy gets here, it could have been a catastrophe.
It's the small details, and I love when team has this dynamic T side. They're faking a bit on B for Floppy. Floppy gets the space, fakes on A, and they go back to B, and it's just very well fought and good mid-round reactions from Complexity.
Right, I agree with you. This was very well handled. How much of it is based on practice and how much of it is based on just live communication, do you think? Is that something they've rehearsed in the past, or it's just because they were in the zone in this moment?
It's a mix of both. Since this is a tactic mid-round, or like, it's not a complete tactic.
Yes.
This is a mid-round decision. This is experience from practice, but it's not a set tactic. So it's not just the caller as well. I think Floppy as the lurker in this situation must be calling a lot for their timing on B as well. And that's just the dynamic on the team and not something you can simply just practice easily on the server.
Fair enough. I want to move on the conversation. We're going to Inferno now, and one of the signals, one of the symptoms that I saw on that map we talked about in the green room was potential frustration for Yakinder. You saw him start to have these white swings. Should we be worried?
He's involved in 11 opening kills, both in the good and the bad side of it. I think he gets 5 opening and 6 deaths as the first guy. That just says a lot. Your star player is the one going first all the time. I would have liked it to be Debs instead. Like, why is he not going first, trying to take the space? But I guess it's because Yakinder wants to take so much responsibility over this team. Like, he wants to say that I made this match, and he doesn't want to give any of that to the other ones.
Yeah, you mentioned responsibility. I think this is a situation as a player where you'd rather lose by you taking more responsibility, taking the duels, but it can also be a little sign that he is lacking a bit of trust in his teammates, that he wants to do so much do so many things on his own. Sorry.
Right.
And not bringing a teammate with him. So a mix of confidence, but also a bit frustrations maybe towards the game plan, and there's just not really a game plan to it.
I understand that. Now that we are going to Inferno and we've already seen them have success on it with Daps, do we think that this is where Liquid iron out some of the mistakes and there's a bit less overcompensation?
No, but this is actually a map where I think Yekindar's playstyle can actually work, because he can take that space on Banana and really find the timings. That he was one of the best in the world at some point to do it in Virtus Pro, where you had James down slope holding mid for the entire round, and then you had Yekindar lurking on B by himself. And if he can implement that while not having to focus what's going on behind him, I think it will be a lot easier for them on Inferno.
This is where I can take the counter argument to that, Marcus. We talked about it as well. Yekindar is a very all or nothing type player. If he catches on fire on the T side of Inferno and goes for the entries successfully on B, it's going to be easy. Liquid will happily go to the third map. But what if it doesn't work? What's the fallback plan for Liquid if Yekindar can't find this?
The fallback plan for Liquid is going to be Nafla. I don't think Daps will step up and take the amount of kills Yekindar does. But I can see Liquid also considering themselves to be the underdog in this matchup. They're trying to go for this surprise pick in Inferno, which is a map that they haven't even 50% win rate on. So they're trying to spoil Complexity's plan of anti-stratting, and picking a map like Inferno is going to be a surprise for Complexity for sure.
Well, we're going to have to see how Complexity can handle that surprise. Another piece of information I have for you as well at home is not forget the Mask MVP polls. They are still open if you head over to the blast.tv website, and you can make sure to make your voice heard and help us find our MVP. Now, we have put the expectations, we have set the scene for what could be potentially the last map of CSGO in an elite tournament. The stakes are very high, Roll Arena is waiting, and we are going probably to find our last team in about 3 minutes.
And so Alicia's Complexity find themselves on the brink of a very impressive win, considered the favorites jumping into this series as Team Liquid's in-game leadership and roster is in flux, but now very much justifiably the favorites in this series, especially considered by the Unicorn odds, because that was not just a map win, that was a beating.
Yeah, that was brutal. It was kind of beautiful, though. It's a team that we've seen the highs and lows of. You said you don't want to get too excited about. I felt that way yesterday versus Furia, but the fact that they survived that, it smelled of something different. And I think coming into today, I had high expectations. Those were met. And I think they also can be thankful just to Halzerk for having such a great first map.
Question will be, can Halzerk keep it up? Is it a one-off or is it all series long? Grim right down middle in the pistol, so Complexity not giving much space, and they are suffocating them. 5 headshots out of Complexity, and the Anubis beating continues.
And just stylistically, I like the calls. Like, I liked Anubis. I like the pace of Anubis. It wasn't, let's try hard to beat these guys. It's, let's show these guys how much better we are than them. There were so many rush calls. Now we're on CT Inferno. They're running down mid. It's not a completely unrealistic thing to try to do, but it does show some confidence, and winning solidifies that. Starting off where they ended.
Right back to it with Alicia's MP9. Of course, Liquid holding off for the rifles round 3. Ooh, that nade's bad. That's a bad nade, baby. In all the best ways.
Oops, excuse me.
Bless you.
I'm even wearing a sweater inside. It's just cold now.
God, that frag grenade sent them scampering back into their spawn. They're hiding in their hobbit holes. But the dark armies of Mordor will find you no matter where you hide. I just finished watching the Hobbit trilogy, so...
Oh, how was it? What are your thoughts?
I mean,
I only watched the first one.
Yeah, nothing was ever going to touch Lord of the Rings, let's be real, you know?
Yeah.
The same way the new Star Wars movies can't really touch the original trilogy, but, you know, it's fun watching orcs and seeing hobbits and elves and all that jazz, you know? I'm all about it.
Was it boring? Was it boring, or...?
No. It was entertaining. It was fun. A couple laughs, you know, some good action sequence. It's like watching a Transformers movie.
A Transformers movie? A Michael Bay flick? That's a
Well, no, I take that back,
stark
actually.
contrast.
I take that back.
I remember from The Hobbit, which was, are they getting to the mountain?
Yeah, the first one was the most boring.
Okay.
The next two are action-packed.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Like this. Daps.
Yeah.
Poor Alish. Daps with the curb stomp. But that round was longer than some rounds on Anubis when the CT when Liquid had guns.
Yeah, very true.
Those Glocks now replaced by the rifles. First buy from Liquid round 3. Very aggressive tempo set by Complexity out of the gate. Time to slot in to map 2.
Patsy last map was sort of just walking into fights and dying. It didn't really feel like they were operating together to try to get trades and things like that, but really trusting their individuals, but they didn't really have those games. They weren't really having that game, I should say. First and second flash, and it's beautiful. Oh my god, it's beautiful.
Nice little bit of team play to kick it off. Halzerk just took a ton of Molotov damage, though, and Liquid are just going to try to bully their way into the B hit. Oh. Nice pop-up from Grim. Couldn't have played that any better. And the next one's round the corner, also take damage. Can JC hang on? No, OC, just slides off the coffin, changing his headshot. And that's going to screw him over. Daps with a chance to cool off the flank, but no sir. Eats Halzerk's flash. Elige capitalizing on this. And a Molotov destined for the back of the site, it seems.
They missed the second molly.
Yeah, that won't screw over Patsy. When a single tick of fire would have killed him, Patsy gets a chance. And with that chance, a double kill and Liquid's first round.
Elige, I think, went to line up the quad molly. I think switched it to oranges because somebody else mollied quad and then missed a molly. And as you mentioned, that actually would have been the one kill on the retake. They probably needed. There's still a chance for a 1v3, but it doesn't go down. And this hold, it looks so good. Honestly, I was kind of wondering how they got off 2 flashes that quickly, but that was just excellent between Grim and JT for what it's worth. The only real problem there is that JT's position is immediately known when Grim dies, though he could have very easily just continued to get kills and farm. It's a key victory for Liquid, or at least it should be. There's still a buy here for complexity, though minimal.
Working ever closer to Banana while they also scour through the apartments. They get the response from Complexity. Potential for JT or Grim to go peek behind it, but Liquid aren't leaving right away.
They're doing the Virtus Pro stack in mid, so if there's an arch smoke, they can see over it. Or if there's a lane smoke, they can see over it, sorry. That way they don't have to play arch. But it does mean they have to fight. They're going to do some type of stack. JT just has a deagle that he's bringing over. So it just depends if Liquid are going to take too much time to make a decision. They're selling a fake here. Yakunder dies. Now they know it's A. JT gets a kill as well.
Halzerk's spot could be great here. Oh, God. Another bad mouse wheel. We've seen 2 of those this series. OC, beautiful headshots on the response. Too bad his entire team is dead around him. And of course, Balcony. Floppy's 5-7 is going to get the kill right back. And this is free guns. This is 2 frags towards Banana that we didn't quite get to see. Not sure how JT ends up getting the second. But all that matters is it corrals Liquid into the lying weights of the A setup. And Elige does a great job of selling that by falling back.
Yeah. I mean, this comes down to... Well, they don't try to get him out of this mid. So this is another very slow round. Okay, first of all, I don't like this because it's so slow on the anti-eco. Number 2, they're using a scout play, so they're trying to get Yakinder going to B by himself to see if the site's open. But he dies in the process. So, like, in their head, if he goes in and doesn't see anything, then they can go B. If he does die and sees a bunch of people, they can go A. Here is the worst case, where he dies to 1 guy inside the B site, which is not supposed to happen. But you still are supposed to have a contingency. Are you going B or are you going A? But in the case of going A, they haven't cleared anything. So they're potentially running into the other 4 players. They don't have bracket control. They haven't thrown a single flash up mid. And they literally run in as if they were pressured to do that from the beginning of the round. But there was no real pressure, was there?
No, you're dead on. And now they're just going to trickle into this crossfire. No tools to work with, so easy pickups from Floppy. Elige makes sure the Balk creep can't come out, and this one's just going to be an easy complexity 4th. OC at least hitting harder than he was back on Anubis, but it's a mop-up from complexity versus the pistols. It's going to take guns to break through this complexity. That much is damn clear.
Yeah, it will. That last round didn't inspire too much confidence. Scouting on Antiques on Inferno is actually a really good thing to do. I think it's one of the hardest maps to pick the right site, the open site on Antico. It's very hard. Hard to get info without actually committing and dying. But losing 1 player on an Antico is not supposed to be in.
Ooh, Yakinder, what's up? Tries to get through the smoke grenade. JT barrel stuffs him. They know he's logs, but man, they're just stuck on top of T-ramp again and again, met by this utility pressure. Occasionally the fly down mid. You know, I think it goes back to what we were saying, where it's like Complexity playing a game that just says we are better than you.
Yeah. They're like,
and we know it.
Their level's better as a team. And that's why it doesn't feel close. That's the point.
As they should be, right? We're talking about
they have a longer. They have a system they've had for longer and have had way more real results over that time.
Ooh, that's a clean response. JT on his own. Doesn't have any grenades to play with, but he does have two teammates running over through spawn. So good call from JT to get ahead of this execute. They're reading ahead of it, but can they stop it? Liege has an incendiary. Puts that down front sight at 30 seconds. They have to extinguish it and cross, and now hits the drive-by. Grim peeled off of the boost. Liege is trying to get his lineup. That's going to be a bunch of shots both ways, and JT stops the bomb plant, but Naf's position on tree catches Liege off, and Liquid will again creep through the B hit. A little bit zany with Naf in the smoke spam. The bomb stopped with another one, and of course, it's the Naf tree push that really takes Liege out of the play. So good on Liquid to find a way into that B hit.
I don't know why Complexity knew it was going to be B in that round specifically after the trades went down, but they were right about that, obviously. But Nafly's kills were so impactful right there. Running through CT and killing the boost. I think it was a full HP player that got boosted up. At least tried to bait by shooting, throwing that molly early, and then rotating around. And 3 players in B, that could have definitely been a 1 round. But Nafly just totally makes a difference with this 2K.
The opening duel. Yakinder now 0-6 off of the back of that one.
I don't think you responded to that round so much. It went pretty well. Opening kill, rotations were good. You just lost. That's okay.
It does happen. Do you know where JT and TC are? Where do they live? Does JT live in Toronto? I know Sonic lives in Toronto, right? Nowadays?
Oh, yeah. Is that right?
Yeah.
He was going to school here, or I can't remember exactly what the story is. Do you think that, like, because they're all South African, they should all be in Toronto?
Yes, exactly. You know, they have those roots. They need to stay together forever.
Okay. If I see them, I'll let you know.
Okay, please do. Ooh, Mag 7, huh? The shotgun meta. Bop. Boom. And a third. Oh, only 5 bullets in that bad boy, so he's got to run, but they get away before Yakinder can get them from Boiler. He will catch them, however, falling back into the balcony, so he doesn't let off that pedal. Make sure to keep the pressure up. It's a Liege versus 2 as his teammates come barreling down Banana. He takes the fight. He stuffs Yakinder and Naf. Headshots like that.
Wow.
And it's a forward apartments aggression off the Mag 7 of Halzerk.
That's a massive play out of a Liege. Damn. They kind of knew, you know, the limited places where he could have fallen back to. So he picked the correct way to fight to actually get both of those frags, and Halzerk went crazy with this Mag 7.
I don't know if I'm ready for the shotgun meta.
CS2's shotguns,
it's coming.
They're the same, but they were always strong. But I think they're a little bit stronger than they were in CSGO. Autos are good, but...
Ooh. Man, you ain't got nothing in this one. A wise man once said, if you don't have a plan in an eco, might as well not play the round.
Might as well skip it.
And they just go running into the smoke top middle thinking Glocks were going to pop through, but Complexity ready for the fast pace and ready to continue this lopsided series. It is a CT side that shows few cracks. Back to the buys. Double nades down mid. Don't really hit their targets. Fire all over the damn place. And JT picks up Yakinder. He is 1-9. JT versus Yakinder head-to-head is almost entirely to JT's favor.
Yeah. I mean, Yakinder's been going for it, and I think that actually was a good thing. Like, yesterday, just seeing him start to be himself more, but, you know, yeah, he's a fire, and sometimes that can be where the round ends if you're not careful. He's not got anything out of banana control. And Elige continues to play amazing, 11-4.
Man,
winning every duel.
He can sense this win. And when Elige has blood in the water, it's going to be an A-Rap out of Patsy towards Arch in a 3 versus 5. All of Complexity are already here. JT's already sniffing up the flank. So very critical that Naf gets that opening kill versus Elige to try and pull it back. But sure enough, Patsy found out from the flanker. Floppy's anchor inside pit. Well known. Nafly's doing everything he can, but Floppy takes his head off. And poor Daps, 1v3. Position found out already. Grim's looking for a piece of the action. And this will be a 7 to the CT side. Floppy's got him. Rails it with the 3K. And Complexity's day keeps on getting better.
It's been a great day. It's a lot less late for them, and might be a whole lot shorter too.
Again, they're going to try to just flash through the smoke in middle. It's the exact same play as their last half buy. They got torn apart the moment they were able to get into the brackets, but the utility's going to turn them away. At least through apartments goes Naf. That entrance also denied, so they'll be forced to play this one somewhat slower, and Yakinder calls for the bomb to move back towards Banana. It's 3 players from Complexity on B, and they're getting adventurous. Flashing into Banana, pack of pistol players awaiting them around this next turn. Elige, JT, 4 frags between the two of them, and they'll shut down this one. You thought you could run, you thought you could go elsewhere, and it's another same result for Complexity. Total domination versus half buys.
It was such a catch for Complexity to be able to pick up a player like Elige, you know, in that moment.
Oh, Jason Lake didn't waste a second.
Yeah, you know, I mean, he knows CS, right? So, you know, I originally thought that he must have got the number that he asked for, you know, going to Complexity, but I heard he actually took a pay cut to play with this team, and I think that was in the wake of the prospect that, well, his relationship with Liquid was probably going to come to an end, but going to Complexity, you're putting a lot on the line. Your legacy, you're taking a risk. Not just because the team is, you know, so much weaker than Liquid's or anything. It's just a new team. It's a big risk. And he's put in the work. He's been a star fragger. And the team's playing better than ever. As you mentioned, even Floppy is playing better than ever.
That's the beauty of it, right? And I mean, I think that's part of Elige's personality and demanding the best. Yakinder will get JT, finally. His second kill of this map. Stuffs the in-game leader against the half wall, calls for the bomb to come and join him. Halzerg's looking to join Grim in holding this bomb site, but there's no follow-through from Liquid. You know, I think sometimes Elige can be a bit short with people. His mood, sort of known. to sour when things aren't going his way, but demanding the best of your teammates. I think, again, it gets the best out of Floppy because you put it perfectly the other day. It's like Floppy is somebody who wants to win, and he's good at laughing off the losses and playing that role.
But he didn't play 11 seasons at MDL because he likes losing.
Exactly. And so I think that, you know, now Floppy can say, I have the best NA player in the region on my team. The most decorated American in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it's great to play with friends, but if winning is your job, well, I think winning's even better.
Halzerk peeks around coffins. Him and Grim hold off the B site 5 in a row from Complexity. This ain't even a match, folks.
Nope. And I think they've just reached that comfort zone where they're just like, well, let's just see what they do. We know we can basically do it. Like, they're tricking us right now. I don't even think Complexity would be tilted if they lost versus a regular rifle round at this point. Liquid have so much to prove.
Ooh, crawled under the scope. Well done to avoid Halzerk. Silver linings, boys. And a lead, Bloodlust. Flashbangs on Banana have Naf distracted. These other players are going to walk right up into a leash. And he buys his time perfectly. Pop up from Patsy to at least bring it back with something. But it's also an M4 delivered for Patsy. Let's see if things get interesting here in round 12 or whether Complexity just get their 10th. It's again the JT Grim show towards the B site. No more pressure applied from A. They will allow Liquid to head elsewhere. Now that's 2 rifles with a still full belt of utility on Daps. 2v4s aren't comfortable, but at least it's 2v2 for now. A players not rotating over. Ooh, JT, ton of damage. Sets up Grim wonderfully. 6 in a row for Complexity. 10-2 on the trot.
Yeah, I love the way that JT and Grim play together as well. They both get a piece. They have nice tempo, nice flow with taking the bottom Banana versus fighting at the top. They're comfortable on pretty much all the angles. I mean, Grim is the perfect sort of weapon X for Banana on paper. Doing everything right, man. Oop, except that. Doing almost everything right.
Yeah, grill their ass. Made a mistake. Shame on you.
Seeing these smokes be solid is just tripping me out. After playing so much CS2.
Yeah, I know.
Smokes just look so old school now. Like, you can't remove, you can't blow them away. You can't shoot through them. Like,
the hell is going on?
There's some stuff to fix with CS2 right now, but in the future.
In Counter-Strike, the first game to ever allow for nades to interact with blowing away smokes.
Yeah.
That's groundbreaking.
It's going to be our groundbreaking sandbox mechanic that all of the great games
defines us.
Yeah.
Floppy about to have another crossfire with a Liege, but he loses the other half of this hold and can't do it on his own. Finally, Liquid breaking into the A play. Finally, Liquid with a chance for another round. But at this point, money near unlimited for the half. Complexity.
Oh,
ooh,
no.
A gap. There's a gap. You left a gap, and so you deserve to be punished. Now it is leaning on the pit players. OC's going to try to push the off out on short, get ahead of it. JT and Grim looking for the trade frag. 8 HP, and Grim kills Patsy first. OC, he's stuck, and Halzerk hunts him down. It is Complexity right back at it. You finally get a bomb plant. You finally get a bomb site, and Complexity take it away as quick as you got in there. But a moto smoke, it's their fault.
Yeah, it's their fault. I mean, I don't know what happened with the lineup, if they freeballed it or what the case is, but sucks for Naf. He's the one who has to die because of it. And that just speeds up the retake, you know, in a massive way.
Look at this freebie. Thank you, says Halzerk. And wasted no time to stay with Grim. Liege wants not just a win, but a total stop, man.
Yeah.
11-2 and still getting hyped. Every retake, every round win. This sends a message to Liquid. Get back to the drawing board. Let us know when you got a team. Because whatever you're doing right now, it's not enough to hold back complexity. Alish at the start of the event said, you know, he believes this roster right now are informed to go for quarterfinals and semifinals runs. Off the back of a strong Pro League showing. We've got to take complexity more seriously than ever. And, you know, already 2023 without Alish had its ups and downs for this roster, had things that they could be proud of, but it also felt like they constantly came up one step short. In big matches, just always heartbreak. Well, Alish could be their difference maker. This round, they get through the arch side, so another opening here for the very least. Liquid just shooting for 3 or 4. And Naf's got one stuck in the pit. This is a free B bomb site. Dare I say it, a free 3rd round win.
No, it's not. JT's still on banana. They think he's con potentially. He might have a chance. Uh-oh. Okay, makes noise. Bad smoke again.
Man. From Yukinder. I'll call it how I see it.
They know
OC
Pool
is
is
the one
clean.
holding it. OC peeks off Coffin. Yukinder's going to get taken out. JT double kill. Oh my god. And Patsy's 15 health. He's going to try to cheat through smoke. And JT with the triple. Nothing's free versus this complexity other than your ass kicking.
Big smile on his face. They got to come faster through that smoke. Just a little bit off again. Another retake one because of it. And, well, yeah. What else is there to say? It's just... Light's about to go out here for Liquid.
Let's go.
Back master classes.
Let's go. Another gun round out of Liquid.
And I think that's 2 rounds where they lost the opening duel as well. Okay. Okay.
Oh, man. They can do no wrong, it feels. Looking for that 13th. Daps is holding off for any more mid-aggression. They try to press out. Yukinder's running
my
smokes, dude. JT.
There's a smoke there.
Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. Golly gee willikers. This is a Team Liquid that has been stomped on by complexity. A pistol, nothing other than a technicality between Cole and the Royal Arena. We'll see you in a second to see how this wraps up.
Welcome to the Blast Spring Final. Here in Washington, D.C., we're bringing up the level of competition here.
Oh, it's so close, but it ends in heartbreak for Cloud9.
A little bit disappointing to say goodbye to Astralis at this point.
They've put complexity to bed.
Unfortunately for FaZe, here in Washington, they're gone.
That I do it so good. Look at the way that I do what I should. Look at the way that I got you amazed. You should see the look on your face. Look at the way that I bang with the bass. Look at the way that I'm running the place. Look at the way that I'm keeping the pace. You see the smoke, well look at the flame.
Look, Acadian Heroic have finally done it.
And that's where Vitality lock in grand finals.
It all comes down to this. To this matchup to define how we end what could be the last season in CSGO.
I see the look in your eyes. It be the look of surprise. That's just a part of the game. You gotta look for the prize. Look at the way that we ain't gonna fall. Look at the way that we all gonna rise. Look at the way that I answer the call. Look at the way that I handle the line. Look at the way that I ride. Look at the way that I roll. Look at the way that I'm live. Look at the way that I'm
Buzzed.
Wait, they're not doing
Following the
anything.
flash.
One more.
He's tree flash right
One
now.
more hole.
Yeah, tree flashing.
Spam me. One more holes.
I'm getting out. I'm getting out.
Come back.
4v2. More. I'm back. 4v2. I'm getting out of here.
He doesn't get out. 4v2.
Give you a smoke. I'll spot for you. Or we're 2-2.
Oh, wait, lane.
Fuck, this is a B guy.
Lane in holes.
Lane holes.
We still push on B.
Beam in the back phase.
Come to me, guys.
Let's go.
Abs lost. Nice! Nice, A-hole. Good call, John. They're going for all spot there, yeah?
They were going for C9.
Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah,
you can
man.
actually see that it's he said Alicia's call. He said good call. So looks like it was his setup on top of him getting that insane 1v2 at the end. That's one round that went well for Complexity, you know, and that's the one that looks like the most fortunate, the best sort of random setup, the best 1v2, but all the other rounds were pure decimation. Just Liquid look like a tier below basically on this map. I have no idea how to keep up with them. This is Liquid's map pick, so yeah.
I don't think Elige could have dreamed of a better chance to knock Liquid down a peg. His first time playing his ex-organization after being on that roster for years. And the big question about Elige was, well, if this is the first time he's really had to go elsewhere in nearly a decade of Counter-Strike, what's it going to look like? What can he bring to the team other than individual level? And I think that each of these players would be attributing him with like an element of leadership, kind of the captain of Complexity in a little bit of a way.
Like an emotional captain, you mean, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like
Not to take anything away
to,
from JTTC,
he
but
knows how to win. Yeah, well, he's not doing the calling. You know, besides when it's convenient, of course, it's still going to be JT's job. But the one objective upgrade he got was JT, right? That's something that Liquid did not have. And there was really no other place to go that had a more promising captain in NA.
Floppy opens up the A site. JT makes sure to slow down the flank and peel a player off. So it's an OC Nafly versus Halzerk Floppy 2v2 to find out whether Liquid can even extend gameplay in this series. Bombs planted clearly in the open for them on the tall stack. Naf's going to try to find that second player, will indeed. And frags versus Halzerk. Naf cut down by Floppy, who thrives in this pit and thrives under this new companionship of Elige. The time decides this one, and it is indeed a Complexity 14-2. Liquid, pack it up.
Wow. There's no gentleman's agreement right there. Him and his boy OC, he pulled out the knife. OC didn't want to do it. I guess, you know, OC is the one who has a little bit more to lose here in this round. Floppy knew it was over. The entries come down, and that 1v2 played perfectly. Floppy's such a good closer.
Complexity having fun. You know, the amount of times that I've seen this team just grind out their wins, right? Especially in some of the more important games, especially in some of their qualifications. I mean, we go back to like Washington of spring final this year. They had a chance when at the start of this 2023 run, I believe, to beat Navi, right? And it was like soul-crushing defeat, the same way that just back in the year previous, FaZe had owned them. It's like so many times you can look at Complexity and pinpoint the heartbreak.
Yeah.
And this is one of those games that could have been like that, right? You've got a big LAN on the line.
Yes.
It was a lot of pressure for the new team too. It's always the qualifiers that have been problematic for Complexity. And with Furia, you kind of got more of that last night, but they pulled through, and it was Floppy who pulled them through. Round 29, 2K on Inferno. Made sure that there was no OT on the cards. And I think today I was kind of expecting a little more of the same, right? We've not seen Complexity dominate. And this series is exactly that. As lopsided as you could ask for, but it's a retake chance for Liquid. They've got a smoke grenade on Daps and Patsy. They don't have banana control yet, but Halzerk's preoccupied, and now he has slipped away. Elige has a lot of health. Look to him to close this.
Yeah, Daps still, he's still way back there, though. I mean, they're literally too little time to get... Yeah, the retake even going, so not even going to try it. Going to try to crush the exits. They've done about half the job now. 2 players exiting spawn. Kills are still going the way of Complexity, however. And Elige will die to the bomb, but with the round 15.
Kinder dying again. And again. And again and again and again. 5 and 17 alongside Daps, who at least has an excuse, having not been inside of a server for over a year until this weekend. And Liquid have obviously come out and said, like, this is a transition phase. Daps is not meant to be a player over the long term, but he is going to fill that role as leader following this event, taking it from Yakinder, who is dead again, because they're going to look for a new in-game leader in this current fluxing season before CS2 hits the deck. But they have completely left that B site open in this buy. They waited for this. And they're hoping for the A play, maybe getting a little active down middle. They'll figure out what's up. OC sprinting back over. Floppy from the murder hole gets his headshot. That's got to piss off Patsy.
Hit the bomb. Okay. Ooh. Okay, Elish peels back into spawn, and now it's a 3v3. I think the B site was totally open this way. They thought maybe they killed the flank, they go back, but no, it's not like the Furia game. The extra antics aren't needed.
Retake or bust, boys. This time they have to go for it, and it's only OC with the kit. They lose the banana flank. Daps is burned out. Utility here going to make a very comfortable post plant for Complexity, and Grim just locks into the corner of all of this. So sure enough, you have witnessed something fantastic tonight in absolute domination from Complexity to qualify for the Blastfall Finals, to guarantee a Tier 1 CS2 LAN in this year in the Royal Arena prior to the major at the start of 2024. This is massive for Elige, as this is the most lopsided result this head-to-head between these orgs has ever been, and it comes up Complexity tonight.
Holy hell. Talk about a superb performance coming out of the Complexity camp. We knew that they had the status of favorites coming into this game, but there was absolutely no way we'd imagine they would drop only 6 rounds in 2 maps.
I mean, Liquid has been looking a little bit rough going into this match, but we expected at least to be a free mapper. Complexity first time being the favorites, but they clearly dominated in every aspect.
Yeah, I'll guarantee you we will not see Daps on the server again. It was not just on his part that was lacking frags from everyone, and I'm not gonna blame him, but they simply cannot just put him into the lineup after getting beaten like this.
This was absolutely brutal, and I agree with you. I don't think we should focus on Daps. I don't think that's the story right here, right now. I think the story is about Complexity moving into a game with relatively high stakes as favorites.
Yes.
The little brother, now bigger, older brother, and they actually stand up to the test.
Yeah, I mean, Elige have tried to be in this position many times. He's played the likes of Complexity and EG before, but we've not seen the other fours try to be the favorites in an NA matchup against Team Liquid, and they did it today, and they did it in superb fashion.
I mean, this comes as the reward of a whole lot of work for Complexity. It's been a few moments, a few months since they brought in Elige, and we had to wait for the uptick, the improvement to kick in. Now, you have the stat. This was just very one-sided, very easy for them.
16-4, 16-2 is very one-sided indeed, Maniac. But we see here, Grim bottom frag and 14 frags, Elige on 18. Everyone had their moment here and was just cruise control the whole way through. Right?
This is an absolute feel-good moment if you're a Complexity. And we have to be real here. We have to be genuine and honest. Yes, this was a weakened Liquid that was going up against them. We know that. We are aware of it. Daps standing in, maybe a little bit of overcompensation. Bubski, you were talking about Yakin there and how much he was going to try to take opening duels. He got absolutely smacked. Complexity did a beautiful job at stopping it.
Yeah, you can't disrespect the names on the Liquid side. It's good players. They're just annihilating it round after round, pushing down mid. They just keep, like, they don't stop in one moment at this game. They keep making new plays. Then it's down mid, then it's down banana. Like,
right.
Just to highlight it, Yakin died 9 times as the first guy in this half.
Oof, rough. But you had Pain as a win condition and it didn't work out. The other side of that coin is, when you're Complexity and you go up against Team Liquid with a stand-in, that's the situation, maybe it could be a little bit easy to, relax and take your foot off the gas pedal. That's absolutely not what they did. They took this very seriously.
they took it very seriously. But even though Complexity were the favorites going into these matchups, they have been known to be this little brother in NACS, right? So they have been hungry. They have lost many times to Liquid, which is their biggest rival in NA. And now they have finally the skill to beat them. But in this fashion is obviously surprising. But I think it was good for them to have been like this little brother who just wanted to beat Liquid for so long, right?
Now they had that one coming in. To be honest with you guys, it was so one-sided, so clear that it forces us to think this Complexity, can it actually do damage in the full finals? I mean, we know the field is going to be much higher. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
This is legitimate from Complexity.
Yeah, Pimp didn't have a lot of faith in these guys, but I actually do. When we look at the team, it's actually a team who wants to evolve together. They want to play, and when you see a team like this, they can always be scary.
Well, scary they were and scary they are. Now it is time for us to reveal to you guys the Melsk MVP for the Americas side of things. And we have with us Elige. John, how's it going? Thank you for taking the time. Just a day in the office, a very easy game?
I mean, I wouldn't say easy, but I mean, it definitely was very clean from us for sure.
Did you have any expectations that this was going to be that one-sided?
Well, we played a bit of scrims and it went pretty well for us in those as well. So I think that we knew that we had the upper hand going into it, but yeah.
Well, you definitely showcased that. On a more serious topic, I wanted to ask you, you've been in that jersey for a little while now. Do you feel like Complexity is getting to the point where you've had time to lay your knowledge and you have time to transfer your philosophy and the improvement has been really marked? Is that where Complexity is at right now?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think so. I think that, you know, for the first blast that we went to when I joined, there just wasn't enough time to like even make any meaningful changes to, you know, the things that I wanted to add. And I think for EPL, we showed a lot of good stuff. I think so far it's like 80 to 85% of like what I think that we can get to. And I think that we're playing extremely well right now. We're fixing a lot of things and everyone's learning really fast and in a really good mindset for that.
Yeah, congrats on the win. It was a pretty easy game for you guys. You've been used to being on the top of NACS, and the rest of you guys haven't really tried that before. How do you think like they handled that pressure of being the favorites for once?
I think that it's just going to be something that they're going to ease into. I don't think that like people like necessarily get like an underdog buff. Like, I mean, at least I don't really feel that way all the time. I think that the main problem that these guys have had, you know, as soon as I joined, was I just felt like their confidence was just lacking so much. In terms of, you know, not believing in themselves to be able to actually beat the top teams. And I think that's what was like holding them back. And I think ever since I joined, we've been getting a lot of like clean wins. Our scrims have been going good. And every single win that we get against like top teams is just going to keep cementing that like winning feeling for everybody. And after that, it's just, you know, fundamentals and how we carry ourselves through tournaments.
Hello, Leech. Congrats with the win again. I just wanted to ask you, having played in Liquid for so many years, coming to Complexity, how is it different? Is there any difference to the daily day, the way like performance model, the way you practice, and how does it feel from day to day, the difference?
Day to day, it's actually more. Well, I mean, I've been on like so many different roster iterations of Liquid from, you know, I've been there for so long. So we've done a lot of different things. And I feel like right now we're more of like in the day to day of like how we were in like 2018, 2019. Not saying that it's necessarily better or worse, just because I know that every team can, you know, do their own thing and different things work for different people. Like when I was on Liquid at the ends, like we were working like so many scrims per day. And honestly, it was kind of like burning everyone out. At least like that's what I think. I think it's just very hard to do that. And I tried bringing that to Complexity as well, where I wanted to like have like, you know, 10, 11-hour days, but like it was just really hard for everyone to like get really productive scrims like for the last like couple hours of the day. Yeah. It was just very like strenuous. And right now we're focusing more on like quality time, which is something that we've done in the past on Liquid, and it's been very helpful.
Okay, so the more quality, the more fun, and the better you feel like you perform in the Complexity squad.
Yeah, and actually CS2 is going to be kind of nice for that because, you know, we're going to mess around with different things for scrims, but it being MR12 is going to be kind of interesting because you're going to have like 10 to 15 minutes, so maybe you can get more, you know, review done during those times, and it won't be, you know, as like back to back because, you know, like when you're playing scrims and you're going like MR30, it's so long, you know, like sometimes you're finishing over scrim time and people don't have time to do anything. So I think it's going to be overall a really positive change.
Well, you mentioned the transition to CS2, and this is quite a unique moment in the history of our esports. Do you feel like you're going to have a particular role and responsibility to help the guys kind of handle this moment? Because this can, you know, get a bit of frustration here and there? Do you feel like you have more on your shoulders at the time?
I think that it's just something that we're all working through together. I think the main thing is just making sure that everyone knows that this is still CS. This is not a new game.
Right.
I think that anyone that thinks that is crazy. Obviously, there's new mechanics, but if there was different maps, I would be like, yeah, sure. Like, there's going to be a lot of new things, but you know, the way that like people structure the maps and the way that they, you know, you can push, pull, and find different advantages and everything like that, it's going to be the exact same. The micro is going to be different, and like the way that you approach different situations will be different, but it's still the same game at the end of the day, and you just have to figure out, you know, day to day of how you're going to just accomplish similar goals to what you had before, because, you know, these maps are pretty fleshed out. We played them for so long. Teams are so good now that you just have to try to keep getting like the same type of rhythm that you did in CSGO.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to let you go now. Once again, I want to thank you for taking the time to be with us and congratulate you for this incredible performance. And we are looking forward to seeing you in Copenhagen. Have a good time, man.
You too. Bye.
Well, well, well. Elige with the answers, Elige with the knowledge. Pretty nice to hear from him, like how it's working as well from the inner side of things.
I think he is just such a key player for them to sign. He brings everything. He brings experience, he brings firepower, he brings structure. Like, no matter what they pay him, it's all worth it. Like, no matter what.
Yeah, he's worth all the bucks. And I can see, even just in the interview, the way he's thinking, the way he's reflecting on things and how to improve as a team. The MR13 with more time to discuss how to fix things between practices. He just has that edge, not just in the game, but I can feel that he can become this leader for Complexity, which is very much needed.
Feels like it's already in the way or in the works for Elige to have that importance in the Complexity jersey. We flip the equation, we talk about Liquid very quickly. We're not going to draw huge conclusions. We know they are in a little bit of a flux moment, for lack of better words. What is there that you can get away from this tournament? If you watch Liquid and you're trying to understand where they're going,
they can tell themselves they have some great players on the lineup. We know Patty has done it before. We know OC has shown glimpses of great play, and we know Yekindar was a tier 1 talent, but they just don't work together. And the question is, can an IGL fix that?
Yeah, they're not gonna sit down and review these games for hours. Yeah, they went to the final here in the NA Showdown, which was very much expected for a team and a big name like Liquid. But they beat Party Astronauts 2-1. They beat Forsaken 2-1. Those are NA competition they have to beat every single time. So disappointing for them in the end.
Fair enough. Rough but fair. I'm with you guys.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I don't have to apologize. It's cool to be a bit negative. I have a tendency to be way too positive, so I need people to counterbalance me. That's why Jacob is always but he's not here, right? Someone has to pick up the slack. It kind of concludes the whole history of this showdown today. We have the brackets that we can show you guys at home as well to kind of reminisce on how we got here. Cloud9 winner for the European side, and of course Complexity. We have just witnessed an absolute demolition of Team Liquid. I cannot believe we are at the end of this showdown. There's been a whole lot of Counter-Strike being played.
Yeah, both a lot of ups and downs for the favorites. The most surprised team I don't see in the finals is ENCE.
Yes.
They didn't manage to get to the fight against Cloud9, but it's a good set of teams. We have the 4 finals, and I'll be looking forward to seeing them in Royal Arena.
I mean, we would have appreciated to see ENCE in that list of teams. We have here Vitality, Astralis, FaZe Clan, NIP, Na'Vi, Heroic, and Complexity and Cloud9 joining. But I don't think any of the 2 teams we mentioned at the end, they haven't stolen their way to the full final. This was very clean qualification.
Yeah, it was a clean qualification for both. That goes with if you lose a game, you're out of this call, right? So they didn't lose a game here, and they very much deserved their shot and have to work forward to the fall finals and improve even more to be ready, right?
Indeed, and we talk about winners. We had Cloud9, we had Complexity, and we have a Bubsky. Looks like the unicorn prediction went your way, my friend.
Yeah,
how does it feel to have the crown on your little head right there from the get-go?
Me and Pim, we ganged up on Scrawny yesterday and we took a life from him, and now I'm on top. I guess it's when you get into a new class, you are being a little bit extra careful to him, and nobody stole a life from me.
No, I think it was more about, we really wanted you to come back here, and we thought if we destroy you immediately, it's just not going to go well.
Yeah, I mean, you can give me the crown. You gave me the sickness here for the last day.
Whoa. I don't take absolutely no responsibility for that. Okay, this is the season, right? Someone probably had a call before I joined this whole studio, but we made it through. Anywho, we still have one more item on the docket as well, guys. You remember, it's CS money. It's every day. We're looking at highlights of the Counter-Strike, and we have 3 see more plays to show you guys at home. I don't really know where we're going with this one, so I'm just going to take the first. And we have our friend Electronic with the silencer. I'm always liking a little bit of Electronic play. Very clever in the clutch with Perfecto as well. Clean before their opponents.
And then we have Tapston for the earlier game. They sadly lost to Cloud9 to the guy you just spoke about, Electronic, but he's an IGL who can also shoot. Electronic has just abandoned that position. Maybe for Tapston will in the future. There's talks about Sin potentially getting up that position in the future.
Yes, and indeed, Holzerk, the man with the mullet, right? Excellent performance from him today. He's showing in 2023 you can still play this AUG weapon. And yeah, what a day from him, and what a highlight.
Indeed. Final set of CS Money Play of the day. You can head over to Instagram and cast your vote. We've called to action quite a lot, but that's how we work here. And with that reaches the end of our broadcast. I want to take a second to thank you guys, Bubsky, Kirby, to have joined us for this showdown. It's been a pleasure to work with you and to kind of get that experience together. As you might have seen, I'm not exactly used to be in the position that I am now. So we make it as we were going. We figured it out as we were going.
You did great.
And it's been a thank you. It's been a pleasure to accompany you guys and provide you with the Counter-Strike. We bid farewell to CSGO. I don't think there's going to be any more moments where I'm going to be talking about this game. It's now time to focus on CS2 and also time to have a good night. So I thank you very much for being with us, and I'll see you on the other side.